Disclaimer: the following content is entirely fictional and does not represent real events or people. This material has been edited and adapted from the channel Beyond the Page. It all starts with a mistake. Whether it be minuscule, fatal, or just something that plain ruined your life. The worst part is, you never know what mistake you are going to make, when you will do so, and what effect it will have on your life. Makes you wish you were psychic, doesn't it? I know, it's not that big of a deal, Quinn, I stressed, as my best friend tried convincing me into going shopping for back to school, even though school was starting today, and it would be pointless to go now. She rolled her eyes, knowing how I felt about shopping, trying stuff on. It was all just pointless. At least that's what I thought. She, on the other hand, always was having new clothes on hand, always pressuring me into trying on some of her older clothes that she didn't like the styles, in hopes that I would fall under her spell of shopping. Not happening. You need new clothes, she stressed, picking up the sleeve of my hoodie sweatshirt in her hand in a mock disgust. This is a disgrace. She shook my arm, and I jerked it back, feigning like I was hurt. What is wrong with my clothing? Everything, she laughed out, and I rolled my eyes, looking very similar to what her face had looked like only seconds ago. I really didn't think anything was wrong with how I dressed. It was just simple jeans, and normally t-shirts, and when it got colder, of course sweatshirts. I wasn't all that clever in the fashion field and stayed clear of it as much as I could. We continued walking down the sidewalk, towards our high school, deciding we wanted to enjoy some of the warm air while it was still here. Both of us were positive that soon enough the presence of school would suck up the nice weather. I kicked a stone in our way, watching it slowly hop and tumble off the sidewalk to settle somewhere in the underbrush where I couldn't see. The underbrush was shadows by the tall boughs of the trees in the forest, flanking us on our side. So dense that when you tried to look into the thick wall of trunks, it was dark, grainy, and eerie. I didn't dare sweep my foot in that unknown underbrush to get the stone to kick again. I'm comfortable, and don't look terrible. That's all that matters, I said with a shrug. I have no sense in fashion. Might as well be shopping for parts to a refrigerator for how much statistics I would know. Wait, never mind. I would actually know what to look for in a fridge, I said with a grin, and she let out a defeated sigh. Maybe this time for good. Most likely not. Can you believe that this is going to be the last first day of school? She sighed wistfully, clasping her hands together overdramatically. I chuckled. Not really. Well, at least for me. I actually plan on going to college. I plan on going to college, she bristled, defending herself. Just don't know what for yet, or why, really. I couldn't comprehend how she couldn't know what she would be going to college for. I had had my whole career planned out since 9th grade, knowing exactly what college I was going to, the statistics of the programs I wanted in on, and even the grade point average and test scores I would need for the best of scholarships. It was incomprehensible that she had not a clue, but then again, neither did I about fashion, so I guess it was even, sort of. Anyway, I have a year to decide. I'm fine. She waved my worries of her future off. But that's what she said at the beginning of the summer. I quote, I have the summer to decide. I'm fine. It was no use to try and get her to change. She was who she was, and I loved her for it. We passed the clearing of the forest. That was a gentle park. Its swings still without the early morning breeze, and the slide, its metal surface shining in the sunlight that was creeping up on us. As the day approached, I had the sudden urge to run up to the swings and swing until I could taste the sunlight, but I glanced at my watch. We have to hurry, or we are going to be late to chat with Kyle and Rebecca, I sighed. The swings can wait. She walked a little faster, but I had a longer stride and managed to keep up with her at a lower pace. She glowered at me. When did you get so tall? She grumbled, looking up at me, and I smiled down at her. I had grown over the summer, not by much, but enough to secure my spot at 5 inches taller than her. When did you get so tan? I remarked. She had spent the summer in Texas, and the sun must be beating down on her the whole time, because her normally pale skin was the color browned cookies. We had an easy friendship. It was pretty effortless. We got into fights, but always we got back to our equilibrium point of gentle teasing and laughs. All of a sudden, she wasn't walking beside me anymore, and I saw her form shoot forward in a run. Bet you I can beat you there? I was caught in surprise, my mouth an open O. Blinking rapidly, I caught on with a grin and tightened my backpack closer to myself before running after her. The slap of my feet against the sidewalk was paced and my breathing even. Spending your summer doing yard work had its advantages, as I laughed as I saw the fleeing form of Quinn, grow into more focus with each step. She glanced back, her eyes widening as she saw me running after her, a predator aimed after her prize of pride. I could see the school growing larger as each footfall brought us both closer to its doors. It looked different, bigger somehow. But I couldn't make out the details as I took my strides longer, practically jumping like an antelope across the sidewalk. Pushing through a group of juniors, they glared hatefully at me, and I threw an apologetic glance back. Quinn had managed to slip through the space in between them. Sometimes I wish I was taller, sometimes, definitely not all the time. I was close enough, I was positive she would be able to hear my breathing in her ear, and a dastardly plan formed in my mind. I reached forward and tugged harshly on the handle of her backpack, making her stumble to a stop and backwards while I propelled forward. I reached the flagpole just in time, resting my hand on its smooth, spherical surface. My breath was uneven now, and I was trying to catch up on it when she finally came to a stuttering stop by me, in the same condition. "You have an evil mind," she frowned as she eyed daggers at me. I grinned. The evilest. "Hey, what are you two doing all the way over here?" A new voice perked in, and we both turned to Rebecca, Kyle trailing behind her as they approached. Her hair was waved down her back, a sea of light blonde curls that highlighted her bright eyes. She had changed over the summer. I guess I was in for a ton of changes. Everything was shifting. But one thing that hadn't was Kyle, whose hands were in his pockets as he grinned and walked towards us all. His dirty blonde hair still fell slightly in front of his left eye, the curl just making it bouncy enough to jiggle as he walked. But when you ran your hands through it, you wouldn't get your fingers caught. I blushed a deep red at the thought, trying to put the past behind us. That was years ago. We had both moved on. "Hey," Quinn said smoothly, obviously none of them noticing my newly rouged cheeks. I smiled a little, pretending to still be trying to catch up on my oxygen debt. I leaned into the flagpole as I watched as Quinn and Rebecca got into an animated discussion over their summers. I had already heard both ends of the story. "So I guess we should get to class?" Kyle suggested. I turned, and somehow he had managed to be standing right beside me without my knowing. I nodded. "Yeah, I want to know if I got into the lower classes," I said, pushing myself away from the pole. They were all giving me pointed looks. "What?" I asked. "We all know, especially you, that you are going to get into the highest classes," Kyle said with an eye roll. "Well, you didn't have to say it. You ruined all my fun," I said, with a grin falling back easily into the foursome that had been so since the middle of 8th grade. We started walking, and I noticed that me and Quinn were falling behind, Rebecca and Kyle taking a slight lead. Then something totally unexpected happened. I saw Rebecca reach out and grasp his hand in a way more than just friends. My eyebrows could have hit the ceiling, and I gave Quinn a questioning look. "I don't know, it just happened," she said, and we all headed to scheduling. My first mistake was to start paying attention to the people around me in class. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have re-noticed Tristan Everdeen. I had run myself out of the regular mathematics classes 2 years ago, and walking back into the woods room after a year was like coming home. Instead of taking a math class, last year I had been forced into a program that involved numbers, and since I hadn't expected to be free from math classes, I was too flustered to choose. But being forced into woods was probably the best choice I hadn't made. Just the thought of being able to make the coffee table that currently stood in the middle of my living room, or the clock that hung over the mantel, with my bare hands no less, that just filled me with a sense of accomplishment that doing math problems hadn't done so far. The smell of sawdust was pungent in the air, practically visible in the dimly lighted room. The hum of the electricity running through the machines before they turned on was a friendly reminder that I would be working with them soon enough. I went over to the worn-down, sanded bar stool that practically had my name on it, resting my hand back on the same indentation that was there from when I accidentally missed the wood piece and smacked the hammer straight into the wooden tabletop. Other students started filing in. I was surprised that Kyle hadn't joined woodshop again, but apparently he had wanted to be in the cooking class with Rebecca. How had I missed the fact they had been a couple since the beginning of the summer? My ignorance escapes even me sometimes. Another thing about this class. I'm the only girl. You would think that would be hard, but I found myself blending more into the crowd here. They didn't really judge me on how my hair was today, or what makeup I wore. In some aspects, guys were a lot easier to get along with. Class started like normal. The teacher, Mr. DuBose, droning on and on about safety precautions. Tomorrow he would apologize about having to go through this, but it was school regulations. We knew it all like the back of our hand, because if we disobeyed any of the rules, the backs of our hands might end up not being there anymore. That feeling, when you know that someone is staring at you, The back of your head numbs except for the two heated spaces like eyes, lasered in on your hair. I shifted in the stool, careful not to make it scrape against the cement ground, giving a nonchalant glance behind me. My eyes met steady silver ones that bore into me like beams of fire. I stood frozen for a moment, becoming entranced in the reflection that they were giving off in the lighting. "Is everything all right, Miss Williams?" "Mr." Dubose broke my concentration on the guy's eyes, and I reacted quickly, reaching to the ground. "Yeah, just dropped my pencil," I said, picking up an imaginary pencil off the ground, giving another brief glance at the guy. He was staring at the teacher with a blank expression again. I did the same, trying to puzzle over the fact. "Did I know him? You know that guy that sits behind you in college writing?" I asked Quinn at lunch as we shuffled through the slowly moving line to get food at the snack bar. I had been finding him in almost every of my classes, and it was starting to bug me, an itch that I had no possibility to scratch it. She thought for a moment. "Yeah," she said, snatching up a soft pretzel and pouring hot cheese into a styrofoam cup. "What's his name?" I asked casually, not bothering to touch anything in the line. It all looked awful, grease-filled, and butter saturated a weight that I didn't need resting on my stomach. She laughed. "You don't know his name?" I gave her a confused look, arching an eyebrow. Was I supposed to? "That's Tristan Everdeen. He has been in our classes for the past 8 years, Sam." "You know, sometimes I wonder if you are losing it," she said, punching in her code into the checkout. That was my second mistake, trying to investigate something that I had no business bothering with. It was my nature, though. When something bothered me, I fixed it. Was all I responded, and we sat down besides the group. Rebecca, Kyle, Quinn, and me. Kyle and Rebecca were both snacking off of the same basket of fries that they had gotten from the snack bar, their hands laced together under the table. My head was resting on my arm propped up as I listened vaguely towards their conversation. Staring out the window, I saw flecks in the leaves as they blew in the now steady wind. Flecks of silver shone in the silver maples. All the flecks turned into eyes that continued to stare at my every movement, and I shivered at the connection between the innocent thing as the trees and the guy, Tristan, who seemed to be everywhere. Well, except here. I didn't see him at lunch. I probably would have noticed. I guess you could say I was paranoid, like a person is when they have a stalker. Did I have a stalker? No. Why would a stalker go through all the trouble to make sure they had almost every single class with you? Well, that is a very stalkerish thing to do. Something was thrust in front of my face, and I blinked back into reality, looking blankly at the bit of cheese-coated pretzel that was practically touching my nose. "You must eat, Sam," Quinn stressed. "You are picking back up on your old habits again." I sighed. "I'm not hungry," I said, pushing her hand away from dangling in front of my face. "And anyway, you know I hate pretzels." My stomach grumbled in complaint to the objection of the food, but I ignored it. I could eat better at home. I had a big enough stomach as it is. "So, what classes do you have next?" Rebecca asked, tearing her gaze away from Kyle long enough to acknowledge the two of us, but the question was directed towards me. "Nothing much. I have chemistry too, and then art, but I get 6th hour off." I grinned as their mouths fell open. "How did you manage to get your class cut out?" Kyle exclaimed, almost about ready to throw the box of French fries at my face in jealousy. I shrugged. I guess that's what you get when you happen to be a super nerd like me. The bell rung again for the end of lunch, and the three of them groaned as they walked towards the doors with me. Off to chemistry too, and hopefully not the silver-eyed Tristan who seemed to shadow my every move. It felt extremely weird to be walking straight out of school at the start of supposed 6th hour, almost as if my instincts were screaming at me that I was breaking the rules. Except I wasn't. My backpack was slung over my shoulder, light in the grace of the first day of school. By tomorrow it would be full of pointless books of homework that would sap my life away. I passed the window of the anatomy room and saw Quinn trying to listen attentively to the teacher. And for some reason I snickered. I felt bad. The sidewalk was silent. Not even the cars in the parking lot were making much noise. This side of town was relatively quiet this time of day. Everyone away at work or in school, so I felt as if I were the last person on Earth. Tomorrow I would definitely take my car. I needed to break it out of its cocoon in the garage and get it used to being run again so it wouldn't die unexpectedly. Plus, I could feel the way the wind and sweeping trees promised the fact that fall was coming fast. Then a snarl broke the silence. I froze mid-step, glancing around frantically in the general direction I had heard it from. Silence echoed eerily as I gazed into the darkened woods, the same ones I had kicked a stone in earlier. But the moment I took another step to leave, another snarl shattered my silence. Not thinking in the slightest, I stepped into the underbrush, trying to squeeze myself through the poking and prodding twigs that jabbed out in odd angles from its source. This was my third mistake of the day, and I was positive from that point on, not the worst of the mistakes I would be making in my near future. Struggling, trying to get there faster as I heard the snarls and growls grow more and more animate. I burst into a small clearing to see two men neck and neck with each other, both looking like their veins would burst out of their necks in anger. Neither noticed me in the slightest, both caught up in an intense fight by the looks of it. I looked more into the two people and immediately recognized familiar silver eyes, even if they weren't scrutinizing me as per usual. "Tristan?" I asked, my voice echoing in the clearing. But I had spoken 1 second too late, because in an explosion, both men burst into balls of snarling muscle and fur. They both turned into giant wolves, aiming at the others' necks with their sharp canines. The sound of skin ripping and bones crunching wasn't something you would expect. It hurt my ears to listen, and I could have sworn someone was dying. It sounded that painful. But the noises were drowned out by snarls and animalistic sounds as the two giant wolves tried facing it off with each other. I just stood there frozen, a state of shock. My body was screaming, telling me to get the hell out of there, but I stared blankly at the sight before me. The place where Tristan had been now stood a giant black wolf, its lips pulled back from its teeth, baring them menacingly. The other wolf was obviously just the same size, but a brown that was sun-stained, making it look blonde in the filtered light of the trees. That's when the brown wolf lunged at the black one, aiming for its throat. My eyes had a hard time trying to follow the pattern and placing of teeth and claws as the two animals collided. The movements were smooth and lethal, and I was sure that one of would lose, and soon. My eyes closed tightly, trying to block out the mental image of this. There was a whimper and a snarl, and my eyes shot open in surprise to see the black wolf's fur around its lips stained a light red, the other's leg bit in the upper thigh. I stepped back, my vision going slightly hazy at the sight of blood. The scent would have surely made me pass out if it weren't for the fear as both wolves turned towards me. I had stepped on a twig, and the snap was clearly audible, even against the snarls. If a wolf could have grinned, I swear the brown one would be smiling evilly from ear to ear. They both jumped to me, and I shrieked, falling backwards into a path of grass in the dirt. I shielded my eyes with my arm, waiting for the powerful paws and claws of theirs to tear through my skin and bones. But it didn't happen. The snarls and growls weren't directed towards me anymore. Something brushed my leg, and I quickly opened my eyes. The black wolf stood protectively before me, in a crouch that was totally shielding me from the view of the brown one. The last snarl that came out of the black wolf's mouth ripped through the afternoon, clearly if not human, telling the other to back off, and in a parting glare aimed towards me. The brown one disappeared into the confines of the forest, disappearing further into the darkness. I released my breath that I hadn't realized I had been holding, and shivers erupted over my skin. But I wasn't out of trouble yet. I barely registered as the black wolf looked back towards me. Its eyes captured mine. Silver reflections, ones that had captured my attention all day. It couldn't be possible. He couldn't be it. My mind fought with common sense, an inner turmoil that had my head aching, but for some reason I knew those were his eyes. But how could it possibly be? The wolf turned around and was about to run off like the other when a whisper left my lips. "Tristan?" It froze, and slowly turned back towards me. It was him. I saw the defeat in his eyes. I would have smirked in confidence if it hadn't already been shattered with the fact that there was no logical way for him to be a wolf. In a much quieter transition, the wolf quickly morphed back into the shaggy, black-haired, silver-eyed boy that I had been puzzling over. His mouth was tipped down in a frown as he studied my face, which I was sure looked terrible. My teeth were chattering, and my hands clenched tightly on the blades of grass in the ground, tearing them up one by one. He seemed just as tense, but not afraid, more angry. "You know," he muttered, a snarl so similar to the animalistic ones that had been made minutes ago. He swerved around fast, and his fist cracked against the bark of a nearby tree as he punched it in anger. My eyes widened. Sure, he had just shattered all the bones in his hand, but it came away perfectly clean. If not scraped a little, the tree had more damage to it. I scrambled up to my feet, backing up slowly until I reached a tree. I braced my back against it. What had I gotten myself into? I moaned in terror inside my mind. I had never been one to be afraid of much, except bad grades and blood, and sometimes change. Change was the worst. This was a terrible change. He was still facing the tree, his eyes closed from what I could see. Inching to the side, I made a split-second decision and started running back towards the road. It couldn't be that far, but before I had even made it through the first layer of cascading branches, a hand wrapped firmly around my wrist, yanking me back. I gasped as I was pulled in the opposite direction. That gesture took the fear and replaced it with anger. "Let me go," I growled, pulling with all my might against his hold. I wasn't going to be taken without a fight. The hand constricted harder on my arm, making me wince as pain lanced up my arm. "You have gotten too far into this," he muttered, and roughly pulled me so I was now in front of him, and both hands of his clamped down on my shoulders, pushing more than guiding me towards where he wanted to go. "Too far into what?" I demanded, but I knew that I had crossed some unspoken boundary by walking into that fight. It was hard for me to picture the man walking behind me, the wolf that had blood on its mouth, how these warm hands could be the same paws that had powerfully tried to tear apart its competitor, how that silky, smooth, velvet baritone voice could be the same wolf that had bared its teeth. I blushed furiously for thinking thoughts that made me think he was handsome. For all I knew, there was a werewolf kidnapping me. That word seemed to fit. Werewolf. Those were fantasy, a myth, like vampires or fairies. The blush disappeared as my face blanched at the thought that if werewolves existed, then so did all the rest of the fairy tales. All this just fed into my fury. "Too far into what?" I snarled again. I noticed how my snarl sounded not nearly as frightening as his did, almost to the point of dainty and cute. "Why were you here?" he demanded with a steel voice, his vice grip on my shoulders digging into my collarbones. I answered without thinking. "I was following the sounds, and I heard you," I muttered, now realizing at this point that I had heard his voice, and somehow I had been drawn to it. He groaned. "Great, I'm going to have to take you back to my family." I noticed that he was a good head and a half taller than me, and even when I tried to straighten taller than I was currently in, I came nowhere near his height. For some reason that bothered me. I was always as tall as or close to most of the guys I knew. It was strange being by somebody who happened to be towering over me so much. At 510, I was practically Godzilla over all the other girls in my grade or school. "Stop fidgeting and just walk," he ordered, and my movements fell silence. I usually never listened to anyone, and I found myself confused in the mere fact that I was able to his orders, but that was the least I was worried about as fear slowly leaked back in. "What are you going to do with me?" I asked, refusing to let my voice get more emotional than a flat line. I managed to get my ankle tangled in a root by a tree and grunted as I tripped. His hands pulled my shoulders back upright before I could make a faceplant. Was it weird to feel safe, yet totally afraid to be with a person at the same time? "I told you I'm taking you back," he said gruffly. "Just let me go home. I won't breathe a word," I protested, trying with the reasoning part of my conscience. "Sorry," he muttered. We walked in silence. I was slumped in defeat, and his hands slowly loosened on my shoulders to only a mild gesture. His hands were covering my whole shoulder, and for the first time in a long time I felt dainty. Gulping again, we walked further, deeper into the woods. "Are we going to run into that other wolf?" I whispered quietly. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. "No, I don't think he is coming back," he said, and I could have sworn he said a mutter of yet. Slowly the woods began to thin, and I wondered if we had somehow managed to reach the other end of the forest. Could it really be so small? I heard the patting of paws and looked around frantically. "Relax," Tristan hissed in my ear, and I ended up doing the exact opposite, tensing up like a board. Bounding out of the woods came 3 wolves, all the brown color that seemed to camouflage with the background. They stopped in front of us and seemed to look back and forth between me and Tristan. He looked at them intently, and the one closest emitted a low growl, rumbling from its throat. I seemed to be missing a large part of the conversation, being at all of it. My breathing started to pick up, and he shoved me forward with a snort. I broke through the barrier of thicker trees to come out into a clearing. I blinked at the sudden intrusion of bright light that wasn't filtered harshly through the leaves. I looked up, and the bright blue sky gazed down at me. I almost prayed to it to get me out of here safe and whole. It was a village by the looks of it, small houses that looked like log cabins that looked to be lined up in an arc. I could barely see the blue lake behind the whole camp, which was the only word I could come up with to express what this place felt like. A camp. A permanent camp. "Move," Tristan said, shoving me again, turning colder and more distant. We made it all the way to the largest house, further back from the rest of the cabins. It was hidden further from the clearing, secluded off. The door swung open before he even had a chance to reach around me to open it. We met a stern-faced man, looking the same size as Tristan but with dark brown hair and silver eyes that shot daggers at both of us. "Just let me in, Wes," Tristan growled, and giving me one last disgusted look, stepped out of our way. Startled, I dug my heels into the dirt. "No, I don't want to go anywhere with you," I screeched, and bucked my back, trying once again to work my way out of his grasp. My body screamed danger, ever since I took my first step into the clearing. Another pair of hands shot forward and grasped me roughly, but I was tugged away by Tristan before Wes even got a hold of me. "I've got it," Tristan muttered, pushing me through the doorway. My heels had no grasp on the wooden floors. In fact, my sneaker squeaked against its smooth surface, and I was dragged further in. I didn't bother to look around the place, instead closing my eyes tightly, willing this all to be a dream, and I would wake up again tomorrow with no recollection of the fact. My teeth bit into my lip harshly, but I ignored the metallic taste. As long as I didn't smell or see it, I was fine. A rush of cold air conditioning that seemed off-season sent shivers up my arms, and I was glad that they were free for the moment, and grasped them together. I could smell the aroma of something coming from a kitchen of sorts, but I didn't dare open my eyes. Maybe it was just my mom making breakfast for me before school. The hands disappeared off my shoulders, and I noticed I was sitting on something soft, plush. My hands trailed down the velvet seat, and for a moment I almost visioned it as my kitchen seats. Opening my eyes, I saw that I was alone in a room, looking very similar to a library. A desk sat in the middle of the room, its oak surface shining in reflection to the sunlight streaming in the window. Behind it stood floor-to-ceiling bookcases that were stuffed stock full of books, all shapes and sizes. A few pictures of smiling couples and adorable children were placed on a side table to my left, in front of the window, with a small vase of roses. A mutter had me turning back around, noticing that I hadn't been alone. Tristan was standing to my right, leaning against the wall, his eyes looking at me intently. I fidgeted under his gaze, and anger flared up again in me. "What do you think you have?" I started to say, when the door was opened. Another man came in, his blonde hair standing on end, as if he had just woken up, but his eyes were alert as he quickly assessed the situation, his gaze flickering over me, before looking back at Tristan, who now stood alert. "Tristan, what is all the worry? I had to be woken up after being out all last night," he said, casually rubbing the back of his neck like it was sore. "I fear I have made a grave mistake," Tristan said, clearing his throat again. "This girl, human girl." He indicated towards me, and my eyebrows furrowed together in a mixture of fury and confusion. "She followed me and the beta of Red Bark into a fight. I couldn't help it. I snickered at the name of Red Bark. For a werewolf pack, which I still had a hard time grasping, having its name containing bark was quite ironic. Both of the men looked at me blankly, and I clamped a hand over my mouth, immediately shutting up. I guess it was the hysteria getting to me finally. Well, I had jumped off the deep end of crazy. I was in a room with a freaking werewolf. "She's human?" the man asked, and with a moment's hesitation, Tristan nodded. "I thought that she would immediately be needed to be brought here." He trailed off, staring at the blonde man who was eyeing me as if he was trying to pry my mind of something valuable. "You were right, she will have to be taken care of," the way the man said it. I immediately caught the tone in his voice that meant it would be a permanent kind of taken care of. "I won't say a word." I slipped up, my voice almost pleading. Silence filled the room, and I regretted my words the moment they left my lips. I most likely wasn't helping my situation, but I had to do my best to get me out of whatever situation that might be. "I didn't see all that much," I lied quickly, the falseness tasting stale on my tongue. "She is already lying. I don't think we will be able to trust her, Tristan. Call the other members of the pack so we can decide what can be done with her without the human population immediately noticing," the man said coldly, but firmly. I stood up, getting to my feet and about to get in his face, yelling, "Now here," but I was interrupted by Tristan shoving me back into the couch, hard. He turned towards the man, his body angled subtly between mine and the other guy's. "Alpha Rain, I will take full responsibility for this mishap, but I don't want her to suffer too much from it," he stressed. The Alpha regarded him curiously. "Then you will make sure she stays out of all trouble. And not breaths a word," he said, amused. "Yes," Tristan stated firmly, accenting it with a nod of the head. "Fine then." Then the Alpha turned to me and pointed sternly, But one mishap and I will personally make sure that your body won't be found with any reasonable recognition of your former self." I nodded mutely. What had I gotten myself into? Cold bit into my skin, and I groaned softly, tugging on the comforters of my bed so they covered my exposed skin more thoroughly. I froze, my hand clenched around my familiar blanket, taking a deep breath of it to confirm that it was indeed mine. I could still smell the fading scent of when I had accidentally poured a whole bottle of perfume on it. Thank goodness it had faded. My eyes snapped open, and my room stood before me. I was lying in my bed. How had I gotten here? The last thing I remembered was walking home from school, but I quickly disregarded it, blinking away the sleep in my eyes. Locating the source of the coldness, I noticed my bedroom window was wide open, the curtains billowing as the breeze drifted them further inside my room. Groaning, I pulled myself out of the safe, warm haven of my bed and padded over to the window. My hand met the cold glass, and I found myself instinctively looking towards the woods that was just across the street, its dark depths echoing eerily. Suddenly, the whole previous night's events came rushing back to me, and I slammed the window shut. Shaking my head slowly, I glanced at the clock, noticing that I was late. I had to be at school in an hour. Cursing the stupid alarm clock for not working for the umpteenth time, I also was glad, because it momentarily took my mind off what was nagging to take control of my every thought and worry. Werewolves. I took a quick shower, lingering in the waterfall of warmth a bit longer than normal. The chill in the air still hadn't gone completely away in my room. Not feeling like having to go through all the trouble of taking a curling iron to my hair like I did yesterday, on the special occasion of the first day of school, I wrapped it in a loose bun after drying it thoroughly. I gave a quick glance in the mirror before parting of my room for the day. My dark brown hair was pulled back from my face, leaving my eyes to lay back a little in the expanse of it. Amber was the color I had finally decided they were. After many long discussions with my friends over them, I had given in embarrassment from the attention that it wasn't red, but amber. My full-length mirror had to be hoisted off the ground and hung on the door so I could see my face when I looked in it. I had never been tall, always on the short side, until I got into high school. It was like a Jack and the Beanstalk incident. I shot up, and all of a sudden it felt like I was looking down on everybody. I hadn't minded it much. I tugged on the hem of my red tank top that was underneath a shirt that I could only explain as a painter's shirt. That's what it reminded me of. A buttoned-up white shirt with a collar and breast pockets. My belt kept my jeans from sliding off my hips. I had long gotten sick of having to pull them up every 3 seconds, and went through the uncomfortably of wearing a bulky belt, but at least I wasn't always having to discreetly yank my jeans back up. I snatched my backpack off the armchair beside my desk and rushed downstairs. My footsteps echoed emptily across the wood floors as I walked into the dark kitchen. I flicked on a light, not surprised when I looked out the window to find the driveway abandoned of my father's car. I walked over to the coffee pot and grabbed a mug out of the cupboard. There was a newspaper laid out on the table, and I checked my watch and figured I had a few minutes before I would have to start up the car. The steam of the mug wafted up to my nose as I sat down, opening up the paper. The front page was just the normal stuff. The article illustrating in words about the first day back at school, the bus routes for kids and such. Absent-mindedly, lost in this normal world stuff, I took a sip of the coffee. Next thing I knew, the paper was splattered with drips of coffee as I spat the mouthful out. My nose wrinkled as I realized my father had made black coffee. Quickly, I ran to the sink. I poured the rest of the mug out, the scent not so much pleasant anymore, more so a disgusting reminder of the awful taste in my mouth. I was a picky coffee drinker, only taking French vanilla, or really anything that had banished the taste of the original coffee. Basically, I didn't drink the coffee. I drank all the stuff that went with the coffee. Black coffee. Well, to me it just tasted like burnt dirt. I threw the mug in the sink and went outside to the car. There was no point for me to go give my mouth some mouthwash. The taste would linger even longer. The moment I opened the garage door, I was greeted by my car's large black shadow. I flicked on the overhead light, and the room came to life. I saw my black 1990 Mustang. Its hood was coated in a thick layer of dust. I hadn't gone much of anywhere over the summer, and if so I walked, it had been nice out. Climbing into the driver's seat, I was immediately enveloped in the homey scent that I had grown so used to during the long winter months. I had almost missed my little car. Where did I put the keys? I spoke aloud, forgetting exactly where my hiding spot had been. I readjusted the rear-view mirror, and my hand brushed the sun visor and it fell down, the pair of keys landing in my lap. Of course, Giving a silent prayer before I turned the ignition, I attempted to turn on the car. For the first time in a long time, it roared to life on the first try, and I grinned, pressing the garage door opener. Driving down the street, I tried to make myself forget the woods that I was passing, now knowing what lay underneath them. Giving a quick glance, I imagined silver eyes staring intensely out at me from the darkness lurking inside the wooded area. That glance had turned into a stare, and I snapped out of it when I heard a car behind me honk and realized I had started to go off the road. I shook my head again, as if doing so would shake the thought out of my head. Could it be possible that it had all just been a dream? It was extremely possible. There was no way werewolves and other fantasy creatures lived in the same world that we normal humans did. They lived away in their fairy tale stories that writers wrote for a career. The kind that always seemed to have a happy ending after a traumatic incident, all the twists and turns just leading the two main characters back to each other. Stupid lying fantasy, I scoffed, pulling into the high school's parking lot. Cars were already filling up the small parking area, and I managed to snatch a decent spot that wasn't too far away from the door that was closet to my first hour. Slipping out of the car with a small smile on my face, I walked towards first hour, my hopes high with the fact that I had worked myself out of actually thinking that the dream had been true. "I'm sorry about yesterday, mister," Dubose drawled, slightly more animate than yesterday, but at least the students were practically buzzing in their seats, as if the excitement of knowing this year's assignments was too much. There was chattering behind me, and I glanced quickly, my eyes skimming over the student body that filled up the woods room. I sighed a sigh of relief when I realized I hadn't caught on a certain pair of reflective silver eyes that certainly would have ruined my resolve to ignore any glimpse of the dream last night. A flash of white appeared before my eyes, and flustered I took the stack of papers from the guy sitting next to me, picking a packet apart from the rest and passing it on to the person on my other side. The title boldly stated Woods Class, as if no one knew which class we were actually in. I looked over the list and soon got caught up on the excitement that had passed over the room. The projects we were making were not easy in the least. A dresser would be taking up most of this marking period, and I read through the schedule, pleased that we would be starting it next week at the latest. Too bad I wouldn't be able to take a piece of furniture like that up to a college dorm. I guess I could leave it to my father. I mused on, practically ignoring the whole overview Mr. Dubose was giving the class on this year's projects. The bell came on all too soon for me, and I collected my backpack, which was steadily filling with textbooks from various classes and papers that were collected in them. We filed out of the room, everyone eager to get to lunch, the time where you could always count on knowing at least one familiar face. I stuffed the book bag into the locker of mine with all my might, struggling to close the door with both my hands pressed tightly against the metal and my feet slowly sliding down the linoleum floor. In a flash, another hand appeared, and the locker clicked as they gave little effort to close the stupid contraption. I whirled around to see my helper, but locked on the steely eyes I had been dreading. "Oh God, you are real," I murmured. Reality crashing down on me, it was rather depressing. Tristan smirked. "Hello to you too." His voice was quiet, much more under control than I had remembered it being yesterday, as he had been yelling at the blonde man. "Alpha Rain," he had called him. "Can't I just forget, and perhaps go on with my life as I knew it?" I asked, my fingers twisting together in a hope of luck behind my back. "Nope," he stated simply and indicated with a nod of his head towards the lunchroom. With a defeated sigh, I followed. Seeing no choice as is, I was hungry from having to skip a breakfast this morning. "We need to talk," he said as we walked into the lunchroom. The noise seemed to be dulled in the crowded lunchroom today, and giving a glance outside, I noticed that it was raining. So glad I drove here. "About?" I inquired, walking towards the lunch line, not really caring if he followed or not, mostly hoping he didn't. But he did. But didn't say anything as we both silently went through the lunch line that was moving slower than normal. I could feel his presence behind me, sensing the fact that he was taller than me. His body radiated heat, and I felt like snuggling up closer to him in the cold of the cafeteria. The thought had me taking a step further down the line, away from him, my cheeks blushing furiously as I snatched up a plate of whatever they were serving, not bothering to check. "You know," he murmured. It seemed almost as if a question and a fact in one. The underlying message was a rock in the pit of my stomach. We settled ourselves in the table of the farthest corner. It was close to the window as the rain pelted the sidewalk outside, making everything turn a darker color than before. No one sat around this corner, preferring to stay closer to the other side, looking out at the passing cars and such. We were only greeted by the woods that seemed to become an increasingly disturbing place in my thoughts. He was staring at me, his tray as untouched as mine was at the moment, but left my gaze on the fork, acting as if it had a sudden draw towards me. He sighed heavily, before running a hand through his midnight black hair, making it stand up on end further before slowly settling back down into its gentle curls. I really don't know where to start, he chuckled nervously. I smirked, still not looking up fully, toying with the napkin now. I had not expected myself to speak. Perhaps with the basics, I murmured, finally looking up at him, only to find him looking out at the woods, distorted by the rain on the window panes. The basics, he said slowly. Well, first thing is one that you know. Well, at least I hope you do. Because I've risked a lot of neck by thinking you do. We are werewolves. Yeah, I kinda missed that part in our meeting, I said sarcastically, finally taking one of the bread things that resembled rolled-up pancakes filled with cheese and dunking it in a cup of marinara sauce. I'm sure you did, he scoffed with a roll of his eyes. I'm a beta, if you know what that is, he asked. For some reason my anger flared. Of course I know what a freaking beta is. I am not stupid and I've read plenty of books. I also know what an alpha and omega are too, I snapped, taking a furious bite of the cheese stick, finding it surprisingly good for something that looked like it was soaked in a vat of grease. He didn't yell back, or even look angered. Instead he smirked, and continued. Anyhow, the other man you met, Rain, he was the alpha of our pack, Moon Creek. I stayed silent, wondering for a brief moment where these names came from for these packs. They seemed to be snatched out of thin air. You finding out about the mere existence of our pack, is a very dangerous territory you are stepping into. His voice turned deadly serious, his eyes solidifying as if turning to steel. One mishap and our whole pack, our whole family could be put in danger. So I wouldn't let your big mouth and know-it-all syndrome of yours get in the way of protecting what is ours, because I have no doubt in mind that Rain will not act upon the threat he intended to you. I stared emptily at him. Was he serious? I mean, I was just starting to get the idea of there actually being werewolves in the world. But could they really have a whole pack's worth of people who were hiding out in the woods for their whole lives in fear of being found out by people like me? I remembered, the image coming in clearly of all the cabin-like houses that had stood in an arc of the clearing. People had lived there. His words sank in, and I nodded mutely. I won't tell a soul, I said, my voice sounding truthful as I meant totally and utterly what I said. He studied me for a minute before relaxing slightly and leaning back in his seat. Good. Now that we have the hard part over with, the least we can do is get to know each other, he said with a simple smile. I raised an eyebrow as the conversation got to safer grounds, but went along with it. We talked about all the aspects of our life, just the basics on my part. I wasn't going to tell him anything that might give myself away. He seemed pleasant, no, but I had a feeling there was a monster on the inside of him, just waiting to jump out at the slightest angerment. I had found myself actually enjoying his part of the story, no matter how few that may be. But his words were drawing me in. All too soon I found the bell ringing, and me with an empty tray. One of the first I've had in years. Sighing, I guess I wouldn't eat as much for dinner tonight. We got up and dumped the remnants of our meal into the trash can before walking out together to the hallways. Tristan paused by my locker, and eventually helped me pry open it, as it refused to succumb to a person who had stuffed it so full. I groaned when it was beyond help. Guess I will just be telling the teachers to give me my books tomorrow and beg the janitor tomorrow morning to help me open this tin bucket with a crowbar, I said in disgust, kicking the base of the locker. I had been stuck with it for 4 years, and I couldn't help feeling happy this was the last year that I would have to deal with its stubbornness. He shrugged and walked me to class. It wasn't a comfortable accompaniment. I felt nervous, on edge around him. Definitely not like a boyfriend walking his girlfriend to class. That's probably what it looked like, but I would never date someone like him. I scoffed at the thought. He gave me an amused look, as if trying to guess my thoughts, but I just shook my head. Well, I guess I will have to suffer through another lunch with you tomorrow, I sneered as we got to the Chemistry 2 door. He smirked, and I had a terrible feeling. Oh, you are so eager to get rid of me. I'll be seeing you after school. He started walking away, leaving me with my eyebrows scrunched together. Why? I called down the hall after him. His chuckle echoed off the lockers. I'm supposed to be watching you, so I'll be driving you to and from school each day. And he left me with my jaw on the floor. Great, I muttered, pushing into the class. The teacher gave a glance in my direction, before indicating for me to sit down. You're lucky it's the second day of school, and I'm still lenient. Miss Williams, don't be late again, she said, as I slumped in my seat. What did I have to do to just get rid of the past few days in my mind? "You are grumbling a lot more than usual," Quinn commented as I walked her to her 6th hour. We were walking slower than normal, not afraid that she would be marked late as it was still the 2nd day of school. I had already proved that teachers were lenient this week. "Am not," I countered, but I noticed the grumble in my tone and huffed. I wouldn't be walking next to Quinn right now if I could just go home, but I knew that Tristan was probably waiting on me to drive me home. For some reason, he got under my skin more so than anyone I had previously met, and it irritated me to no extent that now on I was tied to him in a way that I regretted deeply. Quinn gave me a pointed look, her eyebrow arched precariously, daring me to lie more to her. With a heavy sigh, I shifted the weight of the backpack on my shoulder, having sweet-talked one of the teachers to help me pry my locker from its hinges. In other words, I would be getting a reassignment of my locker. That might be the only highlight of the day. The bell went off before I could elaborate my mental condition to her, well, in the most indescriptive way possible, because even though I felt a start of a hatred growing towards good old Tristan, I felt determined to keep the secret a secret. "Well, I got to go. Guess I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Remember, we have to go over the fall party plans again," she reminded me, and I smiled, giving her a wave before she trotted off to her classroom. Defeated, I walked to the entrance of the school. Feeling childish, I pressed my face against the cool glass to see the rain splattering hard against the sidewalk still, and my car only a short distance away. I was once again grateful that I had thought of getting a close parking spot today. I didn't see anybody outside, and a flicker of hope sparked in my eyes. Maybe Tristan had forgot about me? Smiling wryly, I pulled the hood to my jacket tightly around my head before pushing open the door and rushing out into the cold rain. I was soaked to the bone by the time I had reached my car and dug my keys out of my pocket. Crawling into the car, I quickly fired the car to life with shaking hands. Turning the heat up all the way, I waited comfortably while the car's heating system was warming the car up. A smirk still graced my lips and I leaned back in my chair, closing my eyes lightly. He had forgotten, thank goodness. I wouldn't have to deal with him anymore today. The radio played quietly in the background of the rain and my breathing, a sweet melody of an instrument that suspiciously sounded like a piano, but it was too soft to tell. Sighing as the heat warmed up my skin, I smiled, content with the fact that I wasn't cold anymore. There was a rap on the door, and I jolted forward, my eyes snapping open. My head collided with the sun visor that had apparently fallen down again, but I quickly looked towards the passenger's side. A figure stood in front of the window, their features meshed together by the rain, but they were obviously indicating that I roll down the window. I rolled it down, careful of the rain that was now blowing inside the car, trying to see who it was. A face appeared clearer, and I gasped, starting to roll the window back up again quickly. But Tristan's hand shot forward and took advantage of the open space and pressed the unlock button on the door. I tried fiddling with the window and searching for the lock button at the same time, but I was too late. He had already opened the door and was climbing into the passenger's seat. I glared at him as he shut the door firmly behind him, the window finally rolling up, a minute too late of its purpose. He shook some of the water droplets off his hair, a grin on his face as he finally turned to look at me. "You tricked me, you jerk!" I growled, and he just laughed it off. It struck me. This was the first time I had ever heard him laugh, and I found myself captured by its tone, the deep baritone note like thick velvet, and my anger dissipated. Shaking my head furiously, I tried to work my anger back up towards him, but it stayed flat. It wasn't that hard. "You are pretty gullible," Tristan chuckled, and I had wondered what had him in such an upbeat mood, but only for a split second before I scowled at him. "Get out of my car." I tried my hand at seething, trying to put my whole force into those words, but they came out as a question. His eyes held mine, and I found myself staring into the crystal depths, almost as if in a trance, a pull. I snorted in disgust at myself and lost eye contact as I looked away, towards the window. "Nope," he said simply, popping the P, and I groaned internally, but just turned the radio on louder after saying, "Well, I'm not taking you home. There's no need for you to do so, because I'm driving," he said, reaching over and unbuckling my seat buckle swiftly before I had the chance for my jaw to drop. "No," I said, reaching for the metal buckle, but it had already snapped back into the side of the car with finality. "This is my car. You can't just come into my life and take over. You are changing everything," I snapped. He was insisting on following me everywhere, and now he was taking my car so he could take me God knows where. His face fell flat and solemn, those silver pools turning to steel once again. If I do believe, you came into our life, and now we have to work around you. You are changing everything. My face fell into a frown, and I stared downcast, instantly regretting my words. We stayed silent for a few minutes. It was a very uncomfortable silence, but I cleared my throat and shook my head. He was trying to corner me into giving me the fault. But was it my fault? No, you still aren't driving. My voice was a little shaky, but I held my eye contact firm, determined not to look away again. Yes, he started, sliding the key out of the ignition, turning the car off quickly. I am. Would you stop tricking me? I growled, reaching over to the keys, but I felt his hand placed on his shoulder, restraining me from snatching them jingling ring of keys from his other hand. But it's just so fun, and you are so gullible. He snickered and growled under my breath. The heat started to seep away from my body as the car's hot air was leaving through the vents. I stopped trying to grab the keys and grasped my forearms to contain the shivers that were starting to erupt on my skin. Tristan's hand on my shoulder was hot to the touch, like an ember in a fire, and I found myself leaning into his hold to be wrapped in those warm arms. He hadn't seemed to notice my likeness to his touch, but my coldness, well, seems you have a choice. You can either let me drive so you get the car warm again, or you can deal with the alternative and walk home while I keep your keys. He shook the keys to accent the deal. I stole a glance from him to the keys, debating whether it'd be fast enough to catch him by surprise. Probably not. Me having to sit through the cold or having to sit through a drive to who knows where with Tristan, my mind fought to find the lesser of the two evils. He was sure lucky that I hated being cold. Fine, I said sharply, and he grinned and waved his hand for me to get out. No way. I'm not going to let you drive away with my car. You're getting out. He just shrugged. Fine, but I have the keys, so there is nothing you can do about it in an attempt to leave me here. I rolled my eyes but waited patiently for him to get out. The door opened and another cold rush of rain and air blasted at me, and I winced at the brief nuisance before crawling over to the passenger's seat. He came in the driver's seat just as I was snapping the seat buckle again, a look of irritation sure to be on my face. He smirked again, before hesitating to turn the car on again. Then again, we could just sit here for a while, he suggested. Turn the dang car on! I yelled, and he smiled, but did as I asked. Well, more accurately ordered. The car heat took a while to kick back in, and he started pulling out of the parking lot. It felt odd, sitting in the passenger's seat. It was like a totally different view than when you drove. In fact, I can't seem to remember a time when I was in a car and didn't have to drive. It had become a second nature for me, always walking to the driver's side of the car with the keys in hand. Now I felt sort of helpless, just along for the ride, in a literal sense. I glanced over at Tristan, his eyes nonchalantly glued on the road. I noticed the way the raindrops had made his hair wet and curled in smaller, tighter curls than dry, its black strands going even darker at the moisture. Stray beads slipped down the side of his face, down to the base of his neck before disappearing under the collar of a gray t-shirt that clung to his skin tightly. He wore a leather jacket over his shirt that was beaded with the rain, giving him the bad boy aura that matched his sarcastic, self-absorbed attitude. Through all the material, I could still make out the outline of firm muscles that flexed and unflexed with each time he did a hairpin of a turn. I could imagine myself easily wrapped in those strong arms, the warmth that would surround me like a blanket, the total feeling of safe and security, my face against that chest, breathing in his scent that was starting to wind its way into my car. My eyes trailed up his arms until they reached his lips, that I now noticed were turned upwards in yet another one of his smirks. That caused me to look into his eyes, searching for the reason of the smirk. His eyes were the same silver that drew me in with every time I glanced at them, and I almost smiled at the thought of gazing into those eyes for eternity. Until I found out they were looking back at me. Blushing furiously, I snapped my head back to look out the window. I had turned so fast that I heard a snap in my neck. Discreetly, I lifted my hand up so I could rub the crick out of my neck with a groan. What was I thinking? He was a selfish, uptight jerk of a guy and a werewolf, no less. So far, the only thing he had shown to me was that I was a nuisance in his path and poured the entire fault on me for walking in on him in a fight with another werewolf. So why was I even considering him handsome? The corner of my mouth lifted in distaste as the rain whipped past the car that was now passing the road that led to my house. Where are we going? I asked, trying to act nonchalant about the fact I had been staring a moment ago. Because we just passed my house. Who said I wanted to go to our house? I'm driving, he said obviously. In my car, when I was planning to go Tommy house. With you, I stated. But I'm the one driving, he said again. Because you blackmailed me into letting you drive. If you won't drive me home, just stop here and let me walk, I said, pulling on the door handle for emphasis. I wasn't handling being in the same confined space with him well, and my emotions were going haywire. He looked at me, shocked. You hate the cold, though. I smirked at catching him surprised. Don't try and act like you really know me, I defended myself against his true accusation. Now stop or get out. It took him a moment to reply, but he didn't stop the car, and I watched the blurred trees past us. Sorry, can't do. We are too far from your house now. You might tell someone between here and there. My eyes squinted in irritation. Fine. I'm not going to give in to it. Your inflated ego that feeds off my irritation, I said simply, and fell back against the window. I wondered how long he would last without having to tease me. The rain didn't stop. If anything, it picked up and pelted the car so mercilessly that I was worried for the paint job. I had just now noticed that the music station had subtly been turned onto something that resembled hard rock. And I sighed, making myself calm down before I fed into his need to irk me, which was probably the only reason he changed the channel. Where are we going? I asked again, realizing I hadn't gotten an answer before. My fingers were drumming on the seat, absent-mindedly. Back to the pack, he cleared his throat, covering it up as a faint cough. I need to work out some details about your watch schedule and other matters. Then why am I going? Because I still need to watch you. Can't leave you alone at home now, can I? I stiffened in my seat. For one thing, I was positive at lunch that I hadn't told him about my father not being home ever when I was, sometimes going a week at a time before I got a glimpse at his clean-shaven, yet sleep-deprived face. Who says I'm going home alone? I asked nervously. Was I seriously dealing with a stalker divided by kidnapper here? I have my sources. He smiled wildly, just as we pulled into a spot right by a house similar to the one that I had been in yesterday. Whipping my head around, I wondered how I had missed us turning towards here, or even coming down the long, winding road that lead here. He was out of the car and heading inside the house before I knew it. I sat there dumbfounded, as the car suddenly felt achingly empty, his overbearing presence gone. What was he doing to me? I felt the car start to get colder again, and realized he had taken the car keys again. Yeah, why leave me with them? It'd just drive away. At least he was smart, in some ways. Sighing, I quickly opened the door and ran onto the porch that shielded me from the rain that was splattering up the dirt, making it spritz up in mud. The dark clouds had made the whole atmosphere feel as if it were night, a strange feeling when I checked my watch to see it was only 4. No one else would even be out of school yet. The lights inside of the house were warm and inviting, but I stood there in the threshold of the door, gazing in. The sweet smell of cooking from deep within the confines of the household wafted out towards me, but I stood halted, feeling so out of place in the homey atmosphere. So instead of letting myself go inside for the warmth that seemed to radiate inside, I walked over to the end of the porch and settled in the rickety wooden swing that hung by chains from the porch roof. Life seemed to not exist in the 2 times I had been here. No one was outside the houses, as if everyone was holed up inside, away from me. I had found out their secret, so who really would want to contact me? So I just sat there staring at my hands as they wound around each other impossibly, giving myself a thumb war between them. There was a creak in front of me as I recognized the sound of a screen door opening, and I looked up. A lady was standing there, looking shocked when she saw me sitting on the swing. Her black hair fell in waves down her back, curling in a wilt that looked natural. Strands of it framed her round face. She was holding a pot, of what looked like dishwater, on her hip, which she shifted in surprise at the sight of me. Her bright silver eyes were wide. "Excuse me, you must be Samantha," she asked, and I nodded. Quickly, she dumped the pot out over the side of the railing onto the ground. "Why are you sitting out here?" she asked, walking over to me, setting the pot on one of the side tables before smiling sweetly. I found myself smiling back. She seemed friendly, and I instantly responded to it. "Oh, Tristan, car, yeah." I couldn't find the right words to explain the situation, but she seemed to get it. "What have I taught that boy about manners?" she huffed, her black hair bouncing as she sat beside me. After drying her hands on her apron swiftly, she held one out to me. "Mrs. Everdeen, Tristan's mom?" I took her hand, the warmth enveloping my own. "Sam," I responded, and she nodded. "Yes. I've heard all about you from... Why don't we get inside? This cold is close to unbearable, dear." I nodded gratefully, and we walked inside. I shivered at the absence of the cold, the wood floors and forest accents inside the house seeming to influence the heaters to work harder. Mrs. Everdeen was so much different from Tristan in the brief conversation that had already started between us. She sounded sweet and friendly. It seemed impossible the two of them were even related. "Come to the kitchen, dear," she called, walking down the hall. I took off my boots and carefully placed them by the door, before patting down after her. The kitchen was an amazing sight, its up-to-date appliances all shining with silver surfaces. The counter space wasn't near to used up, as a huge set of ingredients were spread out widely in front of her as she walked around the floor that could be used as a ballroom. "Sit down." She gestured me over to the set of bar stools that were lined against the counter. Slightly uncomfortable in a stranger's home, I sat down as she started chopping up carrots on the counter space opposite from me. "Thank you," I murmured. "Tristan really should have taken you inside. It's so impolite to leave you sitting in the rain like that," she fussed. "Oh, it's fine. I chose to sit out there," I stammered out, not knowing why I was covering up for him. He still should have offered. The fire crackled from the living room next to the kitchen. Soft music played on the stereo system. I admired the expensive attire that decorated the house, leather couches that looked perfect to snuggle in on, and a soft plush carpet, the kind that would slip between your toes when barefoot. "You don't mind that I'm human?" I said suddenly, the question nagging in the back of my subconscious. She laughed lightly. "Of course not, dear. We've lived near humans for years upon years. It's not like we have distaste towards them. But aren't you worried that I would tell?" I asked, worried. She looked me in the eye, her warm eyes shining as she smiled. "No, dear. You seem like the sweet type of person, and I've already found trust in you. I have no doubt you will keep our secret." I smiled back, glad I had someone's trust. "What are you cooking?" I asked, moving on to easier subjects. "Dinner. We would be honored if you would stay with us, Sam," she said, and I checked my cell phone instinctively, looking for a text message from my father. He always let me know when he planned on coming home for dinner, so I'd have it ready for him. Nothing, and my stomach rumbled as I realized I was hungrier than I let on. "We insist," she continued, noticing my hesitation. "If it won't be too much of a hassle, I'd love to," I said softly, and she nodded in approval. Just the thought of going home after being in such a warm home like this, it chilled me to the bone. To walk in an empty house to only be greeted by the glassy-eyed images on the television and a dinner for one was just depressing. Maybe for just one night, I could pretend I had a family with this woman, with her sweet, kind face and gentle attitude. Maybe just one time. "Would you mind starting to cut up the chicken, Sam?" Mrs. Everdeen asked politely, and I nodded, walking over to the sink to wash my hands. I reached for the handle to turn the water on, but my hand reached empty air as I realized there were none. Wide-eyed, I looked at the contraption of a faucet, and Mrs. Everdeen, without even turning around to look, commented, "Just tap the spout with your wrist, dear." Cautiously, I pressed my wrist against the top of the faucet, and the water turned on, with a grin. I continued to wash my hands. "You have quite a beautiful and very up-to-date kitchen, Mrs. Everdeen." "Why, thank you. I've been begging for years to get the old kitchen remolded, and the boys finally got around to it this year for a birthday present." She started pouring the chopped-up green peppers into a bowl. I moved over to the counter space, which was bountiful, and grabbed a stray cutting board. The chicken was already set out on the counter, defrosting. Where are the cutting knives?" I asked, giving the open space a once-over. I felt out of place in the new surroundings. I would have been better off to feel around blindly. "Bottom drawer to your right," she replied automatically, taking out a cooking dish. I did as instructed and revealed a drawer filled with neatly pressed dish towels. "I think I'll have a hard time cutting with towels," I said with a chuckle. "Oh, sorry. I'm not even used to this updated kitchen yet. Let's see. I do believe it's the drawer next to the dishwasher." Now, finding the dishwasher was the hard part. It blended in as a drawer. The only thing that gave it away was that it was bigger than the rest. "Thank you," I said as I took out a large cutting knife so I could start cubing the chicken. "What exactly are we making again?" I asked, not remembering if she answered me or not the first time. But my voice was drowned out by the blender as it was turned on high, meshing the jar of eggs, cheese, and some little red vegetable that I couldn't place the name on. Shrugging my shoulders, I finished cutting the first chicken breast. Glancing over at the other ingredients, I glimpsed biscuits, more cheese and milk. My eyebrows scrunched together as I didn't recognize any direction this was heading. The blender stopped, leaving a creamy yellow liquid left in the container, and I was just about to speak up again when another voice cut through the kitchen. "I'm going to be taking the human home." Tristan started to say, walking into the kitchen. His hand was on his neck and his eyes closed as he stepped through the threshold. So, he'll be back in time for dinner. Both of our attentions snapped up towards Tristan as he realized his mother didn't respond right away. His eyes opened. I smirked at the slight shock I saw in his eyes at me being inside, if I weren't bristled at the fact that he hadn't called me by my name. His mother picked up on it also. Samantha. She enunciated carefully so he fully got it. Will be staying here for dinner with us. The tensed at the sentence. Now, I'm sure she would rather be at home, he started sternly, giving me a cold steel look that I couldn't stand to meet. Instead, I looked back down at the knife in my hands that was still slowly cubing the chicken. I already asked her. She would love to. Mrs. Everdeen replied curtly. I could sense the slight disappointment in her voice. So make yourself useful and start helping us with dinner, since you have already cleared your plans through dinner. He glanced between the two of us, his face falling flat and indifferent to the problem after taking a good look at his mother. With a grunt, he walked over to the sink to wash his hands. I stayed silent. The tension in the room was close enough to suffocating. Mrs. Everdeen didn't seem to notice, taking her son's compliance as acceptance and continued cheerfully. We are making a new dish the new family in the pack brought with them. She finally answered my question. I'm not sure of the actual name. The family had made it so long that they just knew the recipe by heart, not needing a real name. She shrugged. I finished the chicken and walked over to the pan that was setting atop of the stove, waiting to be filled with the liquid mixture and the chicken strips. My shoulder grazed against Tristan's, the warmth and electric shock down my arm that caused me to falter, almost dropping the tray. He seemed not to feel a thing, just walked past as a low hiss escaped my lips. My cheeks burned a dull red. Just his presence in the room with us had turned the atmosphere into a claustrophobic area. My senses were filled with the strong woody scent that radiated off his skin, and my eyes didn't leave his back until Mrs. Everdeen interrupted my corrupted thoughts. Samantha, dear, just pour the chicken evenly in the pan, she commented, carrying the empty mixer bowl to the sink. I noticed that she had poured the liquid in the pan, making it look like a cake of soup. Carefully, I scraped the chicken over the pan, watching the morsels sink into the surface. Over my head, Tristan placed a plate full of biscuits into the microwave, and I sucked in a breath, moving swiftly away from him. Slowly, I backed away from the kitchen, glad it wasn't closed off, and stepped onto the other side of the counters, next to the bar stools once more. I took a deep breath as his mom placed the pan into the oven, the biscuits resting atop of the mixture of it all, ready to be browned. He didn't look at me like I was insane for randomly walking away from him. Neither did he even look at me at all. My mind was begging to be cleared of the clouded feeling that had seeped through my senses since the moment he had breathed the air in the room. Excusing myself quietly, after asking politely to where the bathroom was located, I rushed down the hall while trying to be inconspicuous about it. I almost passed the bathroom without noticing, and hurriedly closed the door behind me, locking the bolt. The dim lighting in there took hold of my nerves and attempted to calm them. The sweet smell of warm vanilla sugar lightly filled the small room, the candle that was flickering on the sink counter providing the aroma. With a deep exhale of breath that I hadn't realized I had been holding, I leaned with both of my hands on the counter. Giving a look in the mirror, my hair was damp, curling into even tighter curls than when I had been in school. There were drip streaks down my navy sweater that were drying slowly, but still very visible. My pants felt even tighter, more skin-tight at the addition to the water they had soaked up, but drying also. My arms were shaking as I tried desperately to release the tension in my body, wanting so badly just to go home and forget this little scatter of homes in the woods, and whatever was withheld in them. How? My voice echoed quietly in the small room as a whisper left my lips. How had my life totally shifted? My own self having none to do with it. It was all because I finally knew something that I shouldn't. I jumped as a light knock sounded on the door. Dear, you all right in there? Mrs. Everdeen asked quietly, and I shook my head as I replied, Yes, I'm fine. I opened the door, trying to look back to normal as I gave her a small smile. The lights had dimmed in the hallways, making the transition between the dim bathroom and them easier. She stood there, a small pile of clothing folded neatly in her arms. She held them out to me. You must be absolutely freezing in those clothes. Here, change into these. You'll be much more comfortable. I don't think I started, almost stepping away so she couldn't hand me the clothing. Nonsense, dear. Take them. The boys have tons of shirts, and I can spare one out of my hundreds of pairs of pants. She smiled and handed over the clothes. Hurry and get changed. Dinner should be done soon. I nodded slowly, before shutting the door again. Shuffling the pants and shirt in my hands, I started to peel away the jeans that were caked to my skin. The pants she had were the sweatpants, with a string to tighten around my waist, but much more comfortable than the soaked jeans. The shirt was plain, but huge, and when I pulled it over my tank top that I wore underneath my sweater, it was baggy around me. Looking in the mirror once more, I shook my head. At least I was dry. Using a random hair tie that I kept wrapped around my wrist, I tied the back of shirt so it became more fitting and tucked the shirt into the waistband of the sweats. Deciding I looked the best possible in the state I was in, I padded out of the bathroom and over to the kitchen. Mrs. Everdeen was just removing the dish from the oven, the smell making my mouth water over the way the cheese and chicken mixed. "See, isn't that much better?" she said with a smile, and I gave out a small nod. "I'll have the dish on the table in a moment. Why don't you go and join the boys?" Hesitantly, I walked towards the direction she had indicated, the warm glow coming from the dining room. A quiet conversation was taking place between Tristan and a blonde man that I didn't recognize at first. The moment I stepped into the room, the conversation cut off, and both guys' attention snapped in my direction. The moment I met his eyes, I noticed the blonde man was the Alpha Rain that I had met yesterday. Nodding mutely, I kept my eyes downcast as I walked towards the empty seat, which was coincidentally between the two men. I could feel the heat of their glares, and I wanted to shrink down in the seat, but instead stayed firm, quietly waiting, patiently. Agonizing moments passed slowly, and I could hear the beat of my heart, as silent as it was, uncomfortable. I shifted nervously. "What?" I finally snapped, daring to meet Raina's eyes, and he looked shocked for a second, clearly not expecting me to speak. He cleared his throat, and Tristan scoffed quietly, looking out the window towards the outside and falling Sunday. "There hasn't been a human ever that has known our secret, Samantha," Rain said, probably more sharply than meant to. "There have been guesses, fairy tales, and myths about us, but no human has actually known. This is uneasy ground we are stepping on, by letting you live." I flinched at the words. "In normal life, why would there be question about letting me live? So we aren't totally sure you can be trusted. Perhaps we will never be totally on safe ground. I won't tell anyone. I swear to it," I said evenly, meeting him eye to eye. Even though I wasn't one of them, I could feel the power, the superiority he had, the power of being the alpha, behind his words. His eyes were cold as steel, as he analyzed my face, scrutinizing for the hint of a lie in my words. "That's all we ask for, but you still have to be watched," he said softly, suddenly seeming a tad more relaxed. A small smile splayed on his face with my statement. Tristan was the opposite, tensing up even more, and I could barely hear the growl that escaped his lips. Rain's gaze looked over at him, but he didn't say a word, only leaving his eyes locked on him. Mrs. Everdeen chose that moment to walk into the room with the food in her hands, a smile beaming on her face, oblivious of the atmosphere once again. "Food's ready, boys. And girl." I smiled back, glad I at least had Rain's small ease towards me. It made me feel a bit better being in this household. She set the pan in the middle of the table and began to dole out servings between all of us. I glanced over at Tristan, who was blushing faintly. "Mother, you don't need to give us our servings. Me and Rain are grown up to be able to do that," he said with a roll of his eyes. "Be quiet. Let me do something motherly. You two are all grown up, and I felt like I'm becoming unused. Also, you two will probably eat the whole pan before me or Samantha gets any," she said with a smirk. "Thank you," I said quietly when I was handed a heaping plate of the steaming dinner. Dinner was, I guess you could say, normal. Both Tristan and Rain had relaxed enough around their mother, and it sounded like a normal family discussion, friendly and at sometimes humorous. Finding out that the two men were brothers had been the shock for me. They looked nothing alike, but I kept quiet, huddled in my chair, and forcing myself not to scarf down the delicious supper like candy. Once the meal was over, I found myself laughing and smiling along with them. So was Tristan, and it was surreal to see him so relaxed and happy all of a sudden, his smiles and laughs like jolts of electricity coiling through me, but in a good way, if possible. It was contagious. We were collecting the dirty dishes, and I carried them to the sink, setting them down gently on the metal surface. Mechanically, I started searching for the soap, but Mrs. Everdeen's startled cry made me halt. "Oh, dear. No. You are a guest. Let me clean my own dishes. You should be getting home to your family anyway," she said, hurrying over to take the duty away from me. My smile faded off my face, at the thought of the dark home again. Yeah, I guess so, I replied hollowly, with an internal sigh. Thank you for dinner, Mrs. Everdeen. To my surprise, she enveloped me in her arms, pulling me down for a hug. My eyes were wide with shock, but I relaxed into her hold, hugging her back, willing for a moment that she was my mother and I had her back. You're more than welcome, dear. Come over any time. It would be nice to have another girl around the house, she said, pulling away. Too soon for me. I smiled. I might just take you up on that offer, I joked. But inside, I found myself wanting to come back. And soon, I walked myself to the door and started slipping on my shoes, my drying clothes folded in my arms. The jingle of keys stopped me in my tracks, and I glanced up from tying up my laces to see silver eyes boring down at me. You might need these, Tristan said, giving the keys another shake. He was standing close, and the same kind of heat that I had felt rolling off him all dinner started warming me up head to toe again. Straightening, I reached for the keys. Thanks, I mumbled, but he pulled them away. I can't let you drive home alone in the dark. My mother will have my head, he said, and opened the door, waving me through. Giving a small smile of thanks, I stepped through outside. It had stopped raining and the moon hung over us, its white surface inching closer to its full surface each night passing, illuminating the darkness that had such mystery in the nights, where it chose to wear its veil. I got in the car and buckled, sensing Tristan doing the same. The car started and we started driving back, away from the small confinement of the pack village. Your mother is a very nice woman. I tried making small talk, nervousness itching at me once again. Yeah, sometimes she trusts people too much, he said with a sigh. The words panged at me, as I understood the underlying meaning. He didn't trust me, at all. And I grew quite, the cut of that silencing my intentions of talking. The night roads passed us through the windows, a black canvas ready for painting in the daytime. A single tear slipped down my cheek, and I found myself disgusted at myself once again. Why in the world did I let myself get worked up over a stranger's trust towards me? I had only known him for a matter of days. We were just people who had been both placed in a situation. But somehow, every time I had seen him so far, I found myself intoxicated by the warmth he cast off, the jolt I got when our skin brushed on accident, and a source of emptiness when he was away. My emotions were taking the reins of me, and I couldn't allow that. You're home, he murmured, and I realized that we were sitting idle in my driveway, wiping my cheek quickly, hoping he didn't see the glimmer of wetness across my face in the darkness. I turned quickly to him. How are you going to get home? You aren't taking my car, I asked, and in response he tossed me the keys. I'm running, he sighed, and we both got out. The night air bit at me through the shirt I was wearing. He was already walking towards the edge of the woods, and I found myself uttering one final question. If you hate me so much, why let me live? Why not just kill me and get this problem over with? I asked. Slowly, he turned back towards me, his silver eyes reflecting the moonlight that was cast down onto us. The illumination outlined his every feature, his face flat and emotionless, his midnight black hair curled on his head, lightly draping almost over his eyes. I don't know. Then he was gone, and I was left standing there in the dark of the night, the keys hanging limply from my hand. I went into the house, which was dark and cold like I expected. My chest felt hollow as I made my way upstairs, as if a piece had been taken from me. His words an echo in my head. My hand hung limply on the desk in front of me, holding a pencil that was tapping nervously against it, that was even getting on my own nerves. The test that was sure to be handed out in the next few minutes was one that I'd forgotten, totally out of my mind. So now I sat here, a sitting duck, waiting for the unprepared for test to spear me and set my grades plummeting. Do you mind I'm trying not to freak out from this test? Rachel, the girl in the seat in front of me, said in a friendly way, before going up to the teacher to ask to go to the bathroom. I gave her a smile that she returned as she walked out of the door. Today's test. The teacher started standing up, and immediately I tuned out of the conversation. That had been happening a lot lately, my mind never staying in the same place for too long. What class was I even in? I scrambled for an answer at the momentary mind blank, before glancing at the board. The board mostly consisted of numbers and equations, and I quickly deduced I was in physics. Great. I'll hand the test out after I take roll, Mrs. Reed said, sitting back down in front of her laptop once more. The past 3 weeks of school had both crept and rushed towards now. My nervousness over nothing in particular was driving me crazy. I was always on edge, and was always looking for the same pair of eyes that was the source every class time. But he didn't walk into physics late like he usually did. Minutes ticked by and his tall frame didn't walk through the doorway. He wasn't here. Neither had he been here the past 2 hours. Not in woodshop, not in college writing. He was absent. For some reason that even set me more on edge, because he hadn't missed a day in the past month of school, always having to hover around me to make sure I wasn't going to spill their beans. Why was the absence of his annoying presence so terrible? "Rachel isn't here," the teacher commented, and I looked back up towards her. Her glasses were pushed slightly down the bridge of her nose, so she could just see over the frame. Her gaze was landing on Rachel's temporarily empty desk. "She's here. She just went to the bathroom," I commented, starting to tap lightly with my pencil again. "I don't see her," the teacher defended. "I just told you, you even let her go to the bathroom." I started, my eyebrows knitting in confusion. I felt a light tap on my shoulder. "She's just making a joke," Quinn whispered in my ear. I just noticed the slight smirk on Mrs. Reed's lips. My cheeks tinted rouge slightly, as I noticed my mistake. I knew that," I said, with a forced chuckle. Quinn just rolled her eyes and leaned back in her seat. "Sure you did." I sighed as the test landed in front of me, a white death letter that just needed my name on it. "Hey, Sam, wait up!" Someone called from behind me, and I whirled around to see Quinn maneuvering through the halls in an attempt to get at me. It was the end of school, and I was actually getting out the same time as them, having made a deal with Mrs. Reed to take the test's 6th hour. I stood idle by the doorway waiting calmly, my mind pausing to wonder why she was so hysterical about making me wait. She caught up to me with a smile. "Did you forget already?" My eyebrows scrunched together in confusion, trying to scrounge up some reasonable reason for forgetting whatever she was talking about. "Maybe," I said slowly, and got me a well-deserved eye roll. "You," she said, grabbing my hand fiercely, "are coming with me to help set up for the fall party tomorrow," she enunciated. It dawned on me that that's all she had been chattering nonstop about at lunch. Could it really already be tomorrow? I started as she pulled me out the doors into the reasonably warm sunlight. My eyes landed on my car in the distance, seeing me being pulled towards her red convertible. "No buts. You've promised to help, and you are. It's not like you have anything better to do," she pointed out, and even though I was a little peeved at the statement, it was all too true. "It's not that. I'll be there, just have to drop off my stuff at my house before I can come over. I know you well enough that you'll be wanting me to spend the night." Her head bobbed in agreement, and I grinned genuinely. "Fine, but hurry. We have a ton of baking to do, and so little time to do it," she chirped, my wrist being released from her death grip. "Deal," I said, hurriedly walking away towards my car, in an attempt that she wouldn't change her mind and just drag me back to her house. Surprised the grin still hadn't fallen from my face, and I found myself excited to spend some time with my longtime best friend. It would help me get my mind off of him. Reaching the car, I automatically reached for the keys in my pocket and found them empty. Panic flared through me as I dropped my backpack to the asphalt and frantically searched every space I could think possible. "Quinn," I almost yelled out, but her car was already out of the parking lot, its red surface not visible anymore. But my eyes caught on something shiny, and I looked over at the door. The keys were hanging in the lock, the little keychain swaying as the wind blew lightly. Straightening up slowly, I grabbed the keys, smoothly pulling them out of the door. They were indeed my set of keys. But how did they get here? I knew that I hadn't started to unlock the door and then forgot in a momentary brain lapse. Maybe I lost them earlier in the day and someone tried to break into my car. But how could have they picked my car out of hundreds sitting in the parking lot? Nothing really distinguished the set as belonging to this model of car. A shiver traveled down my spine as I unlocked the door and slid into the driver's seat. People were shuffling slowly out of the building just as I pulled out of the school parking lot, gunning the engine as I floored it down the road. The sun beat through the windshield and the air was unseasonally warm. Quinn always seemed to pick the perfect weekend for her fall party, and this year would be no different. But I couldn't stop the unsettling feeling of the hanging keys out of my mind as I stuck my hand out of the open window, resting it lightly on the roof as I drove one-handed. The breeze buffeted the noise inside the car, but I didn't mind as it blew my hair back. The sun filtered through the treetops as the silhouettes of leaves made patterns on the passing road. I was taken back to summer, when things were simpler and I had so much planned, but definitely not this. Pulling into the driveway, I blinked as a different car stood in the driveway. Its silver paint job was bright and shiny, the model looking on the newer range of things. Hesitantly, I stepped out of the car, making sure the keys were firmly placed in my pocket. It was quiet around my house, like normal, but there seemed something off. I walked up towards the vehicle, staring in the darkly tinted windows, seeing the shiny leather interior, but a certain familiar briefcase caught my attention. With a grin, I rushed to the door and flung it open, the sweet smell of dinner already being made drifting towards me. "Dad?" I called out, and I saw his head pop out from around the corner from the kitchen. His bronze yet graying hair was wind-blown as if he had stuck his head out of the window. His bright amber eyes, so similar to mine, were defined by laugh lines from many years of smiling, which is what he was doing now. "Sam, I was expecting you sooner. I thought you got out of school at 3?" he chirped. His warm, familiar voice had me running into his arms. Instantly, his strong arms wrapped around me, holding me close, and I inhaled his scent, a soft mixture of his favorite cologne and ink from pens. He was a lawyer of some sort, rarely home, but I cherished the times when he was, when everything would fall back into place, as if nothing had separated us. "Sorry, I had to stay for 6th hour, because of a test I missed in calculus," I murmured into his sweater. It was his favorite. He had gotten it for him for Father's Day a couple years back. He pulled back to look at me skeptically. "You've been missing school?" he questioned, an eyebrow raised peculiarly high. "No, sir, just forgot to study. Luckily, our teacher is nice enough to allow me some time to do so." I grinned sheepishly. He chuckled as he broke apart from me, indicating for me to take a seat at the kitchen table. Sliding into the seat with an easy smile, I tried peering over his shoulder to see what he could possibly be concocting for dinner tonight, but he must have purposely put himself between me and the food. He was always for surprises. "It's not like you to not study, Sammy," he said nonchalantly, adding in his nickname for me. "Is everything all right? I know I haven't been around much for the past couple weeks." My heart thudded in my chest as I realized that I couldn't tell him what was really going on in my life, like Id always had. This time it wasn't my secret to speak, and I wasn't about to expose my father to any of this mess, even if I could. Taking a long drink of iced tea that he set in front of me, trying to swallow away the words that I wanted to say. "Yeah, I'm fine. It's just been lonely around here," I said, not totally lying. It had gotten lonely without his cheerful presence. He gave me a sympathetic look as he sat down, setting 2 plates of lasagna in front of us. I grinned devishly at my favorite dish. "5 cheese?" I asked, digging in, and he finally grinned back. Nothing else. I sighed an internal sigh of relief that he had bought the fact that there was nothing more lying under the surface of my facade. We chatted idly, filling each other on the details of our life that we had lived without each other. Apparently he had a boatload of cases he was juggling, and everyone was insisting that they were innocent. I remembering asking so many times when I was young if the people really were innocent, and he would always shrug. "Everyone believes that they didn't do anything wrong. It's not my job to think one way or the other. It's just my job to try my best to keep them out of jail, no matter what I think or not." Personally, I didn't think it was fair that he was practically made to lie on trial, to keep people who were criminals deep down. But it was the job he loved doing, and it's what kept me in this house, and the possibility of college in my future. I told him all about the classes I was taking. My grades weren't surprising to him. I had always been one to keep on top of them, maintaining them at a steady A. My plate was licked clean, the remnants of red sauce gone as I scraped my fork against the plate in effort to pick up the microscopic cheese particles that tasted so good. He chuckled. "There's more in the fridge for you later." I started to say thank you, but caught on the word in the sentence. "Me? Aren't you staying for the night?" He usually came home and stayed the week before heading back up to the city a couple hours away from here. He shook his head sadly as he dumped our plates in the dishwasher. "No, I have another case in the morning. I was just free today, and thought it would be nice to see my baby girl." I couldn't stop my shoulders from slumping. "When's the next time you'll be home?" I asked. He would probably be staying in his apartment that he had bought a few years ago, because of the amount of time he had to spend there. He seemed to consider it as he shuffled some of the paperwork that he probably had been working on while I was at school. Probably not for another 2 weeks. I fought my jaw from dropping, by biting my lip. He noticed my sadness that I always had whenever he was gone for so long. You'd think it would fade away over time, but it only seemed to grow stronger as the distances between seeing him grew longer. As he pulled me in for another hug, I stifled a small sob. It was the price I had to pay to live this way, and keep going to school around here. If it weren't for my friends living here, I would move up to the larger school districts in the city in a heartbeat. But he insisted that I stayed with my friends. It would do no good to have me uprooted all the time also. I said goodbye, and he drove off, his silver car fading as it went down the winding street. With a sigh, I glanced at the clock. realizing it had been 3 hours since I had gotten home. Quinn would start to get concerned, either that or think I flaked out on her. Quickly I moved through the house, leaving a tornado of tidiness in my wake, collecting some things that I needed to take over to her house, like the dress I planned on wearing tomorrow for the party. I almost grimaced all over again at the ridiculous price tag, but quietly tucked it away before I would be tempted to take it back. Snatching up the envelope of money my dad would leave on the counter, I placed it in the jar that I used for grocery money and money to pay the bills. I slipped on my coat and walked out the door, my bag with my dress and shoes in it slung over my shoulder, and locked the door behind me. The moment I started the car, my phone started blaring with my annoying ringtone. Groaning at the number, I debated whether to answer or not, in fear of being chewed out. "Hello, Quinn?" I asked blandly, backing up out of the driveway. "Where are you?" she screeched in my ear, causing me to pull the cell phone away from me. "Sorry." My dad surprised me by stopping by and we ate dinner. "I almost forgot about tonight. I'm on my way right now," I explained. "Oh," she said softly. "You don't have to come over." "If your dad's home," she said, sounding slightly disappointed. "No." He left, not coming back for another 2 weeks. She didn't answer at first, knowing me well enough to know that it hurt every time I had to watch him leave me behind. "Well, hurry, I guess. We have to start with those cookies." I rolled my eyes at her persistence. "Yeah. It'll be there soon enough." I snapped my phone shut, as darkness was falling over the cars. The air didn't chill, and my window was still left open, the breeze not as comforting as before, but still cool to the touch. Pulling into Quinn's parents' driveway was like pulling into my own. It was my second home, if not my first. I even had my own room at their house. Since they had so many extras, they just converted one of the guest rooms for me. The closet was filled with some of my clothes, and I had a whole set of toiletries in the bathroom connected to the room. The lights were on in the doorway, and I could see Quinn's peering reflection in the window. I could picture her face pressed up against the glass like the first time I'd ever come to sleep over. Laughing, I parked my car and skipped up the sidewalk. Mostly for her enjoyment, I could hear her laughs through the wall as I opened the door. "What are you? In the Wizard of Oz?" she laughed. Because, I sang, throwing my hands up in the air. "Because of the wonderful things he does." We chorused together before wrapping each other in an intense bear hug. I was swept into the kitchen where everything was laid out for cookies and other types of sweets in the works. A kitchen apron was already laid out for me on the counter, and I tied the strings of it behind my back, liking the fact how we both looked like women in the 50s cooking in their kitchens. But the kitchen was far from the type you'd find in the 50s, very similar to Mrs. Everdeen's, except even on a bigger scale. The whole house was huge, Quinn's parents being both up to their eyeballs in inheritance, plus her father being the CEO of a major company nearby. I pulled myself so I was sitting on the marble countertop, my feet swinging against the wooden cupboards below me. Quinn started pulling out the more perishable ingredients from the seemingly endless fridge. "We have so much cooking to do," she tisked. "We've done it before," I said with a shrug. "Yeah, but then we had Rebecca and Kyle to help us," she pointed out, shutting the fridge door with her foot. I hopped down, realizing that they weren't here. The two lovebirds were probably out on a date, again. "Well, then we better get started them," I grinned, eating a piece of the pre-made sugar dough. She swatted my hand away playfully. "Yes, we must. I'm not going to wear it. It practically fits you. There is no way." "I'm trying to squeeze into that thing," I said, tossing the dress back at Quinn, who was pouting an effort to get me to wear it. "But you bought it," she started, and I flung my hands in the air in aggravation. "No. You bought it. After stealing my credit card to buy it." She held it up in the air so the bottom half fell down to knee height. "But you would look so pretty in it." She pouted again. "Quinn," I enunciated. "That dress is small enough to fit you, and you are so much skinnier than me. There is no way in heaven or hell that that thing will ever be able to fit on my figure." She rolled her eyes and hopped off the bed, the sound of her hitting the floor muted by the plush carpet. Quickly padding over to me, she pushed the dress into my arms, careful not to bunch the hem. It wasn't one of the dresses that you saw at dances, but it was more dress than I wore, ever. "Put it on," she growled and pushed me into the bathroom to try it on. I barely had time to whirl around to protest when the bathroom door slammed in my face. "Quinn," I whined, "please don't make me do this." "You're putting it on Samantha Ann Williams," she quipped, and I could hear her distinctively flop back down on the bed. With a groan, I stared in the mirror, holding the dress up in front of me. It wasn't a bad-looking dress, not in the least. I mean, Quinn picked it out, so it had to be good, somehow. It was orange, but a soft kind, not an out-there-look-at-me orange that screamed pumpkin. It looked like a sundress, like what one would wear during the hot summer months, flowing lightly down to about my knees, the hem a light pattern of flowers. Snorting at how girly it looked, I laid it down gently so I could strip of my clothes that I had on. I wasn't usually one to look like a girl. Despite being one so evidently, I had always loved to do boy-like things. And dressing like one was so much easier. Unzipping the back of the dress, I stepped into it, waiting as I pulled it up for the moment where it would catch on my hips and threaten to tear. But to my surprise, it felt snug around them, but then tugged loose, coming higher, to the point where I could place the straps over my shoulders. I opened my eyes, not realizing they had been closed, and peered into the mirror. I frowned when I realized that the heat coming from the heater had fogged up the window. "Are you done?" Quinn sang from the bedroom, and I rolled my eyes again, before hesitantly taking a step outside into the room. Her eyes widened to the size of saucers, and an ear-splitting squeal left her lips. I grimaced as she ran towards me, jumping up and down with the energy of a toddler. "Sam, you look so pretty," she said, in a high-pitched voice. "Can I get out of this now?" I asked, bored, desperate to get out of this thing. The feeling of a breeze traveling up my thighs was foreign, and I didn't enjoy the feeling. She just grinned like a maniac. "Nope," she said, shaking her head frantically. "Why not?" I hated sounding like a little child, but I had to admit that was the only way to explain my tone of voice. She scoffed at me, picking up the skirt lightly to accent her sentence. "Because this looks amazing on you. I'm not going to have you deny yourself one day of looking like the princess that you appear to be under all that sweatshirts and jeans." I scowled, but knew that there was no seeing reason with her. Glancing in the floor-length mirror, I saw that the dress did have a nice touch to it. The hem ended at a decent height, so I didn't feel as if I was dressing like a slut, and the straps were at least 3 fingers width. Heaving a sigh, my shoulders slumped. "Fine." She jumped up and down again, this time making her way around in a small circle. "Yes, now we get to do your makeup and hair." "No," I said firmly. "My hair is fine as it is." I fingered through my hair, its straight strands only reaching to my chin, framing my face. Its sun-stained highlights were the only thing I was proud about it. "If you are going to let me dress you, you might as well let me go all the way," she complained and tugged me over to the vanity, plopping me down in the small bench. The sound of the curling iron being turned on was like a warning sign to get out, but her hand was placed firmly on my shoulder. Let me have my fun. Somehow, Quinn and her parents always picked the perfect weekend to have the party. It was warm, the sun beating down gently on the backyard area like summer. The backyard mostly consisted of a large running area, which had been decorated with various tents and bales of hay, some even set up in a formation for a soccer game. The pool had been opened for its final visitation of the year, the large patio surrounding it, accompanied by coolers and tables of food that had been prepared by us. Since their house was one of the bigger ones, they got their own private property, with a ridiculously long driveway, and it was surrounded by woods, banking the road all the way to the main road. "Oh, come on, stop fussing, you look fine," Quinn said to me, as I furiously tried to tame the wild mess that had become of my hair. It had been curled and sprayed, so it was now a permed bunch resting on my neck. Apparently it had passed the Quinn test, so it must have looked all right, but I still couldn't help but feeling weirded out by the back of my neck being bare. "We still have another half hour," she murmured, as the dishes were set out on the patio, careful in our shoes not to fall face first into the pool, which would surely put all her work on our appearances to failure. It's not like we were worried that nobody would come. Quinn had been hosting this for years. Only up to last year her older brother Sean would join her, but he graduated high school last year and was stuck at college for the time being of the party this year. This was the biggest party of the year, except for prom, of course, but that was always overrated. Basically, everyone showed up for their pictures to be taken, and then they would disappear off to the after-parties, leaving only the people who had no idea to dance by themselves. "Hey, Q&S," someone called from the front door, and we both walked swiftly back inside to see Rebecca and Kyle come in hand. A pang hit my stomach faintly at seeing their hands clasped in each other's, and I glanced over to Kyle, who was completely in tune to Rebecca. Guess I wasn't totally over our breakup. "Hey, R and K," I replied, easily masking what I felt in front of them with a laid-back smile. Kyle looked towards me, his eyes passing over me quickly. "Where's Sam?" he asked, looking back at Quinn. Come on, Key. I don't look that much different, I scoffed, giving a slight flip of my newly curled hair. His eyes widened. I swear. Wow. Sam. That was all he could say, his eyes lingering on me, and I couldn't help but smile a little. Rebecca didn't notice it much, though. You look so pretty, Sam. I don't think I've ever seen you in a dress, she teased. Yeah, I did. Underneath my confirmation robe, I rolled my eyes, but the smile wouldn't fade from my lips. It was like a dam broke and people flooded around the estate. Cars were parking all over the place. And pretty soon, in the span of a half hour, the place was full of people. Quinn and I were together, practically connected at the hip, socializing with various parties. I felt like such a rich hostess. Another one of the perks of having her for a friend. She lived the high end of life. A game of soccer had formed and I was in a daze, gazing at all the young guys running around in the field kicking the checkered black and white ball. When a glass of punch was pushed into my hand, I looked up startled to see Quinn, her other hand wrapped around some guy that I didn't recognize waist. Thanks. I sipped the drink cautiously, glad to realize it hadn't been spiked. Yet. Oh, sorry, this is Todd. Todd. Sam. Sam, Todd. She introduced us. And I stuck out my hand to have it be held in a firm handshake. His smile was beaming, and I glanced over at Quinn at his side, who was looking at me, the question of approval in her eyes. I could see the way he held her, not possessively, and he looked nice enough, so I gave a small nod. She grinned from ear to ear. Sam has been my best friend for years. He chuckled. So, you're the famous Samantha Williams. You look way too gorgeous to be the person Quinn explains all the time. That earned him a swift jab in the stomach by Quinn, who quickly smiled at me apologetically. I just grinned. Let's go, Todd, she said with a groan and sent me a flashed smile, mouthing, sorry. I just chuckled and looked back at the game, which had paused for break now. My eyes drew to a man standing idle on the other side of the soccer field, his eyes gazing at me with intensity. I stood frozen, looking at his bronze hair that glinted in the sunlight. He was standing half under the shadows of the trees, creating a line across his frame. He stood tall, in a simple black button-up and dark-stained blue jeans. But even though he stood so far away from me, I could see his eyes glint dangerously, a smirk on his face. A breeze shifted in the air and blew his hair back, along with the rustle of the trees. His hand lifted slightly off his side in a gesture. He waved once at me, a promise that there would be more, and a farewell in that simple twitch of his hand. I lifted my own hand, fluttering at my side, to respond, but in the time it took to blink, he was gone. Suddenly, I realized that the time I had been staring at the strange person, the music seemed to have died down in my ears, and the people around me had faded. Now it all came back to me in a rush, leaving me having to take in a gasp of breath. I stumbled back slightly, as if I was falling back into reality. A warm hand caught my elbow, and I felt as if I had been burned. I looked up to meet familiar eyes. What are you doing here, Tristan? I gasped. It's a party, right? He shrugged, releasing my skin like it was a viper. My cheeks flushed in embarrassment as I realized. Yeah, it was a party. Of course he could come. You weren't invited, I protested, but the words faded in my mouth. I knew that no one needed invitations. It was a given. I needed to watch you around all these potential people you could spill our secret onto, he whispered. And I rolled my eyes. How many times do I need to tell you that I'm going to keep quiet? Just leave me alone, I said roughly, starting to walk away. How dare he come here and ruin my Saturday afternoon? Now I would keep having to look his way, to want to get closer so I could feel that warmth that radiated off his skin, wish to run my hands through the silky black hair on top of his head. I gritted my teeth together in frustration. I came up behind Kyle, who was absent of Rebecca for the first time this evening. I poked his shoulder, and he turned around towards me, a wide grin plastered on his face. Hey, Sam, he said. Hey, I replied weakly. He tensed up immediately, picking up on my mood. He always had a knack for doing that. I regretted instantly for coming over here. What's wrong? He asked quietly. Running a hand through my hair, I sighed. Nothing, I replied, real soft, my eyes closing for a moment as I willed the newfound headache to go away. He scoffed in irritation. Now I know you better than that. Something is eating you. What is it? I looked into his blue eyes that looked so sincere I wanted to cry, as soft blonde threads of hair covered them partly in a light veil. He had been there with me through so much, even helping me through our breakup, which I had instated since I didn't want to ruin our friendship with the way things were heading with our relationship. His hand was lightly drawing a circle comfortingly on my arm, just like old times, knowing it calms me down. Finally giving in, I opened my mouth to utter the truth when Rebecca strutted up, holding 2 glasses of a drink that I didn't remember bringing out. "Here you go, babe," she said, sweetly handing him the plastic cup. His hand hesitated on my arm for a moment, before reaching out to take the cup from her. I lost my chance, backing away quietly as she wrapped her arms around his waist. He looked over at me, his eyes pleading for me to stick around for a moment to tell him, but I waved him off with a smile, covering my hurt again. Walking back, I went to the pool, which was mostly empty on the deep end. Most of the people were playing water volleyball in the shallow water, the cheers and caws carrying over to me slightly muted. I sat down at the edge, kicking off my sandals and dipping my feet into the semi-cool water. I looked down at the shimmering surface of the bottom, the way the water distorted, the way the tiles lined up. Kicking my feet caused a ripple effect to affect the vision. Slowly, a figure reflected off the smoothing surface of the water, his features coming into focus. I blinked, hoping he'd go away, but he stayed there, looking solemn down at the water in front of my head. Instead of speaking, he sat down next to me, slowly rolling up the hem of his jeans and taking of his shoes and socks. His feet entered the water near mine, smoothly sliding into the water with much more grace than mine had. "I'm sorry," Tristan murmured, and I looked up, startled. He wasn't looking at me, but at the volleyball game carrying on, my eyes fixed curiously on the back of his shaggy black head as he refused to look me in the eye. "About what?" I probed quietly, splashing my feet again softly, my foot going slightly too far on purpose so I could feel our feet brush up against each other, the cold water chilling his warm skin slightly. "About treating you the way I am. It's not right, but I can't help but think of how much of a lower species you are in comparison," he said, still not looking at me. My nose wrinkled at the thought that this very human-looking man beside me was more than just human, that his multiple personalities also involved multiple bodies. "It's going to be quite a while before I can see anything but the pure human ignorance in you, so I guess I'm also sorry that I don't trust you." I nodded, not daring to say a word and ruin this apology, the only one that I ever might hear this ignorant jerk utter. But at the moment, ignorant jerk aside, he was acting almost normal. On the border of sweet, actually. There was no way I'd allow my big mouth to ruin that. "But I will still be following you around, because my stubbornness is permanent." He grinned wickedly, and I shook my head with an eye roll. His face grew softer, though, and he rested his hand on mine. The warmth was enough to make me faint, the soft, almost caressing touch that was slowly making addicted. My thumb hooked around his without my knowledge, wanted to hold more of his hand in mine, to feel his whole hand around mine in a cocoon of warmth. He smiled lightly and squeezed my hand lightly, before pushing me into the pool. I screamed, the cold water a shock as I was submerged in it almost instantly. My hands flailed and caught on the nearest thing, which happened to me Tristan's leg. I tugged him in with me, hearing him yell in surprise. We both crashed underneath the water, the chlorine biting into my eyes that were caught open. I looked around and saw Tristan slightly below me, his body weight taking him down farther. He looked up at me, his eyes squinting in irritation, and I mirrored the look. I swam to the surface and broke, gasping for breath, having been taken without it suddenly. People had heard the outburst and swarmed around the pool. Quinn was the first to reach a hand out for me, and she helped me back out of the water, despite me being soaked. I pulled myself the rest of the way out of the pool, seeing in the corner of my eye Tristan swim to the opposite side of the pool and easily lift himself out. His jeans were soaked and his t-shirt was tightened with the water, accenting his perfectly sculpted chest. With a groan, I stood up, and a towel was almost immediately wrapped around my shoulders. My dress hung limply on me, where it once was fitting, and my bouncy curls had turned into a deflated, soggy mess. Wiping the stray strands of hair out of my face, I turned to go inside, Quinn close at my side. "I hate that boy," I grumbled, rushing to her room. She helped me search for something to wear, but of course, since she was looking, found a seemingly similar dress, this time a black. With a defined sigh, she allowed me to tie my mess of a pile of hair into a ponytail and helped me dry off. "We were in there," she insisted on retouching my makeup, me sitting upon the vanity once more. I would have cried if she hadn't already scolded me many times about smearing my mascara even more. "So," she inquired, "what have you been doing with a Mr. Tristan Everdeen lately, Sam?" she asked innocently. My eyebrows scrunched together. "Nothing. We haven't been doing anything," I responded a little too quickly, apparently, because her eyebrows rose impeccably high on her forehead. Sure, what really are you doing? I scrambled for a good excuse in the book in my mind. His parents are friends of my dad. His parents have told him to keep a watch on me while he's gone, I uttered out suddenly. She seemed to ponder the excuse for a moment. Well, I would just about die to have that hot of a babysitter to keep me company. She waggled her eyebrows and I rolled my eyes again. I think he likes you, though. Yeah, right, I scoffed. Sorry, but that's not happening. He's a jerk. Did you not see him push me into the pool? But that was cute, she smiled. Cute? You're the one having to redo all my clothing again. Yeah, I guess, but it's fun getting to play Barbie with a life-size person. You can't very well decorate a Barbie's hair like yours. Whatever. We were back downstairs and outside by the time some of the football players were starting the bonfire. People were now slathering on bug spray to keep the pesky mosquitoes at bay, which were hovering in swarms over the group. I grabbed another drink from the coolers, which had to be refilled multiple times by the guests' thirst. Snagging myself a Coke, I settled against one of the long logs used for sitting. Nearby, Kyle was sitting. Rebecca cuddled in his arms. Are you going to be all right? Quinn whispered near me, her eyes darting back at Todd, who was waiting patiently for her to return. But here she was, being the overly friendly friend and sacrificing her possible relationship. I grinned. It'll be fine. Now go enjoy your boyfriend. She gave me a parting smile and went to snuggle up next to him. Someone had taken up the liberty to bring a guitar, and some were roasting marshmallows brought on request. Roasting in the flame that was slowly building up in front of our eyes. Darkness was settling around us, making the forests in the distance fade into black. The sounds of the night calling out to us. The moon hung half full in the sky, on its way back up to its full potential, but the next week it would be a silver disk in the sky. Hoots of owls and scurrying of critters could be heard over the crowd's hushed tones. Slowly the music began, a soft, tempoed rhythm, followed by a sweet voice that made the night more peaceful. I couldn't place who was singing or playing in the darkness, but they sounded beautiful together. I dozed against the log, my empty Coke had fallen from my grasp. But there was one thing that kept me in a trance, kept me awake. In the flickering of the flame of fire, I could make out Tristan's form, opposite of me across the fire pit, leaning against another log, in a similar position as me. I couldn't help but dream that his silver eyes were trained on me as the music carried away into the night. "Williams! Will Ames! Samantha!" someone yelled, and I shot up in my desk. I swear that there might have been a piece of paper stuck to my forehead. I blinked my eyes dazedly, looking around at the blurry field of vision. But as they focused, I looked up at a concerned Mr. Dubose. Nope, wrong class. I didn't have paper stuck to my face. It was most likely wood dust. Sorry, I mumbled, rubbing my eyes with my hands. I had fallen asleep on the warm square table in the middle of woodshop. Monday was not a good day for me, especially the weekend after the party that could have practically lasted all on into Sunday. By the way, Quinn kept dragging me from store to store at the mall, demanding that I get dresses. "Are you all right?" he asked, trying not to sound super concerned. But he was one of the teachers that had found out that I didn't have my father around, and my mother, well, she was gone. Dusting the sawdust off my jeans, looking around at all the nonchalant eyes that located in on me for falling asleep. I caught Tristan not giving me a glance, headphones plugged into his ears as he drilled away into a piece of wood, a devilish smirk on his face. "Yeah, I'm fine. I'll just be getting back to my project," I said, getting up and picking up the blueprints for my entertainment centerpiece. Mr. Dubose gave me a wary look, before doing a good thing on his part, and shrugging his shoulders and moving on to his nonchalant way of lounging around the room, casually glancing at people's projects. So far mine would be one of the bigger ones. Being a senior, and having a bit of experience in here, I had a year of this class under my belt. I had taken to it pretty quickly, loving the feel of the machine under my hands, even if my vision was hampered by the annoying goggles. But most of the freshmen and sophomores were still trying to decide the differences between two types of wood. I guess I shouldn't be rolling my eyes at them like I was, considering I had done the exact same thing last year. Snagging my coffee cup from the table before heading over to the goggle station, I took a swig. I didn't spat out the almost sickly sweet liquid, even if it tasted as if it had lived in a freezer for a week. The tang still helped my vision focus a bit more, the caffeine having an almost instant affect on my sleep-deprived body. It was weird how sometimes you just depended on something so much, just to stay alive. Well, that would be a little too melodramatic, but whatever. I strapped on the goggles. They had a knack for making anyone who wore them look like a geek. But as I glanced back at Tristan, It had become a second nature just to glance at him every 5 minutes, despite if I wanted to or not, and I wasn't surprised to see him pulling off the look flawlessly. Gritting my teeth together, I took another drink of coffee, set it down, and started the noisy sawing machine. Sawdust was flying, as I carefully cut away on the lines that I had measured over and over again, to have it meet the specifications that I had designed on my blueprint. The middle of October, and we were already on our projects. The design process had gone relatively smooth this year. The entertainment center would be a dark-stained television stand and would support all the systems that went along with it. My mind wandered and placed extra shelving, the depths of my imagination picturing picture frames poised in the nooks, each holding a picture of my family in the future. Kids would be running around the television set, splaying into fits of giggles. I hadn't known what had come over me. The thought of motherhood was something I never had considered. I planned on going to college for graphic arts and design, which I was a class that I was taking second hour. Kids and marriage just seemed like too far into the future to delve into. Shaking my head as my hand slipped on the wood, luckily not damaging the line enough that a sander couldn't easily fix. I glanced between the clock and Tristan's back, his arms moving slightly as he guided the piece of wood through the sander. This was going to be a very long hour. The bell rang just as I was done clearing the sawdust off of my wood. With a groan, I scurried over to my table, hurrying to stash my project. The room quickly cleared out, almost all of the guys in a hurry to get to lunch. My woods locker was ajar slightly, so I easily whipped it open and placed my scattered starter pieces into the tight space along with my neatly folded blueprint. I would definitely need to borrow Mr. Dubos's back room for the final stages of this project, doubting the huge living room piece would fit in the largest locker this school has ever built. The room was eerily empty by the time I had gathered my belongings. Even Mr. Dubos had disappeared off for the promise of pasta day at the lunchroom. Giving a slight smile, I stepped out into the busy hallways, making sure to snap the lights off and shut the door before heading to my locker. The school was 2 floors, the second floor just a couple of long hallways, split by a balcony that looked down upon the first floor. It reminded me of a mall, the way the glass would show all the possession people were carrying beneath waist height, and how the doors looked like store entrances from the first floor. Having gotten my locker moved because of the faulty lock system, I was now placed in front of the front entrance. It was loudest there. The double stairwell lead both upstairs and downstairs, providing endless traffic. For a small town like this, the population in this school was amazing, all the other smaller towns compiling together into this school system. I struggled, trying to find my locker again in this mess of people. The number on the silver plaque on the top of it was fading, the indentations staring to mold back into the original surface. With a twist of the lock and a yank of the opening mechanism, the door swung open. This was a definite better locker than the last one, not even making me have to punch in the code half the time. But no one else knew that, so I wouldn't have to worry about people trying to steal my stuff. A couple pictures of me and Quinn were connected to the metal door via magnet, our smiling faces and tanned skin showing a show of last summer. Above that was a solitary picture of me and my mother when I was 5, her smiling face always looking down at me with warmth in her eyes. Not daring to look at that one too long, I quickly shoved my books in the bottom space of the locker. They crunched loudly on the scattered papers that had been lost in the rummage at the bottom, probably old tests and forgotten finished homework assignments. I felt something on my shoulder, as if someone lightly tapped me with their hand. Whipping around, I glimpsed a flash of white as a piece of paper fell off my shoulder, floating to the floor. It fell at my feet. A neatly scrawled print clearly and boldly stated my name. Looking around, I found the bottom section of the hallway mostly empty, everyone on the top side for the lunchroom. Glancing up at the endless river of the people, I knew I would never be able to find the owner of the note. Picking it up, I regarded it curiously. The script was not the handwriting of anyone I knew. I even knew Tristan's well, him writing papers next to me for the past month and a half in English. The bell trilled, signaling the start of classes and a lunch, so I quickly stuffed it into my pocket, reserved for later. I reached down for my physics book. The homework should have been neatly pressed between the pages of Chapter 12. With a groan, I realized I left it laying on my desk, probably scattered with the rest of the last-minute homework I raced to finish last night. A glance at my watch proved that I would have enough time to rush home during lunch to grab the much-needed homework and be back before I would be late to class. I snatched my keys off the top shelf and slammed the door shut, just casually walking out the front door. There were no security cameras in the front entrance. The school wasn't really worried about vandalism, the student body was relatively well behaved, but I couldn't help as if I was committing a crime, walking out in the middle of the day, earlier than even when I usually left. It's just a drive home. I assured myself under my breath, walking across the parking lot towards the little black car that was waiting in the now cooling air. Now, the weather in the region would be predictably cold, as the weather quickly plunged into winter months before its time, a cycle that seemed to repeat itself every year. Quinn always picked the perfect weekend to send her parents away on vacation and have that party. Taking a gulp of cold air, in nervousness at the filled but yet empty parking lot, I pulled open the door to my car. Time was ticking away fast, so I quickly turned the key. The usual flare of life, even an acknowledgement of it being turned on, was absent as the car stayed silent. Blinking in confusion, I tried turning it on again, this time only getting the sound of the key clicking echoing in my ears. "Great!" I yelled, banging my hand against the steering wheel, getting a yip of the horn blaring out into the silent schoolyard. My car had finally died, passed on to the world of heaven, or wherever dead cars went. My first thought was of my grade in chemistry, biting my lip in effort to help with the decision of whether or not I really needed that grade. A reminder of that last test grade told me that I did really need that assignment turned in on time. Swearing loudly, I scrambled out of the car, slamming the useless door against the frame. I whipped my cell phone out, sure that I needed a tow truck to tow this away, and at least to the house so I could try and fix the parts that were a trouble. I was met with a blank black screen, as I then realized what the buzzing of it in my pocket over the past hour meant that it had died. This day was just getting better and better. I had 20 minutes, and a long walk to my house and back, so I got started walking away from the school just like the first day of school after summer vacation. This time, I sure hoped that I wouldn't run into any fighting werewolves and ruin my life all over again. My feet trudged against the sidewalk, trying to walk with purpose, but inside I knew it was useless. I would never make it back to class without being 10 minutes late and starving from the loss of lunch. Pretty soon, sounds of giggles and sepals of laughter caught my attention, and I realized I had already made it to the clearing of a park. Kids were running around wildly. The vast lands of the park live in this deserted section of town. Everyone else was inside working or learning at school. The whole setting looked tempting. The time on my clock had been a fast-ticking time bomb threatening to mark me late. But what if I didn't come back for the day? Would they just assume I was sick and went home? The creak of swings in the distance resolved the matter, and I stepped into the soft grass, walking into off the sidewalk and away from the road home. Mothers were scattered on benches that helped overlook the playsets, sandboxes, and swing sets that infested the place. All of it was spread out among a vast area, filled with tall trees that provided shade for a whole family to picnic under. To my utter disappointment, all the swings were taken by either kids who were old enough to be in school at the moment and little toddlers, their parents closely behind them pushing them up to a safe height. But I looked back towards the playsets, the newer, brighter one teeming with squirming kids, all trying to reach the top, with the promise of being able to go down the swirled blue slide. But the one behind it, the one that was more hidden from the view of parents, was abandoned, its rusted surface not nearly as appealing as the newer one. I smiled easily and walked down the hill towards it. Memories were practically oozing off of its presence. My parents, when I was younger, always took me down here, even on school days, making sure I had enough family time to spare. Mental pictures of extravagant picnics and playing hide-and-go-seek in the trees and playgrounds flashed constantly across my vision. The smell was exactly as I remembered it, the sweet crunch of already fallen leaves under my feet that made it almost impossible to sneak behind a person, the gentle breeze that always traveled through trees before reaching us, making it take on an oaky scent. A couple moms looked at me strangely. Their conversation halted as I walked through the gravel of the new playground. I shrugged, let them think I was a nanny babysitting a kid, so they would leave me to my hauntingly sweet memories. It seemed to quiet down the closer I got to the rusted-out playground. Its yellow tube faded to almost white, and the blue slide peeling from all the days in the sun and weathering. But despite the rough surface, placing my hands on the ladder to the bridge that dangled above me took me back to when it was new and my parents were there to catch me if I dare fell. I climbed up the ladder absent-mindedly and balanced my way across the now shaky bridge to the yellow tube. It was big enough to still fit me. As much as I had grown, I crawled in it and nestled myself into a loose ball in its center. The experience took me back exactly to a memory. I was running from my parents, counting behind the giant oak tree, thinking I would be smart enough to outrun them by going up into the slide instead of behind a tree. The bars of the ladder were smooth and crisp, and I giggled softly as I pulled myself all the way up to the top. For a 5-year-old, it looked extremely tall, the grass and gravel a mile away, and the wind strong enough to blow me off. I would drop onto all fours and make my way to the yellow tube, which was bright as the light shone against its reflective surface. Crawling in the giant tunnel, I sat cross-legged in the middle, the look of the branches at eye level enough to make my own eyes grow to the size of saucers. In the distance, there was a call of, "Here I come," and I would squeal, shutting my eyes tight. Holding my breath, I would hear them come closer and closer, calling out in friendly monster voices, "Where is she? Where is my Sammy?" Crossing my fingers that they wouldn't be able to find me and I'd win for once. But then the voices would cut off, and I would open my eyes, only to a second later have each parent appear on either side of the tunnel, screaming, "Found you!" I would fall into a fit of giggles as they would crawl in halfway, each of them kissing my cheek at the same time. Opening my eyes now, I would give anything to have them find me now. Find me with tears streaming down my face and tell me everything is all right, and Mom would be back from her vacation in heaven, and Dad wouldn't have to work as hard. Have them tell me again both how much I meant to them and how much they loved me. I would give anything. It had been forever and a day since I'd last cried over my mother's death, which had been edging on 5 years now. Her passing had not been sudden, and I couldn't count how many times I had regretted pushing her away from me in those last months that she had. Cancer was a curse, and I had watched it take my mother's life slowly away from me. Instead of growing up and dealing with watching the life in my mother's eyes slowly fade away, I had not talked to her, visited her in the hospital, hoping that having not to see it would make it all go away. It didn't. It only made that small amount of time that we would have had left together go by even faster. Now tears were streaming down my cheeks as I sat in the yellow tube in the rusted-out playset. The same one that had held so many fond memories of my family was now holding all the bad, all the regrets, and all the tears. I laid down in the tube and cried, not even daring to look at the clock. I wasn't going back to school now. It was pointless. I wouldn't be able to even get back on time, rather get myself composed once again. Eventually, tears melded into a tiredness that seeped through my whole body, so tired that my thoughts blended with my imagination. I could almost hear my mother telling me she loved me in my ear, her melodic voice like honey to my ears. "Tell me again that you love me, Mom," I whispered as I fell into a deep sleep. "Tell me just one more time." There was rustling, and I found myself waking up for the second time today by something other than my own accord. My eyes opened lazily, only for enough time to confirm that I was still inside the yellow tunnel, and then drifted shut again. I wasn't ready to wake up yet. There was more rustling, and I stirred, pulling the hood of my sweatshirt closer around my head in an attempt to keep warmth in my cocoon. "Go away," I mumbled into the soft material that encased my face. The familiar sound of shoes lightly clanging on the metal bars leading to the entrance of the tunnel closest of my face grew closer. Through my closed eyelids, a soft glare of light, cutting through the darkness of the night which had fallen upon me without notice. Something touched my shoulder, giving me a shake lightly. "Sam," someone whispered. I was too drowsy to make out the exact tone, but they sounded slightly worried. I groaned and stirred again, but didn't open my mouth. A sigh of relief brought a rush of warm air across my face. Whoever's breath smelled sweet like peppermint. "Yeah, call off the rest of the search party." I found her. Their low voice sounded in a whisper, relief of practically seeping from their voice. The click of a button snapped back into place, and the person settled themselves next to me in the tunnel. "You scared me." The whisper was followed by a nervous chuckle. My mind wanted to open my eyes in curiosity of who it was, but my body wouldn't allow it. Sleep was too important, even if I knew I'd never be able to sleep with the strange presence beside me. "We need to get you out of here," he finally muttered. I had decided the voice was too low to ever be a woman's, and it rang with recognition that I couldn't place. Gently hands coaxed me out of the rounded-off tunnel, and the cold night air bit into my skin. "It's fine," he shushed me as I started shivering, protesting. Instead of being led to the ground, I was gently lowered into his arms. The warmth and woody smell was intoxicating in my state of consciousness. I curled up against his chest, the strong arms of his holding me tightly there. I relaxed into whoever's hold. The feeling of total safety was appealing, something I hadn't felt in quite a while. Biting my lip, so the thought of the last time I had been picked up like this, from my father, wouldn't make me cry, because was probably the last. Even though he tried his best to take care of me, sometimes people needed the constant comfort of a normal family, both parents full-time. He kept on murmuring soft coos in my ear, and I found myself lulled back into a sleep, safely tucked in his arms. Somewhere in my subconscious, it identified the voice, and I'm sure I would have jerked away at the thought, but I couldn't help myself as I whispered, "Tristan." I couldn't have been asleep all that long, because I knew instantly that it was still dark outside when I opened my eyes. My attention was crisp this time, as if I had been shot up with adrenaline. Who knew sleeping could be so energizing? The smell was familiar, yet unfamiliar for the situation I was in. My head resting on a pillow, and I was covered in a layer of black satin sheets. The room was dark, but not so much as I couldn't see the outline of everything in the room from the reflection of the moon in the window. Everything was illuminated a calm, pale white. This wasn't my room. Sitting up hesitantly, I looked around further, seeing the large room in full. It was simple. The decor, a basic black palette, only a few pieces of scattered furniture neatly placed around the room, in a tedious manner. Wherever I was, it was most definitely a place I had been before. I threw the covers off me, the air cool against my arms, still uncovered by the t-shirt that I wore. It was grungy and dirty. I could see that even in the dark, the previous night's stay in the yellow tube gave me shivers. But luckily, the mere thought of it didn't spring tears to my eyes. They were already cried out. As my feet hit the wooden floor, I saw that I wasn't wearing shoes. Of course, why would I be wearing shoes to bed? In someone else's bed? I glanced around quickly, my footsteps as close to silent as I could possibly make them, as I made my way to the door. To my advantage, the floor didn't creak like most wooden floors did, and I praised myself a bit for making it across the room without crashing into something, or worse, tripping and colliding with the floor. The door handle was slightly cold as I turned it, slowly creaking open the door. I peered down the hallway. It wasn't all that long, and led to a dead end. Stepping out, I turned to go in the other direction of the stairs and collided with someone's. My face mashed into their chest as I walked right into them with an oomph. The person stepped back quickly, but reached a hand out instinctively to steady me from falling backwards. Looking up, even the hallway was dimly lit, but I could see the faint glow coming from his eyes. "Tristan?" My whisper echoed in the empty hallway. He nodded and ushered me back into the bedroom, which I somehow allowed wordlessly. I was lightly pushed back into the same room, the click of the door shutting followed by the snap of the lights being turned on. The lights weren't the kind that blinded someone after being in the dark, more like a dimmed lamp that hung from the ceiling, giving everything a comfortable mid-glow. I turned around to see Tristan rummaging through the dresser, obviously looking for something. My eyes followed to the top of the dresser. Pictures sat neatly in a row. I could see some of them clearly. Tristan's face not popping up quite as quickly as it should have been. He was smiling, genuinely and wide, his arms slung around his brother's shoulder in a family-like way. "What are you doing?" I asked, looking back at the real him, who was growing agitated as he moved from drawers to lower ones. The question surprised me a bit. I expected the first thing to pop out of my mouth to be, "What the heck am I doing here?" But no. I was calmly registering the situation, regarding his behavior curiously. "Looking for something," he said, stating the obvious. The way he was looking through the drawers was like he knew where it should be. It just wasn't there. "Ah, found it," he said suddenly. Something black flew at my face, and my reflexes thankfully kicked in and snatched the fabric from midair. The drawstring on the top made me recognize it as sweatpants. "What are these for?" I asked, snatching a t-shirt that was flung at me from the same direction. "You need something clean to get dressed into after you take a shower," he said, looking up after straightening the drawers once again. His eyes shone with a slight sense of worry. "Are you all right?" he asked softly. The question of his had me off guard, and I replied after trying to control my reeling mind for a second. "Yeah, I'm fine. Why?" Relief hinted on his face for a brief second, before it all disappeared, and his face formed back into his sarcastic self. "Nothing now. Go take a shower." He pointed towards the bathroom behind me. My eyebrows knitted together, but I did as told and walked over to the bathroom. Before shutting the door, I saw him move back around the room, looking for something else, this time finding whatever it was instantly. But I didn't have enough time to see what it was before I hurriedly closed the door. Realization dawned on me. This was his room, Tristan's room, and I had slept in his bed. I could see my face light up a shade of red in the large mirror, but I quickly covered for it by stripping and jumping into the shower. The water caressed the muscles that I hadn't realized were aching from being curled in a ball in the tube. I dried myself off briskly and threw the clothes on. They were less baggy this time. Maybe the shirt was something he didn't fit into anymore, but the pants I still had to tie tight, much more so than his mother's pair. They hung baggy, but I didn't care. They felt better than the dirt-stained jeans and clingy shirt. I stepped hesitantly out of the steamy bathroom to see Tristan lying on his bed, on his back, eyes closed. Deciding rather than try and sneak by unnoticed, I broke the silence. I'm really gonna have to just give you guys a pair of my clothes to keep here so I don't forget to return all the lent-out ones, I scoffed as I threw the dirty clothes near the door, marring the perfect appearance of the bedroom with my laziness. He didn't answer, didn't even move an inch, his body still on the bed, aside from the steady breathing. Could he have fallen asleep? He was breathing steadily, his chest rising and falling with each slow breath. His face was relaxed and calm. The lines of stress and the unknown features of sarcasm had vanished from his face, leaving an innocent-looking man in their place. I smiled faintly. For a moment I forgot of the jerk that had talked to me only a few days ago. He snored softly as I got closer, tiptoeing across the wood floor. My feet were still wet, and the floor squeaked lightly as I moved. I had to cover my mouth with my hand to cover up the soft chuckle that escaped my mouth. His hair was splayed over the pillow, the black contrasting brightly against the white pillowcase, but blending back in as I pulled the cover over him. He muttered something, and I smiled again. Before I could even think, I leaned down over his head, his soft breath cascading over my nose, warm and minty. My lips were only centimeters from his face, the smell of him. A combination of the woods and the fading shampoo in his hair. It only took me one breath to decide, and I pressed my lips lightly on his forehead, his skin aflame underneath my lips. I withdrew quickly before the sight of his own lips before me caused me to kiss him. I could feel the heat in my cheeks forming as I hurried out of the room, flush with embarrassment again. I shut the door tightly behind me, leaving Tristan to sleep, and hopefully not notice how I had said goodnight. Leaning against the door, the hallway was still as dim as it had been when I left it only a few minutes earlier. The only sound was me trying to catch up on my breath. Why did I keep letting myself get caught up in his looks? I wasn't the person to go by looks. My eyes instantly went towards smarts, attitudes, and overall personality. But with Tristan it was different. Because I hadn't seen much of his personality. Only the bad side. And yet my mind kept wandering off to the way his black as midnight hair curled on his forehead, or how his silver eyes would gleam with sarcasm and a smirk always graced his face, accenting his laugh when he would make fun of me. Everything seemed backwards. But the way his charming self drew me in, it was undeniable. I forced myself to think about his sarcasm and the way he had pushed me into the pool, the trickery. Soon enough I was scowling. Thank goodness. At least the mild irritation pushed away the feelings, if only for a moment. Now that I wasn't focused on my breathing, I could hear the steady tick of the grandfather clock downstairs, its rhythmic strokes carrying themselves up the hallway to my ears. Beyond that there was soft whispering, voices that I could not place or recognize. Making my way towards the staircase, I could make out the soft, warm glow that could only be created by a television from downstairs. The voices, I could now tell, were from a newscast by the way the person was softly chatting about a fire. I crept down the stairs, the wood having transformed into soft, plush carpet underneath my bare feet. The stairs creaked in protest to my presence on them, probably from being well used by people walking up and down them constantly. I winced at the element of any surprise was ruined, so I quit trying to be quiet and just quickly took the rest of the stairs in stride. Reaching the bottom and seeing that the television was in the other room, off to the side, led to by another hallway. I gave a quick glance to the clock that hung near the bathroom door, its large hands pointing the numbers solidly, waiting for the mechanisms inside to take hold and shift them another position. I picked up on the Roman numerals and scrunched my eyebrows in confusion. Who would be up at 1 in the morning? I whispered, but went down the hall anyway. As I made it to the doorway to the room that held the television, I heard the channel shift into a television sitcom. The laugh reels played after the main character told a bad joke. Peering in, I saw the room. It must have been a living room of some sort. A large, dark brown leather couch lay out in an L-shaped form, faced away from the doorway and towards the television. The large screen let out a large glow that cast over the whole room, illuminating everything in a comfortable way. My gaze landed on a shaggy blonde head, visible down to the neck, as he was sitting facing the TV on the couch. I saw the side of his face as he smirked at the joke. The scene in the show was a living room, and something must have been funny about how the main character was explaining a job to his parents. When I finally caught on to the joke, I found myself breaking out into a slight smile also, as I leaned casually against the doorway. The show paused for commercials, brightness filling the screen as it advertised cereal. "You can come in and have a seat, you know," Rain said. His voice held a chuckle as he yawned. My eyes widened the tiniest bit as I realized he knew I had been standing there the whole time, but really, there was nothing that should have surprised me about werewolves anymore, and yet they kept on doing it. I made my way to the couch to see him sprawled out, His feet crossed as they were resting casually on the coffee table. Resting in the crook of his arm was a bowl of popcorn, looking particularly appetizing in the dim lighting. He smiled as he saw me come forward, his eyes trained on me in a friendly way. "Come, sit, eat," he said, affording the bowl of popcorn with a waggle of his eyebrows. I laughed, plopping down beside him on the couch. "I think he'll just take you up on that offer, Rain." "Air. Alpha." I froze as I didn't know what exactly to call him. As leader of the pack, it was all just confusing. "Rain, please. All that alpha stuff doesn't have to be used when I'm not acting the part." He grinned as I relaxed into the plush couch. It formed to the formation of my posture. Delicately, I took a handful of the popcorn and started popping the kernels into my mouth. Instantly, the sweet taste erupted in my mouth. "You like nacho cheese on your popcorn too?" I asked, an eyebrow rising. "Of course, who wouldn't?" he said nonchalantly. He was acting so differently to me than Tristan had, or even he had only a few weeks earlier, and I felt at ease in his presence. Sinking further into the couch as the commercials ended, the show coming back on, we munched on popcorn quietly, laughing as jokes were told. I finding out that this Raymond in Everybody Loves Raymond was actually pretty funny. I can't remember the last time I've watched a comedy, I thought out loud, and Rain's mouth dropped open, and a new conversation started on all the different comedy sitcoms in which I just that OC. Time passed by, and soon enough the shows faded into church programs that always ran when nobody was there to listen to them, the kind with the giant churches that could seat thousands upon thousands. I noticed that Rain, even though he didn't look it, resembled his brother quite well. The way his hair curled on the ends and his eyes glinted when he laughed. Except he was there laughing with me and definitely not at me. He was probably the antidote to Tristan's sarcasm, his easygoing attitude relaxing, which made him not only a resemblance between the two, but also the biggest of differences. I couldn't help it. The question escaped my lips before I could even have time to think about it and wave it away. "Why don't you hate me anymore?" He fell silent. The only sound was the preacher going on about something and waving a Bible in the air to symbolize. For a few moments he sat there, not moving. I bit my lip harshly. I had probably just ruined his good attitude with my big mouth. "I never hated you per se, it was more like you were a threat to not only my family, but my pack," he said quietly, his fingers fumbling with the remote control. I let the words sink in. I agreed in so many ways. I probably would have acted just as hostile if someone had threatened my father and me. Would have done everything in my power to make sure they stayed in line. "But I'm not a threat anymore?" I asked. He looked me in the eye, his eyes surveying me, in the same fashion that Tristan always seemed to. Those eyes, they almost made me forget that he was Rain and not Tristan, even though every werewolf I had seen always had silver eyes. It was the expression, the thought beneath them that was distinguishable. "No, I know that you would never intentionally harm our society. Despite the short times that I've seen you, I can tell what kind of person you are, and I trust you." His words bit into me, and stung as I thought about Tristan still acting the same way. "If you can trust me, then why can't Tristan?" He leaned back with a strained chuckle, a hand going through his hair, pushing back the gold locks. "Tristan, oh Tristan, he is another deal altogether. He has always been stubborn. It's just the way he is. Trust me, as his older brother, I know quite a bit about him. But I'm sure somewhere in that cold heart of his, he does know that you won't tell." "How do you know?" I asked. I could even hear the doubt in my own voice, positive that there wasn't a bone in his body that gave a crap about whether I would tell or not. He just wanted to keep me tortured. "He didn't kill you," Rain said simply. And I opened my mouth to protest about the total nonsense that meant, but he went on. "When you found out, there was really one option that he could have taken: killed you, silencing you from ever being able to speak a word about us. But he didn't. Instead, for some miraculous reason, he chose to take you to me, and have the punishment be dealt with from there. There has been no human who has found out about us, and lived to tell." I gulped, not daring to look at him anymore. My eyes glazed over at the television, its picture seeming not to matter anymore. It was all just a blur. Yeah, why did he let me live? Was it because he cared for her in the smallest way? No, that couldn't be it. He hadn't known her at all then, only a few exchanged glances over the years, maybe a passing polite sorry if one of us bumped the other in the hall, but never anything more. So why in the world did he break the rules and let me live? Quickly, I scrambled for a different conversation, eager to get away from the scattered thoughts that flooded my mind. "Why are you the alpha?" The question didn't seem to startle him, almost as if he expected me to change the subject. With a shrug of his shoulders, he responded, "I just stepped up after the previous alpha died." He said it so simply, but it was his eyes that gave away the fact that there was something more. Who was the previous alpha? I persisted, my curiosity getting the better of me. Even if I knew that somehow it would end up with details that he clearly meant to leave out be revealed. He sighed again, looking away from me briefly before returning his gaze. Our father, he was the previous alpha. We were very close to him. Me, Tristan, and our other brother. He was the one who was there during our first shift, the man who taught us to be who we are today. I didn't have to ask about it more. I could hear it in his tone of voice, that his father had not died in planning. I understood having someone ripped from your life. Even if my mother had been on a timer, I still had pushed it away far enough to have it feel as if something had been jerked away from me. My mother isn't alive anymore either, I admitted, knowing that even though we might share the same situation, it could never make up for the fact that the person was gone, whether it be your father or mother. He looked at me regardingly, his eyes understanding. It was hard, but we've managed through it, and everyone needs to move on. Sometimes it just happens sooner than we'd like. I nodded in agreement. Tristan was closest to him, he started. But right then, someone picked the moment to come sleepily into the room. What are you watching? Tristan said, rubbing his eyes with the back of his hand as he yawned widely. He caught a glance at the tea. V. What in the world is this? He said. His eyes widened incredulously. We are watching church, I explained. That is a totally normal thing to do at... I quickly checked my watch. 3 a.m. He rolled his eyes and sat down beside us, growling at me to give him the popcorn. As it would have turned out most of the time if someone had ordered me to give them something. I threw it at him. Popcorn showered the couch and Tristan, as me and Rain burst into a fit of laughter, and after a glare that seemed to match his face perfectly, Tristan reluctantly joined in on the laugh fest. But my mind kept on wandering back to the last sentence Rain had said to me alone. Tristan was closest to him, and I wondered if that meant that Tristan had taken the loss the hardest. Did that make him the person he was, the hurt hardening him like it had once done me? If so, I wanted to help. I don't know why. Because of everything he had done already, and I was sure, going to do many more. But he then reminded me of when I had turned into my shell, hoping the hard exterior could keep the hurt and pain out. But it didn't, and I had needed a friend. Someone who could crack my shell. Not at the moment. It'll be down in a few minutes. Just have to take a shower. I called back downstairs to Mrs. Everdeen hurriedly. I rushed into the only bathroom with a shower that I knew, Tristan's room, and shut the door firmly behind me. I was sure my cheeks were redder than a stop sign, my teeth biting into my lip furiously as I slid down the door until I was sitting on the cold bathroom tile. My feet barely hit the edge of the fluffy black bathroom mat in front of the glass door shower, my toes curling around the soft strands. Waking up this morning had been shocking enough. On the Everdeen's couch, the television still playing mutely and Rain asleep on the other side of the L of the couch. But I had woken up, lying next to Tristan. His arm had been around my waist, pulling me close in sleep, and I was settled in between him and the couch cushions. I had been flush against his side, snuggling up, trying to soak up the warmth radiating off his skin. But the moment he had stirred, it brought me out of whatever trance I had been in, leaping off the couch and rushing past Mrs. Everdeen. She asked me as I flitted by if I wanted breakfast, but I was already leaping up the stairs, to where I was now. I so hoped that Tristan hadn't realized the most recent of my screw-ups due to him. Even unconscious, I was drawn to him. With a groan, my head fell into my hands, but even behind closed eyes I saw his bright silver ones staring back at me. The door of the bedroom opened, and I heard someone rustling through the drawers. Scrambling up from the floor, I used the dark marble counter to steady myself. My hair was mussed up in the mirror, and my face flush with embarrassment. A combination with my bloodshot eyes from the little sleep I managed to get made a monstrous sight. "Sam?" a voice on the other side of the door asked, mildly annoyed as the sound of knuckles rapped on the wood. "Hurry up, would you? I have to take a shower too." "Yeah, just a few minutes," I chalked out, and I heard Tristan step away from the door, muttering something about sharing a bathroom. I made sure my shower was quick, well, as quick as someone who kept dropping the bottle of shampoo could make it. But by the end, I found myself much calmer and in my own mind, my thoughts more down to earth, fantasy aside. I was just wringing out my damp hair when I opened the door, dressed in my clothes from yesterday despite the grunginess of them. Tristan was there, leaning against the wall, looking towards the ceiling, The sound of me opening the door had him springing into action. "Took you long enough?" he muttered, before shouldering past me and into the bathroom, the door shut silently. My towel was around my shoulders, catching the droplets that were falling off my hair, as I stood there slightly in shock at his brush past me. The sound of the shower turning back on made me slack a little and look around his room, the feeling that now was the time to snoop if I ever wanted to. Making sure the light was snapped on and glowing from underneath the bathroom door, I made my way to the desk. A laptop was set neatly atop the black desk, slightly ajar, snoozing. A stack of books, from school most likely, were set to the side of his computer, a jar of pencils that were all sharpened sitting in the corner of the desk. "This does not look like a teenage guy's room," I muttered, stirring the pencils in the jar, making them jangle against the sides of the cup. It was too neat, too precise. The bed was rumpled, at least, the comforters and blankets no longer in order, which made me relax slightly. It was at least a sign that someone even lived in this room. A pair of jeans were laid across the end of the bed, paired with a regular old sweater, a pale blue combo. They looked so clean and pristine that it made me almost wince at my grunged look. Scoffing, I flopped down onto the bed, my feet flipping up into the air as my body propelled downward. The mattress depressed around me, giving me a hug for only a second before springing me back up briefly. I could see how I could do that all day when I was a kid. That feeling was still worth a giggle. My head bobbed precariously by the side table, the blinking light of the alarm clock, my eyes too close to the bright red numbers to tell the time. But as my head dodged below the wood top of the table, I glimpsed something glossy taped to the bottom of the table. Leaning up on one elbow, I reached below the table, feeling for the gap between the thin paper and the wood. Peeling the tape carefully away, I pulled the find into my view. Laying back down, I held the photograph above my head, gazing at the glossy surface of color. A man was laughing in an armchair. His eyes squinted as he must have been in quite a fit of laughter. His white teeth were clearly visible as his mouth was wide open to allow the chuckle to escape. In his arms was a little boy on his lap, his black hair flopping all over the place across his face as he leaned back. The kid's head was tilted back as he laughed also, probably because of the fact that the man was tickling him. The picture was warm and practically radiated off the paper, and I smiled fondly at the connection that the two had between each other, so much that it showed in the simple caption of a second. I knew instantly that the little boy was Tristan, despite the total difference in expression and everything. His eyes were bright in excitement and happiness. The man must have been his father. His hair was a dead-on similarity between the two of them. It reminded me so much of how I and my father used to be, and my heart ached, but surprisingly not for myself. No, my mind wasn't on the relationship between me and my father. It wasn't even on the lost relationship between me and my mother. It was on the bond between Tristan and his father, severed only by his death. The water stopped and my eyes widened in surprise. I scrambled to paste the photo back under the dark-stained oak table. The lamp rattled briefly as the photo slipped from my grip momentarily, but I caught it and frantically taped it back up. I jumped up from the bed, smoothing the covers quickly that were wrinkled in the presence of me laying on them. The door opened suddenly and I jumped in the air, becoming a stiff board. I whipped around to see Tristan. His hair beat down with the water to his head, beads dripping down his face and neck until it reached his chest. A towel was wrapped around his waist. His eyes dropped down to me, who was just standing there awkwardly in the middle of his room. I'm sure there was a guilty vibe that was probably plain on my face, but I covered it with a nervous smile. I couldn't stop my face from heating up again at the sight of his bare chest, the chiseled features accented by the water droplets. His bright silver eyes stood out in the mop of hair as he regarded me, a smirk forming on those perfect lips. Those lips. "Go eat breakfast. I'll be down in a few minutes," he said softly. Instead of an insult, instead of a flame of anger of me still being in the room, he just replied it calmly. As I snapped out of my reverie, I had the instinct to knit my eyebrows together in confusion, but I maintained composure with a smooth face and nodded. "See you in a few," I replied smoothly, the words just a whisper off my lips. He nodded absent-mindedly and made his way to the bed where the clothes lay. I quickly made my way to the door, a glimpse back to make sure that I couldn't see the picture drooping away from the bottom of the table any. I closed the door softly and walked back down to the kitchen, my heart still heavy with confusion and a different kind of grief. "Why, hello, dear," Mrs. Everdeen said sweetly as she glanced up from making French toast. The smell was heavenly as it drifted to my nose, the sweet scent of cinnamon and maple syrup that wafted in the air. The toast sizzled as it hit the frying pan, and Rain sat on the bar stool, hunched over the counter sleepily, his fork stabbing into a piece of breakfast. "Hello, Mrs. Everdeen," I said, pleasantly settling into the stool next to the alpha. He glanced over briefly to me, a small smile on his lips before he went back to chewing. A glass of milk was placed before me, and I discovered that I was quite thirsty. "Thank you," I murmured, and took a long gulp of the creamy white liquid. Milk surprisingly doesn't really have a taste, at least not one that could be explained easily. I glanced up at the clock on the stove. The blue numbers glared back at me. "Ah!" I gasped, leaping up from the stool as Mrs. Everdeen, slightly shocked, placed my breakfast in front of me. "I'm going to be late for school," I screeched, but a firm hand landed on my shoulder before I had time to get up, pushing me back down, gently. I could suddenly feel his presence behind me, just before his voice rang out from above my head. "You aren't going today. You've already missed the first few hours of school. And besides, technically, to the school. You are sick," Tristan said smugly, acting like he had it all figured out. "But," I started, but he shushed me, sitting in the other stool beside me. "But nothing. You aren't going," he said firmly, and Mrs. Everdeen rolled her eyes but placed a bigger platter of French toast in front of him. I slumped, in defeat, and decidedly dug into the perfect breakfast. This was a stranger feeling than walking out in the middle of the day, the nagging feeling that I should be at school, sitting bored in class, but instead I was here, eating. It just didn't settle well with me. The French toast, though, made my guilt wash away a bit, its sweet taste temporarily distracting me. "So what are you three going to be doing if you aren't going to school, Tristan?" Mrs. Everdeen asked, cleaning the dishes now, her eyebrow raised incuriously. Tristan smirked, in a friendly way, towards his mother, as he swept his forkful of food around in the lake of syrup on his plate. "Well, I didn't have much to do, but—" he started. But Rain chirped in for the first time, his plate cleaned off totally. Tristan shot him a quick glare, and I almost laughed at the sight of sibling rivalry, the friendly form of hate, if it was possible. I could see it now. "I have to do some business today, and am in need of someone to check in on the Fletcher family," he inquired, looking pointedly at me and Tristan, whose eyes were slowly squinting, already guessing what his older brother was going to say. There was a moment of silence, then a low growl came from Tristan's lips, his lips curling back from his teeth in a mild disgust. "Fine," he growled lowly. And Rain just nodded happily, bidding us all adieu before retreating further into the house, no doubt to his office. "What are we doing?" I asked quietly after the silence was stopped and Tristan was finishing his plate off. He just shook his head and got up, surprising me by not only taking his plate, but my empty plate too, to the sink and placing them lightly by his mother. He gave her a heartwarming smile and kissed her cheek. I had to avert my eyes, the affection hitting home again. "Well, see you later, Mom," he said quietly, then strode quickly out of the kitchen, indicating in a flurry for me to follow. I paused when Mrs. Everdeen held me up, handing me an insulated bowl of what looked to be soup. "Here, dear, the Fletcher family will go without something to eat tonight if we don't get them their dinner." She smiled fondly, and I gave her a quick goodbye, snatching up the bowl and hurrying after Tristan down the hall. He was just slipping on his shoes as I reached the foyer, the pot setting me off balance, surprisingly heavy for an innocent bowl of soup. He sighed at the sight of the soup. "Almost forgot," he muttered, and before I had time to protest, he plucked the bowl out of my hands, leaving them empty in surprise. "I could carry that," I said in my defense, but was glad a little that I could now put on my sneakers. He just rolled his eyes. "I can. It's not that heavy." I reached for it, and he jerked his hands away smoothly, the liquid only slightly sloshing on the inside, safely away from my grasp. "I don't care. Just stop fighting me and let me just do something," he said with a sigh of annoyance. This time I couldn't stop the look of confusion to flash across my face, and for once I was wordless. We only left after I shrugged a defeat, and we stepped out onto the porch, sunlight streaming in from the treetops. As I was walking side by side with him, silently in the mid-morning, the birds cawed in the trees, the forest taking life to where I didn't know it. Where I was right now, it actually almost looked and felt innocent, as if there weren't dangerous creatures that lived in its grasp. It reminded me so much of Bambi, the movie that I had watched on replay so many times when I was a kid, that I halfway expected a deer to come prancing out of the bush. I snickered, glad that Tristan apparently hadn't heard me do so. I clutched my jacket closer to me, glancing over at him, who was only sporting a sweater, the stripe going right across the middle of his chest, dividing the blue fabric. His jeans were worn at the knees, a fashion very common in school, but I had a feeling that they weren't from a designer. The faded grass stains told me the pair of jeans had seen hard work in its days. All of the blue just accented his silver eyes that glinted in the sunlight, as we both walked in stride back to the other houses of the pack. "Can you tell me now where we are going?" I asked. He didn't sigh this time, just said blandly, "We are going to the Fletchers. The mother in the household isn't able to make most dinners, and they are supported by the pack at the moment." He shrugged. "And why are we doing this?" "Because Rain said so." I rolled my eyes and noticed we were now the door to a simple 2-story house. The lights not on, most likely because it was being illuminated by the sunlight coming in the wide open double windows leading into the living room. It only took a minute from the moment Tristan rapped on the door with his fist for it to flash open, a woman staring wide-eyed at our presence. But the look dissipated as she saw Tristan. "Tristan, so happy you could visit. You here for Wes?" she asked pleasantly, an easygoing smile on her face. Her white blonde hair was tied up in a high bun, no stray hair out of place, the appearance of a strict person, but her green eyes spoke other words. She was in a simple dress that had 3 buttons at the top like a polo shirt, the dress reaching all the way down to her mid-calf. Her belly was pressed against the fabric, swelled beyond normality. And by the way, she had her hand on her back and her stomach. I quickly concluded she was pregnant. "No, Mrs. Fletcher, we came to give you guys dinner," he said, holding out the pot with indication to "That's what we brought." Great, bring it on in," she said, opening the door wider and allowing us to come inside. Tristan went in the doorway without hesitation, but I stepped slowly in. The door shut behind me, and Mrs. Fletcher friendly swept me towards the kitchen that Tristan headed towards. "So you must be a Miss Samantha Williams?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am," I said, smiling easily. "I'll just plug this into the wall, so it stays warm until dinner," Tristan said, setting the pot down and taking the cord that had been unknowingly taped underneath. "Well, tell your mother that I'm thankful for the help of the pack," she said, looking down at her swollen stomach, her fingers splayed across the expanse of it. "This little one has been keeping me from making food for my family. If it weren't for you, we'd probably starve." She grinned wolfishly, and we laughed. The door opened and shut. "Mom, I'm back," someone called from the front door. We all turned to see a suntanned young man come into the room, his silver eyes widening in surprise at the sight. He shook the bronze hair out of his eyes. "What is the human doing here, Tristan?" he asked flatly, his eyes shooting daggers at me. I bristled immediately, my eyes narrowing in the slight flash of anger. Before I knew it, Tristan was standing in front of me, almost looming protectively. Mrs. Fletcher glared at her son, that I now recognized as Wes from the first day I came here. His tone and voice was unmistakable. "Now, boys," she started, glancing between the two of them. "I don't need fighting in my household, and if you two have any anger between you two, I can set you to work. I'm not going to be in the same room as that human," Wes snarled, and a growl rumbled from my protector's chest. I looked up at him. The word protector had never come to mind when I thought about Tristan, but this stance he had placed in front of me, I felt secure. Even from the death glare I was receiving from Wes that I could see from above his shoulder. "That's it, both of you go grab an axe and go chop some wood. I need more firewood," she snapped and shoved Wes hard towards the door. "Now," she said, and indicated for Tristan to follow him. He froze, but the look she gave him allowed no wiggle room. He sighed. "Sorry," he muttered to her, and walked out past us both and after Wes, who I could hear grumbling still from inside. The door closed again, and Mrs. Fletcher sighed and smiled again. "Now, would you like some lemonade?" she asked, moving towards the refrigerator. "Yes, please," I said, the answer coming out more like a question. "Do you think it's really smart to allow 2 angry guys to go play with axes?" I questioned as I sipped at the lemonade I received. "Don't worry. They've done this before. Being best friends. Fights happen once in a while." She shrugged and sat down beside me. We had moved to the indoor patio. "They haven't killed each other yet," she grinned. I nodded, smiling, and drank some more. "Now, do you mind if I ask some questions? I'm just curious. Haven't left this pack for a while and don't really know much about your lifestyle anymore?" she asked curiously. I hesitated, and then caught on her eyes again, which I know noticed something I had overlooked before. "Your eyes. They're green," I exclaimed, and she smiled again. "Yeah, strangest thing, isn't it? Apparently our eyes turn a different color when we are pregnant, the same color they were before we changed for the first time." She winked. I giggled. "Okay, you want to know about my life? Go ahead, shoot away." "It'll be fine," I stressed, my hand on the door handle of the car, gripping it tightly, almost wishing that I didn't have to get back to my own house. It was dark outside my home, the windows bleak and unalive as it had been empty for close to 2 whole days now. Only the light from the car headlights illuminated the path to the front door. Glancing at Tristan, I had that strange sensation of when I was on my first date. He had squeezed my hand with warm eyes while driving me up practically to the door. Now, looking at Tristan's face, in the blue glow of the dashboard as the car hummed quietly beneath us, it was different. He wasn't Kyle, but for some reason this felt like my first date all over again. I was nervous around him to the core. The hand of mine that wasn't clutching the door was hovering on the edge of my seat, asking to grasp onto his. But he stood there motionless, both of his hands on the steering wheel, staring ahead at the house, the music that I couldn't place again playing softly in the speakers. "I have to get back to school tomorrow anyway," I sighed. And he finally turned around to me briefly. His eyes were blue in the car light, making it look like a flickering flame was elite in his soul. "I guess I'll be seeing you then," he said stiffly. The previous slight concern from when he asked if I didn't want to just stay at their house another night vanished. I nodded and pushed the door open, the warm air in the car whooshing out, and I was soon surrounded by the chill of the night. I stepped through the 2 pools of light provided by the headlights of the car, in front of the garage and up the steps to the porch. Giving a look back once I was safe under the overhead of the porch, I could only see the glare from the light. There was no hope to be able to see into the darkened car. Heaving a sigh, I reached down to the armrest on the porch swing, pulling away the spare key that we kept in case of emergencies. Quickly, I fumbled with the key into the door and stepped inside, shutting it behind me, cutting off the cold wind with it. The window by the door dimmed as Tristan pulled away, satisfied that I had made it into the house. The house echoed with each step I took in my sneakers, and feeling uncomfortable in the now empty home, I flicked on light after light. Familiar carpet and the living room setup were suddenly lit by the overhanging lights that hung from the cathedral-like ceiling. The fireplace was in the corner of the room, opposite of the television, the couch soft and cushioned before the 2 of them. The clock loomed above the fireplace, announcing boldly that it was past 9 at night. It was obvious that someone hadn't been in the house in a while. The wood floors were cold as I stepped on them, and the air hung with a dead-like atmosphere. My sighs just seemed to be increasing in number, I realized, as I walked into the depths of the living room, kneeling before the marble fireplace. A pile of firewood hung in an iron cradle, and I plucked a few choice pieces to place precariously in a pile centered in the fireplace. Lighting a match, I started a fire to the kindling, only having to wait for nature to take its course and the heat from the flames to warm the room. My stomach grumbled loudly as I remembered I hadn't eaten something since lunch. At the Fletchers, a sandwich and some more lemonade as we watched the boys haul the loads of wood. They had gotten over their differences and seemed as if they were on equal terms again. A smile flickered on my face as I realized at least their friendship, whatever it might be, wasn't severed by my presence in the pack. I hopped up as the orange was just peeking out from the pieces of wood, walking to the cramped kitchen. I always kept the house clean because I never knew when I would randomly skip the night to spend it with Quinn at her house. Also, I didn't enjoy the filth several sets of dirty dishes provided in the sinks. I opened the fridge, grimacing to find it nearly empty. Only the 1/4 gallon of milk sitting lonely with a bottle of jelly and a stick of butter. Yeah, unless I planned on making toast with a glass of milk, I wouldn't be eating much of anything from the fridge. The thought of toast had me rushing for the cupboards, opening it to find us fresh out of loaves of bread. But I did manage to snag the half-empty box of chocolate cookies, which was much better than nothing. After all the scrounging, I settled myself on the floor by the fireplace, cookies and the rest of the milk in hand. The fire was now in full heat, the wood snapping as it burned. I clicked the remote absent-mindedly, and immediately my favorite music channel turned on, the sweet tone of piano filling the room with well acoustics. Sometimes being alone was better. Example was, I would never be able to do this when my father was home. He thought classical music was only fit to sleep to, and if any music should be playing on the speakers, it better be rock. I slunk back against the sliding glass door. The combination of the cool glass and the warmth of the fire was interesting. The crinkle of paper froze me in my tracks, and carefully placed the cookie I was snacking on in my mouth. I retrieved the source of the crinkling from my back pocket, pulling out a neatly folded piece of paper, half of my name in a light script. All of a sudden, I remembered the piece of paper falling down from the 2nd story of the school, landing on my head, somehow making it to the right receiver. Me. I unfolded it carefully after eating the rest of the chocolatey goodness known as the cookie, revealing the rest of my name written in the appealing font. It was printed out neatly. Miss Samantha Williams, strange but not totally abnormal. Most of my teachers added a miss in front of my name. But the writing was too neat, too precise for any of my teachers to have written. It was piece of printer paper. Smudges from the graphite of the pencil were spread on the edges, making it look not as clean cut. It was folded neatly and held shut, sealed by a clear circular sticker, the type you would find on packaging of boxes. I lifted the seal, careful not to rip the top layer of the paper off with it, and unfolded it fully, allowing me to see the small paragraph of the writing. Dear Samantha, I know your secret, the one that you aren't even supposed to know. It's not only their secret. At the sight of that first line, my heart rate sped up, and my breath caught. How did anyone know that I knew? Could it just be Tristan playing a cruel prank on me? The page crinkled even further as I clenched it tightly. The debate of whether to read on, a fight between my curiosity and fear. Now, Samantha, no Sam. I know that you are probably freaking out at the words on this page, but don't. I don't mean any harm to you or the secrets you are holding. I am only curious, just as you were when you found out this so-called secret. This is a brief letter, but there will be more. All I ask is that you keep it between us, even if you don't know me. Or better said, don't know me well. Until then. The letters below that must have been made purposely legible, because the pencil markings were too precise with the eraser smears. But I did manage to make out an I, the first letter of the name. I didn't know many people with a name starting with an I, so either I go back to the theory this was Tristan having fun messing with my head, trying to make me budge and release the secret. Anger flared in my face. It must be Tristan. That jerk was at it again. With a huff, I got up off the floor, giving a glance at the note, before chucking it in the fireplace, having it engulf in the flames. I didn't even bother to watch the paper quickly turn into ashes, just picked up my empty glass and box of cookies, walking defiantly back to the kitchen. I threw the empty plastic box away and dropped the glass in the sink, not even bothering to wince at the crack it made when the glass made contact with the solid base of the sink. All the feelings that I could have possibly felt for him, thinking he was the least bit decent, burst into flames along with the piece of parchment. I flicked the lights back off. The light had become too bright for my eyes, and the thoughts flitting across my mind were starting to give me a furious headache. The thought of going all the way upstairs, though, was still depressing, so I snatched up the fluffy blanket from the floor near the desk and stalked over to the couch. I plopped down on the plush couch. The only light was the flickering fire that had licked up all the remains of the note. I curled up in a tight ball, trying to find a form of sleep in the soft orange and yellow flames, trying to find a source of calm. Sometimes I wondered if sleep would ever come. The honking horn in the driveway was an indicator for me to even hurry further. I flurried around the house, making sure to grab everything I needed for the day at school. I made point to have the biology assignment in hand. I slipped my arms into my leather jacket as the horn rang again. "I'm coming," I muttered, sleepily, having gotten up only half an hour earlier, barely having time to take a shower before Quinn had called demanding why I wasn't at school. Apparently, I had left my cell phone in the car yesterday, so all her calls were left to a dead end of a phone. I snatched up my coffee again, mostly just cream and sugar, with French vanilla beans, and picked up the spare set of keys to my dead car that was still in the school parking lot. The car honked once again as I closed the front door behind me. "I'm coming," I hollered at the yellow Volkswagen that was in park in my driveway, a very annoyed Quinn tapping her fingers on the steering wheel. I noticed that the last of the leaves were falling off the trees, peeling away from the branches and lofting to the ground, in sweeping motions as they made the descent. I zipped up my jacket. That still hinted of the Everdeen house. I couldn't stop myself from taking deep breath after deep breath of the scent. Quinn's eyes could have drilled holes in my head as she glared at me as I slid into the passenger's seat, smiling wryly. "Don't you smile at me, young lady," she growled, revving the engine to accent her tone. "Where in the world have you been for the past 2 days?" I was sick. Very sick," I said, coughing daintily into my hand. Not a very convincing act, but hey, I never said I wanted to be an actor. Her eyes squinted in frustration, her hands tightening on the wheel, but she backed out of the driveway. "Sure, sick. Yeah, I'll believe that." She rolled her eyes. I had a mom moment," I admitted, knowing she would know the meaning. Her face froze and then relaxed into a sympathetic complexion. "It's been quite a while since your mother passed away, Sam. But I know that you still hurt." She tapered off in an uncomfortable silence. I sat there, staring out the window as the woods passed by. The silence was more uncomfortable than most that happened between the two of us. It happened most of the time when I mentioned my mother. She always felt slightly guilty about me and my mom, even if she had nothing to do with any of it. It was lasting too long, so I shot forward and turned on the radio higher. The sound of greatest hits coming onto the speakers and throughout the car. The combination of the coffee and the loud music was finally starting to wake me up. We were silent the rest of the trip to school, the voice of the random pop artist filling in that silence. By the time we got to school, my head was throbbing slightly, and my coffee mug empty. "I need to get a bigger mug," I muttered, leaving it in Quinn's cup holder, which was absent of her normal Red Bull or other type of energy drink. "Where's is your Red Bull?" I asked, shocked. She smirked, her face coming back to life. "Mom and Dad won't let me buy them anymore. They say it's keeping me up too late into the night." As if on cue, we both rolled our eyes. "Quinn, you're 17. I'm sure you can drink whatever energy drink you want. For goodness sake, you are going to college in less than a year. I'm still the baby of the family. That's all they have on their mind." She sighed, and we both got out of the warm confinement of the car. I shivered, wishing the jacket was better insulated, but just dug my nails into my palms and toughed it as we both walked to the front doors, which were slowly filling with people. Quinn stayed tight by my side, chatting on and on about something I wasn't really paying attention to. I was staring quietly ahead, the sleep deprivation soon to catch up with me as soon as the small portion of coffee would wear off. We passed Kyle and Rebecca leaning against the lockers, gazing into each other's eyes like star-crossed lovers. I headed straight past them, towards my locker. Quinn leaned against the locker next to me, still talking as I spun the dial. The door opened as I asked, "Wait, what?" I asked, at least trying to enter in on this one-person conversation, but my locker door slammed into someone and I heard a groan muffled by the metal of the door. I spun around to see Tristan rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Ouch," he said, but a smirk was on his lips. Quinn smiled wryly, a dangerous glint in her eyes. "Have fun with your babysitter," she whispered in my ear with a wink. I managed to clip her shoulder with the notebook I had on hand, but she quickly disappeared down the hall, giggling wildly. "So, I see you found a ride here," he inquired, and my attention snapped back towards him. I nodded as I reached down for a binder that was needed for next hour. I bit my lip, deep in thought. Should I tell him about the note? What if he wrote the note and was trying to freak me out? Would telling him about it just be falling into his trap? The script was too clean-cut to be his because I had seen his writing in classes and it wasn't close, but he could have just tried really hard to change the font of his penciling. This was one problem I wish I had someone to talk about too. He was silent as I knelt to get the rest of my supplies. When I got up, I looked straight into his eyes, leaning towards telling him. What if this person was a stalker and really was looking after me? But there was that usual mocking glint in his eyes that always had me thinking he had something sarcastic and jerkish coming. It was that made my jaw ridged, and I looked dead in his eyes, but managed a smile. "Yeah, I got here just fine. Stupid car wouldn't start up the other day." He looked suspicious for a few moments, but eventually eased. "You should call someone on that, or get a new car altogether," he offered. "Yeah, guess so," I said, shutting my locker. I wasn't telling him anything. If he was the conniving Tristan I knew, I wasn't going to give in to another joke. "Has it really already been 4 months?" I asked incredulously, almost choking on the food that I had just ate. Rebecca giggled, leaning into Kyle's side, who was smiling broadly. Quinn just shrugged, but finally answered. Apparently they had been dating over the summer. Then she looked accusingly at the two of them. "Without telling us," she hissed the us, and it just caused Rebecca to giggle some more. "Yeah, it's been 4 months. It's not that long," Kyle said simply. But I gave him a pointed look, almost risking saying, 4 months is a world record for you. But even the thought of saying the words brought memories of when me and him were a couple back to mind. I managed to muffle the thought by shoveling in another forkful of salad. No one noticed the sudden way that I closed off from the conversation. Well, no one besides Kyle, who regarded me curiously as Rebecca continued chattering, close at his side. I gave him a small smile and continued eating slowly. The whole lunchroom just becoming a buzz in my ear as I closed my mind off from all the conversations. But sooner or later, my fork hit the plastic plate, having scraped all the last remnants of the green leaves away. The meal was definitely not as big as I thought it'd be, but I sighed and started piling all the trash from the other trays onto mine. "Wait, where are you going, Sam?" Quinn said, automatically concerned, but I just shrugged. "Just the library. We have a research project on something on physics next hour, so I figure why not just get a head start." She stared blankly at my answer, but I got up anyway. not really requiring their permission to go and study. "Have fun," I said as I walked away. I only briefly stopped to dump the tray of half-eaten food into the trash can before waltzing out the lunchroom doors. I had taken most of my books with me to lunch, so I wasn't all that worried about having to stop by my locker. Instead, I just went down the halls towards the large double doors that opened into the library. The two walls that lined the doors were clear shelves that held random books that the librarians or students had recommended. Behind, I could make out the front desk with a woman sitting behind the computer. The hard floor instantly turned into carpet as I stepped into the library, my footsteps muted by the softness of it, even though it wasn't exactly a soft type of carpet. A lady, her gray hair tied neatly into a tight bun on the top of her head, looked at me over the bride of her angular glasses. Just a glance, and she was back to typing on her computer. The screen tilted too far away from my vision for me to make out exactly what she was looking at. I halted at the part of desk near her to neatly scrawl my name in the check-in, glancing up to see her not even regarding me out of the corner of her eye. With a sigh, I made my way over to the rows of desktop computers that were surrounding the balcony that looked down into the book part of the library, with the rows of different colored bindings barely seeable from the computer desks. I snapped on the power button and threw my books onto the counter space next to me and plopped down in the swivel chair as the screen booted to life. I gave a long look around the library, not surprised to find only a few meagering souls scattered around the large room, spread out between the shelves and desks, some working on personal laptops and others just kicking back and reading books. But other the occasional turn of pages and the clacking of computer keys, the library was totally silent. It definitely wasn't an uncomfortable silence. I had always found libraries to radiate calmness, someplace I could relax. The moment the internet browser appeared, my hands attracted to the keyboard, and my book was open to the URLs that I had written down for the websites we were supposed to research for the assignment. But instead, my fingers floated above the keys slightly, drifting towards a different set of letters than I had written down. I found myself on the site to the college I had applied to. One of many. But this one was the one I had my eyes on. I stared, glazed over at the screen that whispered possibilities of my future in my ears, teasing me with my eyes. I scanned through the familiar page, the details I had seen time upon time, as if there would be any significant changes. But there wasn't. It was still the same amazing school that I wanted to go to. Someone cleared their throat above me head, and I jumped, my hand hurriedly clicking the exit button. "Looking at something you aren't supposed to?" Tristan inquired, his mouth only inches away from my ear as he whispered the words. It had been easily a couple weeks since I had read the letter, and I still was edgy around him, waiting for him to grow irritated with my ill interest in the subject. But he was the same, cocky self as always. "No, nothing at all. I'm researching," I stammered out. Even though I had grown used to the thought of him, the very presence of his actual self set me on edge. He scoffed, sitting down next to me, picking up the cover of the book. Yeah, that looked like the chemical formula of whatever substance this equation is. He dropped the book with disgust. I rolled my eyes vaguely, clicking the internet search back on again, the clean homepage popping up. "Well, you shouldn't be peeking over random strangers' shoulders. Who knows what they are searching?" I said simply, typing in the website. He smiled devishly. "But that is what makes it so much fun." He winked at me and I realized I had made a mistake of words. "And anyway, you aren't really all that much of a stranger. We've even slept together." I whipped around. "We did not," I whispered, shocked. We both fell asleep on the couch, next to one another. I practically screeched as the sentence escalated. He smirked. "Well, that is what I meant. We, in all technicalities, slept together, implying that we slept." "You are the one who implied something further." He raised an eyebrow expectantly. My eyes squinted, and my face felt as hot as a curling iron, surely the color of a tomato, in embarrassment. "Never mind, leave me to do my work," I growled, swiveling back towards the computer screen. I had been hoping he didn't know I had fallen asleep near him, escaped to the bathroom that day when I stayed up so late watching television with the Avim, but apparently he knew more than I gave him credit for, he thought, his finger tapping dramatically on the desk to emphasize the sarcasm that was sure to come. "Nah, I think I prefer sitting here, annoying you," he smiled. I groaned, but started with the sights. This was going to be a long couple hours. Physics spent with Tristan chatting up in an annoying manner, leaning over my shoulder and honestly making me on nerves end. By the end of the second website I had taken notes on, I was ready to rip my hair out. No, it'd rip his hair out. The worst part was he was taking clear joy in doing so. The glint in his eyes was brighter than normal. his comebacks to every word uttered out my mouth due to snapping coming quicker. But despite my teeth gritting together and my hand tensed around the mouse, when I pictured him off doing something else in the library, I knew that I wanted him exactly where he was. The bell rang just on time, but yet all too soon, and I snatched up my stack of books, the computer promptly turning off behind me, and Tristan walking leisurely next to me. "Don't tell me you changed your art class to watch me too," I sighed as we walked down the stairs. "No, I've learned to trust you enough to allow you at least one class without me keeping a constant watch on you," he smiled. While I headed down the hall, I was rolling my eyes so much when he spoke that I was sure they would just up and roll away. "Well then, since I don't have to deal with you for now, goodbye," I said simply, and turned the opposite direction. "Wait," he said, and I paused, turning around, waiting for the punchline. "You should come over to our house today. I don't like you being all alone in that big house of yours. You know it's not healthy, or something." He tapered off, with a cough into his hand, before his face fell back into its normal, cocky self. I considered it for a moment, and decided that rather not have him there, his presence rather intimidating, while I did my homework. "Sorry, I got things to do later. Cleaning the house." I lied, and sidestepped away, leaving him standing there in the middle of the hallway, people swerving around him to get to class before the bell announced them late. I swear I heard him sigh, almost disappointed. "Wait. Miss Williams?" Someone called after me as I exited the art room. I whirled around to see the lady with the gray bun, the librarian, rushing over to me in her heels, waddling more than walking, really. She looked as if I might just leave without listening to whatever she had to say, her face totally different than when she was sitting blankly at the computer desk. "Yes?" I asked, hesitantly. As she finally reached me, almost knocking down a kid with an armful of heavy books, making half of the stack fall to the ground as he cursed his luck. She muttered a sorry but finally reached me. "This jacket was on the chair you were sitting in. Is it yours?" she asked as she pulled a soft, leather-looking jacket out from behind her. The brown material looked familiar, but it wasn't mine. No, mine's in my locker," I started, but then it dawned on me that was the jacket I always saw Tristan in. I guess I just never paid attention to the jacket he wore. "Yeah, that's my friend's jacket," I said, and she handed it off to me, looking relieved. "Good. I don't like the back of my desk cluttered up with people's lost and found items," she said, with a casual roll of her eyes, visible even beneath the reflective surface of her black-rimmed glasses. With that, she turned heel and was already disappearing down the hall once more, her waddle causing a clacking to go down the hall that was just now thinning out as everyone filed back into the classrooms. I was about to call out to her about not seeing him until the next time she did, but the trill of the bell blocked out my words. I sighed, throwing the jacket over my shoulder, and made my way out to the parking lot. I'd give it to him the next time he was pestering me again, which would be the moment I walked into school tomorrow morning. I took the brisk walk to the sidewalks, almost forgetting that I didn't have a warm car to take me home in. My coat suddenly felt so thin, the chill seeping through the leather that felt cheap, even though I could confirm that it was real, I think. But the shoulder that Tristan's jacket was resting on was warm, just like his skin when he was too close. I could smell his scent on the cuff of the collar, and I looked around me to make sure no one was walking the same way home as I. Could it really hurt for me to use his coat? I shrugged. What did he care? He left it in the library. I shrugged the coat on over mine, the soft sleeves sliding easily over the tighter sleeves of my leather jacket. Just goes to show that I had slightly smaller arms than he did, the fact that I could fit me and my own coat into his and it was still a tad loose. Immediately I began to feel the effects of the warm-looking material, as if his arms were wrapped around mine, keeping me warm in the cold. Great, he is bothering me. Even when he isn't around, I muttered, but zipped the jacket shut. Momentarily I fell back into pattern and stuffed my hands in the pockets, instantly coming in contact with a metal-feeling object. Pulling it out curiously as I walked, I realized he had left his cell phone in his pocket. Yeah, he would have really been screwed if the librarian hadn't have found this, but then I groaned. I would have to now give this jacket back to him. Judging by the fact that I had already passed the deserted playground, all the squeals of laughter absent, I was still a good while away from the pack camp. "Hey, you need a ride?" a voice called out, and I turned my head to see a red pickup truck and a shaggy blonde-haired man grinning at me. I grinned back, and just when all hope was lost, Rain sarcastically wolf-whistled at me, with a wink of his eye. "Yes, I could use a ride, thank you, stranger," I replied, walking around to the passenger's seat. I pulled expectantly on the handle, and found it locked. I knocked on the window to get his attention. He grinned widely, but eventually hit the unlock button. Well, that's just fine and dandy. Offer me a ride and don't actually give it. I huffed, but smiled, thankfully, at the alpha. Fine and dandy? What era are you living in? He replied, guffawed, and we soon left the outline of the park behind. Shut up, I muttered, and he laughed. So am I dropping you off at home? He asked as we were nearing the road to my neighborhood. Nah, I have to drop something off at your house, I said, absent-mindedly pulling on the cuff of Tristan's jacket, the soft, palpable material beneath my fingers feeling like satin. That's good. We've been missing you around, he said sweetly. Really? So I guess you guys are totally over the she's human thing. He stared straight into my eyes, a soft light behind the silver irises. Sam, there was nothing to get over. You got to know we are sorry. Beyond reason, and even though we don't deserve it, I hope you can forgive me for my actions. I started back, biting my lip, tears welling up in the corners of my eyes. There is nothing to forgive. He smiled and reached across the armrests, only to briefly grasp my hand long enough to give my fingers a reassuring squeeze. I smiled, and we stayed like that until we pulled in front of the now familiar cottage divided by house. I still didn't know exactly what to call it. The moment I walked in, I was hit but the maelstrom that was Mrs. Everdeen, sweeping me up in a hug and kiss on the cheek, followed by a, "I'm so glad you are here." It's like they never had a girl in the house before. She was making a dinner of sorts, per usual, and was trying to sweep me into the mixture. Actually, I was looking for Tristan. I have a jacket of his, I said, shrugging my shoulders to indicate the jacket on my back. She smiled and continued whisking away at a bowl of whitish liquid. Sure, dear. When he came back a couple hours ago, he said he was going running. I'm sure you can find him among the houses somewhere. Okay, wait, a couple hours? Do you mean he skipped last hour? I asked, shocked. Yes. He seemed a tad upset about something. Said it was the subject he was given for a research assignment. But I'd hurry and go find him. I don't know how long he would stay in one place, she said, a tad concerned, but turned and went to work on another aspect of the dinner. I frowned but headed back out towards the path to the other houses. Had it really already been a few weeks since I had last walked down here with Tristan, caught red-handed gazing at his pale blue perfection of a assemble? The weather had changed, so the cold increased in size, easily doubled. Now the outline of my foggy breath was visible before my eyes as I made my way to the depths of the forest. I tugged his jacket tighter, as the empty houses still looked the same, a haunted look as night was soon to descend on the pack. I didn't see a trace of Tristan, not the sound of him chopping wood for Mrs. Fletcher, or the sound of him and Wes bickering over something. Great, I muttered again, and did a 360, looking for the signs that weren't there. I didn't want to go back to the kitchen or even home at the moment, with Tristan's jacket still on my back, but I was much too chilled to take it off. So I went by Tristan's previous vague description of a beautiful lake nearby, and decided to head off in that direction. Past the edge of the houses, there was no path, just the unruly nature of the woods, vines twisting to the sky and branches angling in all different directions. I stuffed my hands further into my pockets and angled my way between the trees, my feet crinkling on the dried, dead leaves. A colorful nature carpet. I bet the light brown leather matched the bark on the trees. I smirked at the thought of actually blending into these foreign woods. I doubted I was still as scared of the woods as I was the first day of school, knowing so much more about he surroundings than I ever thought I would. But I still didn't know exactly what else lay out there. If a pack of werewolves lurked, was there sure to be more? A crinkling was following me. I hadn't noticed it until I tripped on a twig and it still kept up a steady footfall. I froze, and milliseconds afterwards it did also, the beat something different than mine. Lighter, faster, possibly more of it. I whirled around, but saw nothing and no one. This just set me more determined to get to the lake as soon as possible, sprinting between the trees and finding it more efficient in the long run anyway. I was more agile apparently when I was running than walking. If the edge of the lake would have been a few inches closer, then I would have jumped myself in, right off the small cliff. The woods stopped right at the small lake's rim, the light rhythmic waves beating against the shore. I let go of my breath as I regained my balance, the rock underneath my left foot falling into the water with a kerplunk of a sound. Other than the few waves, the lake was smooth, a glassy-eyed surface that reflected the white, fluffy clouds in the bright blue sky above, the sun having already fallen below the tree line. I made my way, carefully onto the flat, grassy area that served as a sort of beach. The air was still, and the grass was so cool I could almost feel it through the soles of my sneakers. The crack sounded once again, this time so close I could almost see it in the corner of my eye. A low growl confirmed my instant thoughts, and I turned slowly to see the large black wolf in the path between me and the thick woods once again. Its fur gleamed almost brighter than the lake reflection, and its eyes, despite the sound of the growls, showed no anger. Tristan, I said, knowing that it was him for sure this time. But even so, my prey instincts kicked in and I had the overwhelming urge to run, even if it meant jumping straight into the none but freezing lake. "You forgot your coat," I stuttered out, trying to shrug out of it. A growl, different than the earlier ones, emitted from the monster's throat, almost like a laugh. Its eyes glinted with humor, and I relaxed, slightly. Before my eyes, the wolf in seconds took form of the man I'd come to know as Tristan Everdeen. All he wore was the pair of faded blue jeans I always saw him in, and the smirk on his face. "So I did I?" he said casually, as if we were still in school. "Yeah." I laughed it off, and started shrugging the coat off further. But his hand stopped me. He was already at my side in the blink of an eye, concern deep inside the silver lining of his eyes. "Don't, you need it more than I do." "No, I don't. You don't even have a freaking shirt on." I mocked and attempted again to give back the stupid jacket, but it stayed rooted on my shoulders. "But I also am much warmer than you, see." He cupped my face with his hands. The skin that had been exposed to the weather in this outside adventure, warmed by his touch, that was flame hot. "It's because I'm hotter," he smirked, and I rolled my eyes, placing my hands on his to push him away. But I halted, the feeling of his fingers beneath mine freezing me in place. "You only feel hotter because it's so freezing outside," I muttered, closing my eyes briefly, before working up the courage to finally push him away. He seemed disappointed for a second before retreating. "Yeah, speaking of that, we should be getting you back into the warm house. You'll catch a cold," he said softly. But neither of us moved, and I cleared my throat uncomfortably. "Were you scared?" he asked. "About what?" I replied, confused. "About the wolf thing," he hesitated, actually sounding caring for once. My mind traveled back to the instance ago when this guy wasn't the thing standing before me, but the midnight black wolf. But that one thing had took me through the fear. The eyes. No, not as much as I'd thought I'd be. I smiled. He sighed, a small smile on his lips. "Good. Now let's really go. I'm sure you're hungry, yes." I smiled, the feeling of his hand on the small of my back leading me gently back towards the woods. I gave a glance back at the glimmering waters, its calming feelings that it gave off. "Yeah, thank you very much," I said, beaming, as a guy stood in the brash of my front doorway, handing me the keys to my temporarily repaired car. It stood in the driveway, parked in the almost shaded outline of where it always Saturday. He nodded happily, looking not much younger than me, but happy-go-lucky, the way a kid always felt their first day on a job, well, a job that they chose. Wait until they realized it was going to be hard work. I smiled and closed the door behind him as he walked back down the path, towards the waiting company vehicle. I tossed the keys in the air, the jingle sounding better again. The car had gotten fixed just in time. It was Friday, and I was supposed to head into the city to celebrate Thanksgiving with my father over the weekend. Even though I hadn't been totally positive whether my car would be done by today or not, I had heard my father's voice, and it was like a soft spot in my wall. I had said yes before I thought of any of the problems that were keeping me here, but I couldn't keep the smile off my face. He had been gone longer than he said he would be, so going to see my dad would be like a sigh of relief. Sometimes just hearing his voice wasn't enough. You needed the sight in your eyes to make it true, because most of the time, your eyes didn't lie. The ears could be tricked. I looked around the house, making sure it seemed fit to be left empty for the weekend, the sink not having anything rotting away in it, the dishwasher and laundry all clean and empty. My room, as per usual, was impeccably clean. It never was used much except for when I slept in the bed. The living room was tidy enough. It's not as if someone would be in here when I was gone. I snatched the keys out of midair, breaking the pattern of me casually tossing them up and catching them as I pondered. I slid on my jacket and locked the door behind me as I made my way to the car, my duffel bag slung over my shoulder the same way I would a backpack. I tossed the bag into the back seat and shut the door before getting into the driver's side. I started the car, the smell of fading cologne on the seats, my nose wrinkled in distaste. Great. The guy who drove my car home must have had a bath in Axe cologne before driving my car. Opening the windows, despite my hate for the cold, I let the scent try and get its way out of my car. which had practically soaked it into its very seams. If you would have asked me how to get to the Everdeen's house after that first time I visited, I would have told you it would be easier to find El Dorado, the lost city of gold. But now I could get there, with my eyes blindfolded and both hands tied behind my back. Granted, someone else would have to drive if I was put into that situation, but you get the point. The spot where I normally parked, the grass dull and dying from the cold, was flattened by the unique impression of my tires. The window that showed the kitchen glowed a warm glow, the kind that promised Mrs. Everdeen was concocting up something delicious for dinner, probably expecting me to come and join them like always. I sighed and got out, the grass feeling different in the sneakers that I didn't normally wear in this cold of weather, in fear of having the slush of mist seep through to my socks. But the long drive hopefully ahead of me didn't sound all too comfortable wearing boots. I walked to the porch briskly, the mist that was spitting overhead threatening to douse my skin with a thin layer of moisture. Not even having to knock, I just walked into the house, and had the same urge I always did to call out, "Mom, I'm home," but always halted myself before I got too much into thinking about it. Mrs. Everdeen was just setting the table as something was roasting in the oven. "Hello, dear. How was your day?" she asked without looking up, and I smiled easily. "Fine. Thank you, Mrs. Everdeen." Is Rain in?" I asked, fiddling with the material at the end of the arms of my jacket. She looked up briefly, but nodded. "Yes, he's in his office." "Why, dear?" "Oh, I'm going to go to my father's for Thanksgiving. He's been wanting to see me for a while." Yeah. My voice tapered off as I realized the awkwardness of asking a couple of guys if I could go visit my father. It just seemed stupid for me, but the situation was crazy. She smiled wryly. "Well, that's nice, dear. I was going to offer you to come eat with us on Thanksgiving, but spending time with your father is much better. When are you leaving?" I coughed into my hand, a little relieved. "Tonight. I'm hoping to leave after I talk to Rain." She smiled even wider and walked around to my side of the table where I was standing. Abruptly, she pulled me down for a hug, and I hugged her back. "You have a wonderful time, dear." "I will." My voice almost cracked a bit, and I closed my eyes tightly, holding the tears in hopefully. We held each other tightly before I broke away, and we smiled nicely to one another, and she shooed me off to the office, saying something along the lines of that if I were to get to the city tonight, I was to start on the road as soon as possible. I ambled down the hallway. The darkness, mostly because of the absence of windows and the lights that illuminated the halls normally, were snapped off. The glow of sunlight came from the office, and I hesitated in front of the double oak doors. I rapped my knuckles on the door quietly, and when I heard no response, repeated the process louder. "Come in," Rain called out, sounding rather absent-minded. I pushed open the heavy door and peeked in to see Rain hidden behind the long desk, his eyes trained on the silver laptop open in front of him. "Yes?" he inquired as he typed further into the computer, not even looking up to see who it was. "Rain?" I asked softly, and his eyes snapped up, a little shocked. But before a second's time was up, he smiled in a friendly way, shutting the laptop. "Dinner done?" he asked, setting the computer into an open drawer and shutting it, leaving the oak desk bare except for his elbows, which held his crossed hands that were holding up his head. "No, not yet," I said nervously, and walked over to the chair that was stationary on the other side of the desk. He looked a little confused, his head tilted slightly to the side, as he pondered my actions most likely. Then, he gestured with his hands grandly and leaned back in his chair. A little too far, and his suave attempt at sitting back was failed when he almost lost balance over the chair and crashed into the glass cabinet behind him. I could feel my muscles untense as I burst into laughter as he scrambled to regain his lost balance. A look of surprise was on his face, his mouth an open O, and that made me laugh harder. "Nice." "One," I said between laughs, and he joined in once he regained all of his composure. "Yeah, well, I try." He shrugged and smiled widely as my laughs slowly diminished. "Sure, you meant to do that," I teased, and he puffed up in a sarcastic, defensive way, and it caused me to giggle further. "So, what do you need?" he asked, folding his hands over one another as he looked ready for a long conversation with him on the listening side. I smirked, having forgotten what I'd actually come in for in the first place for a moment. "Yeah, you guys said that I couldn't leave town, right?" He froze, his face falling flat, and a serious look came over in his eyes. His mouth was set into a firm line. "Yeah, but that was just because we couldn't trust you. Things have changed." He said it uneasily, as if he wasn't sure. I sighed. "Well, I am leaving town to go visit my father for the holiday weekend. I haven't seen him in forever. And I was about to give a big argument that would surely win over the vote, but he laughed. "Oh, that's fine. Only for the weekend, that's perfectly okay," he said, laughing. "I think I should be allowed at least a weekend away from this town." "Whoa, wait, I can go?" I asked incredulously. He nodded with a smile, and I relaxed totally. "Thank you. You don't know how much weight has been lifted off my shoulders now that I have your guy's permission to go." I laughed nervously, a relief in my tone. He shook it off. "No problem. I think you can handle yourself on your own with your father for the weekend. Have fun." "When are you going?" he asked, getting up when Mrs. Everdeen called from down the hall, signaling dinner was ready. Actually, I checked my watch quickly as I got up with him. I should be getting on the road right now. That's when his face hinted with concern again. "Are you sure you should be driving? It will be getting dark soon and you have a 4-hour drive ahead of you." He stood in front of the door, in a stance that made me think he didn't even realize he was doing so. "It'll be fine. It's not like I've never traveled up there before. I'm almost 18, you know," I pointed out. He paused and opened the door for me. "Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. It'll be fine." "Totally," I assured him. We walked down the hall together, and to my surprise, Tristan wasn't already seated at the table, ready for dinner. Instead, his plate was absent on the table, and the chair tucked neatly into the table. "Where's Tristan?" I asked, and Rain just shrugged. "He must be out running with Wes. They've been chumming up a lot lately." "Well, tell him I said goodbye," I said quietly. "Yes, dear," Mrs. Everdeen said, giving me a wink. "Now you know that I don't—" "Oh, whatever," I huffed, my face turning a bright red. "See ya, guys, Monday night." "See ya," they chorused, and I chuckled, walking out the front door. "Please don't run away. Please don't go, 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 go," the radio chorused as I drove down the dark highway. My headlights did their best to illuminate the patches of cement in front of my car, allowing a second's notice if something animal-like were to jump out in front of me. But at least I wasn't the only one out here. Cars were providing scattered red and white candy cane lights depending on whether they were going where I was or coming back. My finger tapped idly on the steering wheel. The radio, thankfully, was one of the only things keeping my mind alert on the road, and they said that having music on was bad for drivers. Go figure. But then the song died away and replaced by a bold voice announcing the artist and things like that. Fearing that commercials were soon to come, I changed stations rapidly, and the sound of a mixture of pop music and polka came on, and even though it sounded odd, I went with it. The city was estimated about 4 hours away from the small town I had lived in. It was a wonder that my father had found enough time to make it back as much as he did when I was younger. But then again, he wasn't as well known and big of a lawyer as he was now. Now he was practically the go-to guy in the city, actually winning some of the cases he's put up to defend. A sign sped past as I didn't notice it before I saw it coming. I barely managed to see that I was just crossing the halfway point. I groaned, almost in time with the rumble of my hungry stomach, growling for food. I hadn't eaten since lunch, which was nothing but a meager plate of lettuce and a few scattered vegetables. It was an insult to call it a salad. Another sign passed, announcing out the upcoming restaurants that were soon, and I managed to see a familiar diner name. Somehow I managed to make a hairpin turn and get on the exit ramp, the wheels of my car catching slightly at the foot of grass in between the two separating roads. My teeth clattered together as the car jolted, but smoothed out when I got onto the regular road again. I pulled into the diner parking lot. The sign glowed a bright red that looked like it belonged to the 50s. The inside was shown by the surrounding windows, and I could see the cherry red booths, most empty, and the waitresses dressed in their aprons that held their order lists and pens. I turned the car off and hopped out, but my phone practically jumped out of my pocket and landed right beneath my seat. Kneeling down, I reached beneath the seat, feeling a few stray Cheerios from gosh knows when, before closing around the electronic device. But my fingers brushed the familiar pressed feeling of paper. I pulled both out and saw the red envelope, blank on both sides. Sliding my finger underneath the flap to open the envelope, but my stomach rumbled in protest, and I decided it was probably better to go and get something to eat first. The door ringed when I walked in, the tiny bell trilling at my presence. The waitresses, all lounging by the bar, talking to each other, looked over at me. When it became apparent that none of them were going to come and show me to one of the many empty tables, I showed myself to the one over in the corner of the box-like room. I slid into the booth, the leather soft from a lot of use and ripped next to where my leg rested. The salt and pepper were neatly displayed at the end of the table, side by side with the napkin holder. I put down my phone and letter onto the table when a blonde waitress walked over to me. "What can I get ya?" she asked. smacking on her gum noisily, obviously not wanting to be serving me right now, when depending on the way the restaurant looked their slow hours. I'll just have the grilled cheese with tomato soup, thank you," I replied politely, and she nodded and walked away, not bothering to write the order down. "Wait." I started, but she was already on the other side of the room. "I want a soda," I whispered, but it was no use. While waiting for my dinner to cook, I opened the neat scarlet envelope, sliding out the white page that looked blank except for the script that was visible against the pure white of the paper. Curious, I unfolded the whole thing to reveal a letter, the same font from the letter that I threw into the fire. I grimaced as I read, "Dear Sam, long time, no read. Well, I see that you are going to be away for the weekend, and think that this will be the perfect opportunity for us to meet. I'm looking forward for us to really speak to one another. Maybe I could take some of the burden off of you, knowing the secret. Be a confidant." Then there was a set of directions and time and date of a place to meet him, step by step carefully described. The letter was signed off with the same signature I with a dot, only an initial. My eyebrows wrinkled. How did Tristan know I was going to the city so soon, and have enough time to write out this little devious letter? My puzzling, though, was broke off by the blonde waitress plopping the plate of grilled cheese and bowl of soup on the table. The soup sloshed over the side a bit, and the white able had a red puddle on its surface. Ma'am," I said, about to ask for some assistance, but she was gone again. I sighed in frustration and grabbed a handful of napkins so I could dab up the liquid. "Great, there goes half the bowl of soup," I muttered, but tore a soft piece of the sandwich and dunked it in the half-empty tomato soup bowl. Let's just say, after that dinner I wasn't ever eating there again, and left a lousy tip to show my irritation. But the waitress, when she grabbed up the tab, just gave me a nonchalant look, before flipping me of. My eyes narrowed, but I just left the little ringing bell sounding much cheaper as I went out. I walked across the street and got a few energy drinks to keep me up on the second half of the trip. The help there was friendlier, and the guy had a scruffy beard and a grin that was missing half of his teeth, but at least he had a decent conversation with me there, even giving me a free candy bar of my choice for the road. I thanked him generously and was on the road before I could yawn. The crisp sound of the can opening was a signal for me to stop trying to resist sleep, because the liquid energy would take it from here. Hopefully the caffeine more powerful than my willpower. All I could think about was my father and how happy it'd be when I got to the city. "Daddy," I squealed as he opened the door to his apartment, slinging my arms around his neck in a tight hug. He chuckled and hugged me back. "Hey, sweetie." It was like being put back into the same mind frame as when I had a family once again. Just my father's presence made everything feel all right again. The smell of his clothes as he hugged me made me want to cry. "It's been too long," I murmured. He didn't say anything back. He didn't need to. Eventually, he ushered us out of the doorway, so we could cut off the hallway of doors and into the apartment. It was a nice apartment, on the expensive side of things, well furnished, and a beautiful view of the city. The apartment was on the 15th floor of the skyscraper, making the city look all too tiny beneath us, the blinking lights dizzy with all the colors. "Just toss your stuff on the couch for now," Dad said as he passed me and walked into the kitchen. "I'm making dinner for us right now." I wondered what was burning, I joked, and threw my duffel bag onto the large leather couch that I would most likely be sleeping on for the next 2 nights. The marble-looking fireplace was full lit. The room looked much livelier than at home, because I could still hear the sound of another person searching around in the kitchen. "Haha, very funny, but if you don't remember, I can cook very well, thank you very much," he replied as I walked into the kitchen. He was stirring something in a pot as a turkey cooked in the oven. Rolls were already in a neat little basket, covered by a cloth to keep them warm, and a bowl of stuffing sat on the counter, covered in tin foil to keep the heat in. "Are you seriously wearing an apron, Dad?" I laughed, and he looked down suddenly at his attire, embarrassed as he realized what he was wearing. "I didn't want to get my pants dirty," he mumbled, his face turning red, but his lips were turned upward in a smile as I fell to the floor laughing. The floor was the mirror kind that reflected you in its surface, and my breath fogged up the tile that my face rested on as I laughed my heart out. I had never pictured my father wearing something as crazy as an apron. Not even my mom had worn such a thing. But on him, it was worth not being able to breathe for a few minutes. "That's enough. Now get up off the floor and help me with dinner, if you want to eat," he said seriously. And I managed to pry myself off the floor, using the bar stool as support, wiping tears out of my eyes. "Okay, but you have to promise to take that apron off, or I won't be able to take you seriously." "It's not that bad," he said, pouring out the mashed potatoes into another bowl. Dad, it has pink and yellow roses adorning the whole piece of fabric, I said seriously, picking up the flimsy, not to mention frilled, fabric. Fine, fine, I'll take it off, but you better start laughing, he said, chuckling himself, and swiftly untying the strings and throwing the apron into the dirty clothes basket by the door leading into the laundry room. What is there really left to do? I asked, washing my hands. He looked around, slightly startled, but then shrugged. Set the table. I nodded and went to the cabinet to grab the plates, but all there were vases. Dad, where are the plates? Right cabinet, above the sink, he said instinctively, and I grabbed 2 plates, along with the glass cups and silverware, whisking them off to the dining room table. A grand chandelier hung over the table, providing an illumination over the oak table. Isn't it a tad late for dinner, Dad? I asked, given a chance to look at the clock, which was turning towards 9 at night. But I guess I shouldn't have even asked. Dad always loved late dinners and late breakfasts, allowing sleeping in and staying up late. There was a mumbled reply from the kitchen, and I grinned as I folded the napkins to place the silverware neatly on top of. The fire popped and crackled nearby, and all of a sudden soft music came from kitchen, the classical pieces that we listened to every Thanksgiving. Though I do believe this is the first time I'd ever spent it here. And dinner is served, he said grandly, as he burst into the dining room, his hands in pot holders that held a pot of sliced turkey that was steaming from being pulled fresh out of the oven. That's a lot of turkey, for the 2 of us, don't you think? I asked incredulously, an eyebrow risen. He grinned. Well, just be eating it for a while then, won't we? He chirped, not allowing me to tamper his mood. I rushed back into the kitchen and grabbed as much of the other bowls and dishes of food that I could carry, making my way slowly to the table so it wouldn't all fall down. Dad was already seated, piling food onto his and my plates, the candles setting off a glow onto the food set out on the table. Hurry before it's all cold, he mumbled through a half mouthful of mashed potatoes, reminding him as more of an older brother than a father for a second. I laughed and spooned myself some of the servings of whatever dishes looked good enough to eat, or, more or less, edible. We chatted idly but mostly focused on the meal. I now noticed that the previous meal earlier couldn't really be called so. The soup seemed thin compared to the potatoes I now was happily consuming, but we weren't even halfway through eating when the phone trilled on the stand next to the fireplace, its tiny luminescent screen boldly stating a number that I didn't know. My father immediately jumped up from his seat and lunged for the phone. He glanced at the number quickly. I'm sorry. I got to take this, sweetheart, he said before pressing the button and answering with a chipper. Hello. I only heard part of the conversation. Totally quiet except for me chewing slowly, listening intently but only hearing a mumble from the other end of the line. Yes, I agree. No, it's no problem. Of course that is no trouble. No, I don't really have any plans. I'll be there in a few minutes, thank you. He sighed and hung the phone back up, his shoulders slightly slumped. He grabbed his still half-full plate from the table and carried it to the kitchen. What was that about? I called to him, as I took a hesitant biteful of the stuffing. He didn't answer as I heard the sound of the scrape of metal on porcelain plate and the whir of the garbage disposal. You don't need to waste that food, I muttered, taking in another spoonful of stuffing. He came back into the room, striding straight over to the desk that was behind the couch, picking up the silver laptop and sliding it neatly into the sleek black case. Hello? What was the phone call about? I asked, a little louder, and he finally looked up. Oh, that? Yeah, according to my partner, one of my cases is in need for counsel. I have to hurry down there for the night. He sighed and rubbed the back of his neck, probably trying to work out the kinks that always formed when he was stressed about a case. I wanted to up and offer him a bit of support, but the feeling of doing so seemed foreign to my mind, too long apart from him, making me distant from any work he was doing. I used to be entangled in all of his cases. When I was young, even meeting most of his clients, who apparently softened up in the presence of a cute little girl, deciding not to cuss him out because he couldn't do much about getting them out of the sentence entailed. But now, I didn't even know the first name of this client that he was going to meet, never less the reason he needed a lawyer. Ah, I see. Is it going to be long? My fork nearly dropped onto the plate, my face falling into a frown. Yes, I'm afraid so. I might not be back until early tomorrow morning. He looked uncomfortable for a moment. I'm really sorry that isn't exactly the Thanksgiving dinner I had planned. But I have to go, if there were any way I could get out of it. I halted his mini-speech with holding a hand in the air. Go, it'll be fine. We will still have the rest of the weekend. Right? I smiled faintly and he returned the gesture. He paused long enough to kiss the top of my head, and murmuring another apology, before disappearing out the door, leaving me in the large and foreign apartment. The fire crackled again, as if mocking me, and my eyes narrowed in its direction, scoffing before allowing my fork to drop from my hand onto the table, splattering a forkful of food onto the white tablecloth. I leaned back in the seat, crossing my arms over my chest, and kicking back by using the leverage of the table and pushing with my feet, teetering on the back two legs. The huge dinner sat before me, the steam not even having fully dissipated into the air. Great. Maybe I would have been better off to stay with the Everdeens and eat with their family tonight. Coming tomorrow. I sighed, but paused instantly. I got up quickly and strode over to my coat, hanging limply on the couch, reaching into its pockets. I pulled out the bright scarlet letter, its sides creased from being shoved into the small pocket. An idea popped into my head. The directions were somewhere not too far from here, and as if they knew, the timing was only an hour or two away, on today's date. I tapped it against my arm, thinking it over briefly before deciding I didn't have to be cooped up in this big apartment, alone. I was in the city for Petty's sake. I might as well enjoy myself. As quick as I could, I managed to pack up all the food that had been resting on the table until it was empty and the fridge jam-packed with sealed bowls and plates of food to the rim. I gave one final shove on the fridge door, finally making it click shut. Checking my watch, I deemed that I wouldn't have to leave a note for my father. He said he wouldn't be back for quite a while. I would be back much before him. I snatched the coat up and switched off the fireplace so the place wouldn't burn down in my absence. The room seemed much darker without it, and I scurried to the door, making positive that I picked up a set of keys that were hanging on the keyring before disappearing into the hall myself. It was dimly lit, the sets of doors closed. The little, fancy lanterns hung solemnly on the walls, leading me over to the elevators. I stepped in the elevator, my reflection gold on the golden walls of it. A guy stood by the buttons, the chauffeur-looking type. "Ground floor," I said softly, and he nodded, pressing the button. My foot tapped to the quiet music that played as we descended. My mind was on the note, trying to figure out if I was going to meet a random stranger, or if it really was Tristan. The thought of him doing something like that was growing used to me, and I wasn't quite as angry at him anymore. In fact, the thought of being able to get him back at his own game had me smiling. "Ma'am?" the chauffeur asked quietly, and I snapped out of my thoughts, looking at him. "Are you Miss Samantha Williams?" I nodded. "Yes? Why?" "Your father, Mr. Williams, asked me to give you this, and tell you to have a good time out on the town." He handed me a wad of money that he produced from his pocket. I could just imagine my father laughing as he gave the guy the cash, actually trusting him with whatever the contents were. "Oh, thank you," I said politely. My smile was wide on my face as I took the cash. The wad was thick, and I could peek at the $20 bills hidden beneath a couple ones as disguise. For someone who wasn't around me much, my father sure knew me well. I slipped out a couple 20s and attempted to hand them to the man as a tip. "Thank you." He held up his hands in refusal, a smile on his face now. "Your father told me you'd offer a tip, and said for me not to take it." "Has already paid." He smiled broadly, and I couldn't help but laugh. He chuckled with me until we got to the ground floor, and I exited with a goodbye. "Have a nice evening, Miss Sam." He tipped his hat at me before the golden doors closed him off with a ding. The lobby was quiet and mostly empty. Probably most of the tenants were in their rooms getting ready for bed, as it was edging on 10 o'clock at night. My sneakers looked dirty against the white marble floor, and squeaked when I accidentally stepped into the boundary of a puddle of water next to a mop. The woman at the counter looked up from her paperwork, her eyes acknowledging me curiously. I averted my eyes away from her, walking straight for the glass doors, the kind that revolved in a circle and made you want to run around in them until you were dizzy. I refrained from doing so, know how much my inner child begged to do so, just gave a friendly smile to the desk attendant who was looking at me now suspiciously. There was that brief frame of silence from both sides of the doors when I went through them, and then, in a burst, the sounds of traffic filled my ears. I had stepped out of the doorway and into the endless traffic of people walking on the sidewalk. It was a whole different atmosphere than the quiet, melodic lobby of the hotel divided by condo, as I felt as if plunged into the babbling brook of conversation, laughter, and swearing from random people who were in the stream. A couple slid past me, hand in hand as they walked down the sidewalk, bundled up in scarves and jackets, mittens on the hand that wasn't used being held by the others, just as a woman on her cell phone passed me the other way, chatting angrily on her Bluetooth, making wild gesticulations to enunciate words that the person on the other end most certainly could not see. "I'm not in Kansas anymore," I murmured, thinking vaguely about The Wizard of Oz, as I saw a sign that was advertising a live play of a remake for it. I smiled and stuffed my hands in my pocket, and just went with the flow of traffic, streetlights and headlights of cars, combined with well-lit storefronts illuminating all of our paths. This was much different than the small-town life I was used to, where you couldn't find a McDonald's until you got a half hour out of town, and here there was one on every other block. It's not like this was New York, but it was big and fancy, making it still high-end and over the top. Taxis were blurring around everywhere, car-sized versions of the school buses that carted out-of-town kids to school. I glanced at the directions on the red paper, realizing that I knew nothing of where the place would be. "Great," I muttered, before tripping on the curb, right in front of an oncoming taxi. The horn blared and the taxi surged to screech to a stop. I regained half my balance, holding up my hands in front of me. "Hey, what do you think you are doing?" the cabbie yelled out the window at me. I scrambled off the road. Sorry, I yelped, my voice getting higher than normal. I walked to the window. I'm so sorry about that." My voice trailed off. "Do you think you can take me too?" And I read off the directions to the cabbie. He regarded me carefully, before heaving a sigh. "Yeah, get in the back. Wouldn't want you causing anyone else to crash." He rolled his eyes. I smiled and opened the back door. "Thanks." I sighed in relief. I crawled into the back bench, surprisingly clean. Nothing like what they said about taxis in movies and shows. The driver made his way through the traffic. The world outside the car was just a crazy multicolor blur in front of us. I had to look out the side window so I could take it all in. Stores, restaurants, movie theaters, anything I could have imagined was here, in such a small radius. It was a wonder that people here didn't feel like packed sardines living in the apartments. I'd be surprised if my eyes weren't the size of flying saucers, which the driver commented on various times. But I promptly ignored. It made me rethink about moving here. Quinn could visit often, but then again, I had just compared the residents to packed sardines. How long until it took me to feel like that? "Ma'am?" "Hey, lady," the driver snapped, and I looked up at him, slightly shocked. "Not much into paying attention, huh?" he muttered before saying out loud. "We're here?" "The Chocolate Cafe." I looked out the window and realized we were standing idle outside a small, quaint cafe, its glass windows allowing me to see some people up front with laptops and coffee on hand. The darkened sign stated boldly the name, which was exactly what he said, the Chocolate Cafe. "Thanks," I muttered, and climbed out of the car, tossing a few 20s in the driver's window. It was quieter in this part of the city, and as I opened the door, it rang gently, the tinkling of bells announcing my arrival. No one looked up, probably used to the stream of people coming through the doorway and allowing an unwelcome arrival of a cold burst of air into the small restaurant divided by cafe-type place. The sweet smell of chocolate wafted up to my nose, and I sighed in relief of tasting what it smelled like. Other than that, I could smell the hint of baking bread, most likely the same pastries that were displayed in the rounded-off glass case to feast the buyer's eyes. I glanced around the room. People were lounging in comfortable-looking chairs, laptops scattered in front of them and soft chatting between groups. I saw one that was full with a study group, their books open to some random biology-looking page. My eyes dragged across the room, making sure to check the time. I was early, by half an hour. I laughed bitterly. Of course, only I would get here early trying to surprise someone who was trying to scare the wits out of you by pretending he was a stalker. I rolled my eyes but sauntered over to the counter, ordering a chocolate-drizzled pastry and hot chocolate. I also snatched up a random magazine from the counter, hoping it could keep me occupied until 11. I walked over to the empty circle table, next to the jukebox. I stared with a grin that there were still some of these around, and by the way the screen was lit and stating a song, I realized that it was still in use too. Taking a cautious sip of my hot chocolate to test the heat, I flipped through the magazine, which surprisingly wasn't too much out of date. The flavor of the drink with the pastry was excellent. I made a mental note to come back here when I came to visit my father much more often. The bell rang again, and my eyes flitted up to see the newcomer. Nope, just the lady who had been on her Bluetooth, which was now off, and she seemed more relaxed as she walked to the counter. Flipping through more of the pages, time passed and slowly the hot chocolate supply grew so low that I had to go up and buy another, along with a different kind of pastry. I'm going to regret this later, I smirked as I took a giant bite of the second donut. There was a whoosh of cold air, that sent a chill up my back. I glanced back, knowing the door had been opened. Even though the bell didn't announce their arrival like mine or anyone else's, this person had been too swift. At first I couldn't make it out who it was, the study group by the door all deciding to get up and leave nosily just as the person had stepped in. When he did come out of the crowd, I immediately dismissed him. His hair was brown and tousled as he shook his head off slightly. He was wearing a black jacket, the kind that fitted to people's bodies without looking like shrink wrap. I was just about to turn back to my magazine again when his eyes met mine as he searched the room. They were bright silver. My heart stopped, and I almost dropped my cup, instead letting the page I was holding up flutter back down to the table. The moment I saw those eyes, I just knew that he was the one. The letter sender. The person who wanted to be my so-called confidant. He is most definitely not Tristan. My mind spoke clearly to me, and I took in a shaky breath as he started walking to the counter. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe this guy just looked like one of the people of the pack. I tried convincing myself, but started gathering my jacket and belongings in front of me, about to bolt for the door. "Excuse me, can I sit here?" The deep timbre voice was right by me as I looked up, startled. He already had a cup of coffee in his hands. His bright silver eyes met mine, and for a moment I recognized the look in them, almost as if his eyes were smirking at me, like a wolf's. I gulped. "Yeah, sure." I managed out with a dry mouth, as I slumped back into my seat, my coat falling back against the chair. He nodded and gave a smile, exposing pristine white teeth that gleamed in the light. If I hadn't have known his secret, or guessed at it correctly, he would have been very handsome. But my fear towards him, and anger at myself for getting me into this situation, all that was making it hard to see him anything other than the animal underneath his skin, even if I'd never seen it before. What do you want? Why have you been sending the letters?" I asked, partially curious, partially just wanting to get this conversation over with so I could flee. He grinned some more. "Hey, I just got here, don't rush." He held his hand out for me to shake. "Imini in Redwood," he said cheerfully. I looked at his hand. It was smooth and tan, and daunting. But biting my tongue, I hesitantly returned the greeting. "Samantha Williams," I murmured. "Samantha," he said the name slowly. "It has a pretty ring to it, don't you think?" "Your parents chose well. It fits you perfectly." I regarded him even closer, but relaxed a bit. Flattery was usually not the easiest way to get me to warm up to people, but I figured, what is the worst he could do to me in a cafe full of people and witnesses? "You still haven't answered my questions. Why have you been sending me letters?" I crossed my hands over my chest stubbornly. He chuckled and took a deep drink of his coffee. "Well, it's interesting, having a human in the werewolf community." He said the word werewolf, unflinchingly, and barely loud enough so that if someone else was listening in, they could hear. My eyes widened. "I have no idea what you are talking about. You must be crazy, that's just a stupid fairy tale," I lied with a scoff. "For someone so pretty, you are very bad at lying, Sam." He took another sip. "And I don't really care. No one in here is going to listen in on a cute couple sitting in the corner. No one pays that much attention to teenagers anyway." My face blushed furiously. "We are not a couple," I growled. "I barely know your name." Ian interrupted me. "As I was saying, you are very interesting to the werewolf community. I can't help but be curious like the rest. No human has known about us for over 1,000 years, since the plague that started it all, and lived to say the words you are now. Yeah, I know all the details. Don't rub it in that I know. It's not that big of a deal, but that still doesn't explain why you want to talk meet me. I can't help but be curious, like I said, and I really want to find out what made them decide to keep you. You make me out to seem like a pet." My eyes narrowed, and maybe they did because they trust me, and will freak the moment I tell them about you, my stalker. I leaned forward threateningly. "Tristan?" he scoffed. "I'm not afraid of him, or his older brother. That pack hasn't been the same since their alpha died. The new one is nothing more than a beta on a good day. No sense of authority over his pack," his face twisted in disgust. I froze, silent as my hands gripped my arms tightly, still leaning forward on the table. But suddenly it didn't seem quite so threatening. "I will tell anyway. I know for one thing, it is a big pack, and you have nothing on them." My voice wavered, though, not backing me up. He grinned, his coffee gone as he threw it lightly across the room and into the trash can before leaning in at me over the table. "You tell, and everything you have right now will go up in flames. You won't be alive very long once they realize their secret's been exposed." "You wouldn't." My voice was hollow and empty. "Oh, I would, Believe me. His eyes had turned steely silver. So let's just keep this between you and me for your sake. I gulped and scrambled up from the table, throwing on my jacket. Stay away from me. My voice was full on shaking now, but I managed to keep my words on a whisper. Just stay away. Can't promise, what can I say? I'm curious, he whispered back, and I was out the door, back into the cluttered streets. The colored blur that surrounded me. Now I longed to go back to the small town I lived in, this feeling as if I were drowning in a sea of tie-dye. Tristan, I whispered, as I ran down the streets, back to the apartment and far away from Ian. No, I just want a milkshake, I stressed into the tiny box of a speaker. It was cold out still, and I despised having to keep my window down in front of the McDonald's drive-thru for so long. So you want a milkshake? I shook my head yes, about to reply when the lady interrupted me again. A cheeseburger and a large French fry. I screeched in my head as I fell back against the headrest of my seat. No! Never mind, I pulled away, my tires screeching slightly, which probably wasn't healthy for my car, but I was ticked off at drive-thrus and the person attending it. As I passed the pickup window, I saw the lady with the earphone look at me with a mixture of shock and curiosity. How could she get it wrong, really? How is it possible that she heard me say cheeseburger and large French fry? I muttered to myself. And the sad radio that, at this point, wasn't getting any stations for whatever reason. It was Monday afternoon, the last day of our school's long weekend, but at least that meant only 3 more weeks until our 3-week-long winter vacation. I had kept my mouth closed about where I went Friday night, to my dad. He hadn't pried, and instead of having a stress-induced weekend that I had been expecting, he actually took the rest of my stay off and we had hit the town. I ended up a backpack, new jeans, and a sweater richer, and having kept a positive mood until I had pulled up into the fast food restaurant drive-thru window. I really wanted to go back, and we had decided that I could come the last week of winter break, for New Year's, and we could have our own little Christmas celebration. A sigh escaped my lips as I pulled onto the highway once more. Only about a half-hour's drive to go before I could go home. 5 weeks was yet another long period of time to be away from my only family member, but I just would charge through it, like I did every time. There was a sharp trill that sounded through the car, and caused me to jolt. That was certainly noticed by the cars behind me as I jerked and swerved into oncoming traffic. I quickly turned the wheel and was back into the right lane, a sound of horns going down the opposite side of the highway at me. Just now realizing what the trilling was, I kept a careful eye on the road as I felt around the bench seat for my cell phone. My hand closed around it and I managed to answer it just as the last signal was sounding. "Hello?" I asked, forgetting to check the caller ID before answering. "You coming home yet?" a voice asked, and I immediately recognized them. "Rain? How did you get my number?" "And yes, I'm coming home, only a half hour away. Why?" I asked incredulously. He chuckled on the other end. "I have my sources." He started sounding utterly proud about that. He knew something I didn't. I cleared my throat and he cracked. "Fine," Tristan told me. "How did he know my number?" I asked, even more surprised. I don't remember at any point giving him my cell number. I don't even recollect if I gave him my home number. Now that I have no idea. You'll have to ask him. "So you are coming home?" "Yes, like I said. I'm only half an hour away. Why?" "Just wondering. Our mother has been anxious to see you. Wondering if you fared well on the roads." "At night," he stressed, but sounded the same carefree guy I was used to. That made me think about Ian's words. The new one is nothing more than a beta on a good day, no sense of authority over his pack. Sure, he was a guy who didn't let much get to him, but he cared deeply about protecting his family and pack. And who was I to trust a strange werewolf's word? A scared person. "Well, then I'll have to stop by. Nothing to go home to anyway," I said, changing lanes into one closer to the exit. Another car horn blaring, and I almost dropped the phone as a different car sped in front of me. No wonder Mrs. Everdeen was scared about me driving at night. This place was scary in the daytime. "Yeah, that would be nicer. Yeah, come over." He sounded a tad nervous, but picked back up his attitude after only a second's delay. "Okay, I'll be over there in 10 minutes, I said, checking the time real quick. For a conversation so short and a drive so boring, time sure had raced by. I threw my phone back on the seat and exited the off-ramp. "Sam, dear Mrs. Everdeen announced, happily giving me a joyful hug. One would have thought I had been gone for a month. I'm so happy you made it there and back safely. The roads weren't too bad, were they?" she asked, pulling away. "No, not at all," I said, hoping she was referring to the night roads, so I wouldn't be totally lying. "You hungry at all, dear?" she asked, and moved instinctively for the kitchen. But I shook my head and stuffed my hands into the pockets of my coat. No, thank you. I ate at my dad's before I left. I'm fine. I smiled, and she still walked to the kitchen. Okay, it'll just start on dinner then. You and the guys will be hungry by supper time, I'm sure. I nodded and all of a sudden was surrounded in yet another hug. From behind, I gasped as someone chuckled. Strong arms were wrapping around me, keeping my own pinned to me sides. Rain. I struggled, but it was useless. He chuckled more, but reluctantly released me. You guys act like I've been gone for a century. I scoffed and earned a smile from Rain, who was leaning against the wall now. It might as well been, what with Tristan's attitude around here, we need your attitude to kind of reverse the side effects. He grinned. I rolled my eyes. Come on, and if it's that bad, how did you all survive without me here? I mean, you've been living with the guy for 18 years before you even saw me. I followed him to the living room where a show was playing, something I had no idea what the name of it was, but people were running around with giant building blocks stacking up a tower. I rose an eyebrow questioningly to Rain, and he just shrugged. Don't ask. Well, it was different when you weren't here, and then there was part of the sentence that I couldn't seem to pick up. What was the last part? I asked quietly. He looked at me for a brief second before snapping his eyes back to the television and taking a big breath. Tristan was different, he finally admitted. I sat there silently, staring blankly at the television like him. I couldn't have that much on an effect on Tristan. Could I? No. He barely paid attention to me, nevertheless spent enough time with me to have me make a significant impact on his life. And anyway, what would happen when I left for college? If his life was so troubled by my presence, what would happen when I was gone for good? What would happen with me? I was slightly startled by my inner voice, but I understood the question it was getting across. What would happen when I left? Despite my less than significant impact on his life, and despite my own thoughts and wants, he had definitely left an impression on me. The past days when I was stuck in the city, where people who swamped around me every which way, there was only one person that I kept seeing. Him. You like him. That much was simple. Whether it was his personality, which I used to think left little to be desired, or his looks, which still made my heart stutter, something had leached to my heart. His smile that showed itself rarer than a shooting star, but just as brilliant. Even his sarcastic comments to me, somehow, even though they made me angry, made me smile a bit. 'Cause no one who made such thoughtful, and yet stinging, comebacks could not be thinking about them, right? Even if it was only the reaction they would get for each word? The last time I'd seen him was almost a week ago, when Head woken me up from me falling asleep at my locker. My groggy eyes had took his features in softer than normal, the way his stark black hair curled just above his eyes, a black that would blend in the night sky. His jacket, the one that Head loaned to me, was on him, over a simple black t-shirt and faded blue jeans. That simple choice of clothing looked amazing on him, anything would. But what really surprised me was that he didn't wake me up by nudging me with his foot or shaking me rudely awake instead. I woke up to him gently saying for me that I needed to go home. That's it. No hint of rude sarcasm in his voice. No tricks. Just that. Maybe you more than like him? Despite it being a question in my mind, it was firm. I did. Whether I loved him or not, that didn't matter at the moment, because I probably didn't know what that was at all. I was just a kid, right? Suddenly, in a movement so quick that it made Rain jump a little, I got up off the couch. Where is Tristan? I asked quickly. He cocked his head to the side curiously. Down by the lake clearing. Why? I have to tell him something, I said, and exited out the back screen doors. He'll be back for dinner. I called back in and he nodded, but I barely saw as I closed the door behind me. Whether I loved him or not, I still felt the need to tell him. I needed to tell him. About Ian. I hurriedly walked down the path, trying to find the one that we had taken back from the little lake clearing that one day. It was hidden by some shrubbery, but not enough that I couldn't spot it if I was looking diligently. The woods looked mostly dead now, nothing but brown twigs hanging on the trees, making it easier to see ahead of oneself, not being shrouded by the falling leaves that chose to fall close to your face. Twigs snapped loudly under my footfalls as I almost had to stop myself from running to the clearing. Why this was such an urgent conversation that I needed to get done. Probably because I was dead set on the fact that if I didn't get it off my chest as soon as possible, I'd lose my nerve. Which was most likely true. I broke the clearing, like the boundaries between states. It wasn't a fading off, just like a footfall, and there you were. The The lake still looked the same, glassy and smooth, and the trees in the distance still reflected off its surface. And there, true to Rain's word, was Tristan, staring out onto the lake, sitting on the edge of the cliff that in no way could be called a beach. "Tristan," I said quietly. It was like a breath of relief to see him. What was I really expecting, a stranger? Maybe. He turned around, silver eyes meeting mine. First shocked, then a spark of anger. "I have to tell you something," I started to say, walking towards him, my voice urgent and the words falling out of my mouth. But he interrupted me, striding towards me angrily, his eyes blazing, until he was close enough to me that I could feel the heat radiation from him. "Where were you?" he demanded, his voice close enough to a growl that it was hard to distinguish it. My eyes widened in surprise. Hadn't anyone told him? I would have thought Rain would. "Didn't anyone tell you?" "I went to the city for the weekend. To spend it with my dad," I said, quickly, fear setting in. Possibly one of the first times I had ever feared him in my life. "The city?" His eyes were widened saucers, and he took a step back. "Why didn't you tell me?" he said, looking at me. "I told Rain." "What's the big deal? I just went to the city for the weekend," I said. "What's the big deal?" "The big deal is that you weren't supposed to leave the town. Our secret is resting on your shoulders," he growled darkly, his eyes solid as steel. My face fell flat. The mere thought of telling him of Ian fluttered away. He would just about explode if I told him that someone else knew, even if it was another werewolf. I had given in. I had exposed the secret. He would never trust me again. Also, Ian would make sure that I wouldn't live to see another day. I gulped, staring ahead blankly. My mind was torn, but anger flared in my own eyes. "Your brother trusts me? Why the hell can't you?" My voice came out more like a yell than anything. Because you are human!" he yelled back. "You aren't tied to this pack like the rest of us, so what makes you think that we can trust you as much? Because it would take me away from you." I wanted to scream the words, but they wouldn't come to my mouth, and I just clamped my mouth tightly shut. Crossing my arms in front of my chest, I walked to the edge of the mini-cliff, staring out at the water. He was silent. For a few minutes, no movement whatsoever. He was telling the truth. I was only human, so what part did I really have in the this pack in his eyes? But this human just happened to like a werewolf. Great, just like me to be cliché. He walked up by me. I could tell he was still tense, but less so. The yelling had released some of the tension. "So, what? Am I never supposed to go to college? Never supposed to have a life?" I asked monotone. He stood there, still as a statue. I looked at his face, which was as flat and unreadable as possible, but his eyes showed the thinking process. He looked at me, his eyes almost pleading for me to take back the question. It took me back a bit. I had never seen him look torn, ever. But I kept my ground, waiting to hear the answer. "No," he finally said, solemnly. That was it. I don't know what really happened, but I snapped. Because right then and there he had threatened my future that I had planned out, my life. One moment he was standing near the edge, and the next he was falling and my arms outstretched from just pushing him. But due to my extreme unluckiness, he managed to snatch my arm and pull me along with him. It was a really short drop, and we both crashed into the water, which was freezing cold and numbed all my senses immediately. Everything went silent as we were underwater. My arms seeking him out and me. His skin, even underwater, was like a personal heater, and his arm wrapped around me, holding me close, and my arms wrapped tightly around his waist, partly in fear, partly in shock. With his other hand, I dimly noticed he pulled us to the surface. The water wasn't as smooth as it appeared. Small waves bobbed us up and down in the water, his treading keeping us both just above the surface. His hair was plastered back from his face and soaking wet, probably what mine looked like. I was taken back for a moment to when we both fell into the pool. The warm water was different. But that wasn't the only thing that was different. Back then, I'd thought he was just a jerk that thought himself higher than thou. But now he was a jerk that I had feelings for. He looked at me, his eyes lukewarm in the freezing temperature water, and I almost smiled. But then the image of both my future disappearing and the sickening thought of deceit that I was playing with the Ian card made me frown and reluctantly pull away from his warm embrace. I swam to the shore below the forest, him closely behind me. We reached land, and I was shivering nonstop, and a wet fabric was thrown on top of my head. "It probably won't be of much help. But here," Tristan said gruffly, and I pulled the shirt off my head and wrapped it around my arms. He stood there waiting, his chest bare and beads of water dripping down from his hair and rippling across the planes of his abs. I wanted to hug him again, soak in the warmth, but more importantly, just be close. Instead, we both walked back. I kept staring at his chiseled features. He spoke up at one moment. "You want to know something?" "What?" I asked, hesitant as I walked next to him, catching up as he allowed me to. He turned to me and flashed me that heart-fluttering smile. "I'm wet." We both cracked up, and the tension was eased between us tenfold. Even thought I still had lingering mild hatred towards him that were mixed with other feelings. He had taken away the future that I had planned, but maybe he had planted a new vision of a future in my mind. An impossible one for sure, but a future with him. "Thank you, Mr. Dubose. I really needed this extra time to work on my project." I smiled vaguely, putting away the half-finished pieces of my entertainment center, careful not to mar the surface of the wood that had been carefully sanded down to smoothness. He smiled back, kicking his feet down from the desk as he had been leaning back in his chair, half asleep, which I don't know how he could do since I had the machines running. But he was a woods teacher. He probably was pretty used to the whirring sound of the machines. Even to me it was calming sometimes. "No problem. I had some paperwork to finish anyway," he said as he stuffed the rest of his papers into his briefcase. "If you don't mind me asking," I said as I locked the locker and carried the big pieces to the back room. "Why do you have a briefcase? You are a woods teacher. You can't have all that much paperwork," I pointed out as I carefully balancing the headboard against a desk. "Don't you remember last year, Miss Williams? Basically, it was all paperwork. You can't just let inexperienced children run around with saws now, can you?" He joked as he opened the door for me. The lights flicked off in the woods room as we stepped out, me laughing. "Yes, I guess so, but we did well. Maybe—" I still was afraid of Dylan chopping his hand off with a hammer. "A hammer. That boy could make a limb-slicing weapon out of anything." He chuckled, and I said goodbye. Before heading towards the hallway my locker was in. The halls were empty. I had come back to woods class after last hour to finish up a major chunk of my semester project, the whole first half of my last year at this high school coming to a wrap-up after winter break, and I needed the grade on that to be high. The ticking clock in the hallway was like a ghost following my every step, and I dimly saw the headlights of Mr. Dubose's car drive away in the dimming light. 5:30 already? I had taken more of his and my time than I had thought. Luckily, homework came scarce tonight, so I wasn't totally worried about lack of time to finish it up. Plus, all of the books that I needed were the ones that I had 2 sets of. Therefore, I got to leave them at home and could walk out of the school with only my jacket on my back. The lights of the hallways started to flick off, leaving the floor to gleam menacingly, and I was quick to step out into the cold, brisk air before the darkness would cover me. The janitors had a twisted sense of humor to scare a student like me. As per usual, my coat did little against the cold yet mild wind that whispered past my face and caused my breath to create a cloud in front of me. I made my way to where my usual parking spot, head down to brace against the cold. But when I reached the spot and instinctively searched my pockets for the keys, I found them empty. So was the parking spot. My mouth fell open, but snapped shut in anger as I briefly remembered that it broke down again this morning, leaving me to beg Quinn for another ride to school, and leaving me rideless on the way home. "You look like you need a ride," a voice said from behind me. I whirled around to face Tristan, who was looking amused at me while leaning against another car. How he managed to sneak up behind me over and over again, I'd never know. "You offering?" I said, an almost pleading tone to my voice that I immediately blushed about. Showing weakness to a guy who took advantage of it was not a good idea. I kept my face blank, trying to decipher his intent. "Sure, it'd give you a ride." He started to stay, and I leaped at him, pulling at the handle to the door. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," I said happily. I could almost kiss him, but I won't. "If you could please unlock the car." As I was saying I would, if I could. "But as you can see, that," he said, indicating the car I was yanking the crap out of the handle, "is not my car. Seeing as my car isn't even here, I walked here today." He smirked. "But I could walk with you." My whole face deflated. I could almost feel it, and I glared at him with hatred. "Great. How am I supposed to get home now? Walk? Some weirdo could snatch me off the street at this hour." I ranted, pushing away from the car and about to start pacing, which I did on occasion when I was particularly angry. "You know I wasn't kidding about the offer of walking with you," he said quietly, his voice lilting with slight sincerity. I paused and stared at him in the eye, blinking in shock. "Sure," I said, my voice stuttering as I accepted, confused. He indicated me to take the first step, with a wave of his hand in a gallant way. I rolled my eyes, but stuffed my hands in my shallow pockets and strode forward, very aware of his warm presence now that I knew it was there, only a footfall behind me. Once we hit the pavement of the sidewalk near the woods, he started walking beside me. I glanced down to where his hand was swaying back and forth with each step, placed very close to where my hand would have been if it weren't in my pocket. I bet my hand would be warmer in his, I thought fondly, but stuffed my hands further into my pockets, threatening to break the seams. So why did you end up walking? He finally spoke, breaking the silence, and I glanced over at his face, disappointed to find it downcast, staring at the sidewalk. My car broke down again. I really need to get a new one. I sighed, but clamped my mouth shut. Why was I telling him that? He probably was just trying to break the silence, but my mind ran a mile a minute, trying to figure out why he even offered to walk with me. I could drive you home until you get it fixed, he offered, and I almost tripped, the sudden kindness in his voice taking me over the edge. I guess, sure, thanks, I said, my mouth only finding those words to fill the void. He glanced at me with a small smile, for the first time his eyes not holding the smallest hint of sarcasm. And all I could do was blink. So why are you walking? I asked finally, growing a little too fond of his smile. I just felt like it. It's a nice day to walk. He chuckled, and I rolled my eyes again. The sarcasm was seeping in. Sure, and I am a lead basketball player with the highest scoring dunk rate, I said back. He smiled briefly again, another genuine one. This wasn't the normal Tristan, was it? I'm serious, with skin like mine. The cooler the weather, the better. As long as it isn't like a blizzard, then I might have a hard time seeing, he said jokingly, and I laughed briefly. It must be nice to have a heated temperature, huh? I asked, reminded of the only thing keeping the chill even slightly out was my jacket, which I was increasingly realizing that it wasn't as well made as the label proclaimed. Not as much as one might think. It gets hot in the summer, and with our temperatures running close to 105, it isn't always a walk in the park, he says, his voice sounding stressed at the thought of the impending summer. As for me, it was like it couldn't take any longer. Winter was just consuming up everything, killing off the trees and my spirit as it seeped the warmth away from me. Of course, there were the upsides of the cold. For example, the white, fluffy snow that falls lightly from the sky, its unique crystallized patterns drifting towards the ground. But that was about it. I bet I'd give anything for warm skin, though, I mumbled, seeing we were passing the park, empty in the dim lights and the cold that was enough to keep almost everyone inside. The swings hung limply off the metal bar that held them up by their steel chains that would jingle in the brief wind. I was reminded of the first day of school, the way that I wanted to go and swing with Quinn. But now, as I glanced at Tristan, did I want to swing with him? It was a stupid question, really. What was such a deal about swinging on a couple of swings with a person? We swung beside strangers all the time when we were little, not caring. But I couldn't help thinking the question. The sound of our footsteps had fallen into one set, and I looked down to see that both of us and subconsciously fallen in step with each other, despite our different strides. Yes. Will you do me a favor? I asked energetically, with a sudden happiness in my veins as I turned to Tristan. His eyes widened suspiciously. Will I be afraid the results if I agree? That was close enough. He was willing to something for me. I smiled broadly. Swing with me? I said, and he cocked his head to the side in confusion. What? Without thinking, my hand fell from my pocket and wrapped around his, pulling him with me as I ran to the swing set. Swing with me? I repeated, a laugh escaping my lips. Was I most likely insane? Yes. Was it worth it, to feel his hand in mine? And he wasn't pulling away? Heck yes. You are random, you know that? He said, as we finally reached the black swings that hung from the metal frame like thrones. I sat down and smiled over at him as he sat in the swing beside me. I've been told that, on occasion, I replied. He chuckled. Bet you I can swing higher, he challenged, and started by pushing back with his legs against the ground. I raised an eyebrow and did the same thing. This was one thing that I couldn't let him win. Something was off about him today. He wasn't acting as sarcastic as usual, or as rude or as much of a jerk. For once he seemed as if he were a friend, an acquaintance of sorts. But even though I seemed to make that connection in my head, did I want something more? My hair fell in front of my face as I fell backward on the swing, and blew out of my face as I went forward. It took a real effort to try and bring my legs to reach a higher point in the sky than Tristan's. We both hit that point where the swing's chains would dip and the hold on the swing would slack, leaving you to hit that jolt. I win, I yelled at him, who was a good 2 inches below me, his black curling hair still managing to drape over his eyes in the most perfect way. We both got back onto terms where we were swinging lightly again, our swings only taking us a few feet from the center in total. "What were you betting, Mr. Everdeen?" I asked formally, but couldn't hide the smirk on my lips. He rolled his eyes. "I didn't really bet anything. I let you win anyway," he said. "Sure, you would never let me win anything. You win everything. Including my heart." There was a silence from him, and I looked over to catch him looking at the back of my head, staring blankly. His eyes seemed distant and his swinging had slowed to close to nothing. He didn't seem to notice my own staring, as I glanced at his face, taking in his features, their utter perfectness never ceasing to surprise me. His eyes, face, hair. They were what people only dreamed of a guy looking like. Of course, they were attached to his personality, which most of the time left nothing to be desired. But was it all that bad? I remember my last conversation I had with my mom, before she had been diagnosed, and it was on these very swings, but in what it seems a whole different world. "Mom, why did you fall in love with Dad?" I asked. A stupid question for a 13-year-old to ask, but of course I did, just starting to get the feelings of love and attraction. She glanced at me, her hair a brilliant auburn that Dad said was exactly like mine. The summer sun was glowing down on both of us, causing her hair to light a fire. She looked at me in a quizzical way, her eyebrows furrowing like they always did when she was confused. "And what do you mean, dear?" I kicked the sand beneath my feet, my bare feet feeling the way the sand could somehow be compressed into glass, its sharp edges just barely biting into my skin enough to tickle. "I mean, how did you know you loved Dad? Was it because he looked good?" I asked, my mind an endless fountain of questions, reverting back to the way it probably was when I was 5 and didn't know a thing about the world. Well, love apparently had a world of its own. Her eyes were a cross between red and brown, amber that also matched mine. Dad always said that the only thing that I really inherited from him was his determination to do something. Mom always had a habit of starting a project and then leaving it in the thought of doing something bigger and better. In the end, nothing in the form of house improvement got done. They analyzed me briefly, wondering for some kind of underlining trick in my words. We had been on rocky grounds lately, the teenage years really coming in as a pain in the rear end for us both. Your father? Well, really, it didn't have anything to do with his looks at all in the end. Sure, that was a big factor in the beginning, but it was the way he acted that made me fall in love with him. Was he kind and courteous? You know, holding doors open for you and such? I asked eagerly. The picture-perfect fairy tale guy, possibly fitting for my father, at least from my mother's point of view. She laughed loudly, the peal of bells. No, not at all. He was much too busy in his studies to get much other done. He barely even paid enough attention to eat. And I can't count the number of meals that I had to force down his throat. No, your father wasn't even the kind of guy I dreamed about. He was, when it came down to it, in some ways, a jerk. He always spoke sarcastic to everyone, and made sure to treat me the same as everyone else. So why in the world did you marry him? I asked, infuriated, looking at Dad, who was sleeping soundly on the picnic blanket under a tree. He looked so peaceful and not mean in the slightest way now. In fact, he rarely even raised his voice at me when I was in trouble. "Sam, you got to see that usually those kind of actions and words are just on the surface. Sure, there are a select few that in the end that's all they see. But most of the time, people who act like that really harbor feelings that make them like that. I and your father bickered more than our fair share in high school, but I was determined to not be treated like everyone else to him, and truly that broke the shell that made him sarcastic and mean. So, does that mean that any guy that is perfect for me will be a jerk?" She smiled and got up off her swing, walking over so she was behind me. She slung her arms around my neck and whispered in my ear, "Honey, I hope your guy is different. I hope he is the kind that does open doors for you and pulls your seat out when you sit to eat. Your perfect man will be everything you wanted, but only if you let him be." She kissed the side of my forehead and pushed me on the swing, pushing me into the blue sky, full of possibilities. "I think we should head home now," Tristan's voice said to me, and I was back in the cold swing. I was still, my feet resting on the ground as I thought back. "Huh? Oh yeah, guess so." I got up, my mom's words going back over to me. "Your perfect man will be everything you want, but only if you let him be." We walked back, and my mind was thinking about Tristan. Was he one that all his personality was the same sarcastic self? That couldn't be. He actually had a caring side in the end. I mean, now looking back at our fight 2 weeks earlier, it actually sounded like he was worried about me leaving. But no. Who could keep up the fact of being an all-around jerk for so long? I'd known him for months. He walked with his hands in his pockets, his jacket loose, staring blankly forward. What was the point of him walking me home, so I wouldn't get kidnapped by some freak? But someone who didn't care much, in fact, wouldn't care about it, right? Maybe I was overanalyzing everything. Or maybe I wasn't, I groaned. Life was more frustrating than I would ever want it at 13. It's so cold outside, I muttered to myself, not realizing that it was loud enough for him to hear. Here, take my jacket, he said, and his jacket draped around my shoulders. No, I can't, I said, pushing it back at him. You know, I think we've had this fight before. Just take the jacket. Don't worry, he said, with wink. I'm hot. I rolled my eyes but slipped my arms in the jacket, secretly happy to be surrounded by his scent again. I'll return it as soon as possible, I said. Don't worry, keep it, he said, and the conversation went silent again. He was giving me his jacket? I glanced at him, but he seemed back to normal, at least as normal as he had ever been. He wasn't helping my confused situation much. My house soon came around the corner, and I saw the porch lights were on, but that was because I had put in a timer that turned them on at nightfall. But still my heart jumped a little at the thought of my dad coming home for the weekend. Well, this is me, I said dully when we reached my porch. I stood there uncomfortably, until sighing and just walking up the stairs. Wait, Tristan said, his voice almost silent, a whisper. I turned around on the last step. I stood there on the bottom looking up, his silver eyes reflecting the full moon above. I had once thought that werewolves turned into their wolf self in the presence of the full moon, and even now that I knew they were real still sometimes made me curious if they were required to turn over to their animalistic side on that night. But this was proof enough. He stood there, as human as ever. Yes? I asked. The door was only a few steps away. I need to ask you one thing. Can you do a favor for me? He asked. His voice caught as if he were going against himself, against his conscience. A dilemma I found myself in frequently. Sure, I guess. Is it going to be something I regret? I teased back, bringing back his words from earlier. He smiled vaguely. I could barely make it out, as he muttered under his breath. I hope not. He walked up the steps. Until he was so close, his breath warmed my face in waves, the smell of peppermint hinting on the edges of his breath. I need you to tell me the truth, he said, and I looked at him confused. What do you mean? I was about to ask, when his hands appeared on either side of my face, keeping it still. His mouth was on mine, the taste of the way his breath smelled exploding in my mouth. His warm lips against mine was causing electric currents to travel across my body. I froze, though, shocked by the kiss. But it only took a second's hesitation to move my own lips against his, and my arms to wrap around his neck. His hands left my face and hooked around my waist, pulling me flush against him. He moved along my bottom lip, and I opened my mouth to his, the taste of his mouth intensifying even more. I had never felt anything like this. His kiss was like all of a sudden being shocked into reality, and yet my mind clouded and went fuzzy with the combination of everything together. But before I knew it, his mouth was away from mine, as quick as it had appeared. I stood there shocked, my arms still wrapped around his neck, and his around me. Had he really just kissed me? Tristan Everdeen, kissed me? No, he wasn't helping my confused situation at all. What did you feel? He asked, his crystal eyes looking back at me, deeper than anyone had ever looked at me before. It had happened. This was real. What? I asked, my mind still a cloud, much like my breath before my face. He sighed. I asked, what did you feel? When I kissed you? Remember, you said you would tell me the truth. I did you a favor. Oh, you did more than that. What would I say? That when he kissed me, I wanted nothing more than to stay like that forever. A statue in time, locked in the embrace. That his taste was sweeter than anything it ever tasted, and the warmth of his mouth on mine was enough to send my mind over edge. How could I sum it up into words? And thus, with a kiss, I die, I murmured, under my breath, and he paused for a second. Shakespeare? He said with a slight laugh. How in the world a Shakespearean quote came to mind, but it did. Yeah, his lips pressed to mine once more, but it was only for a brief moment. Same here, he said before he was gone from the steps of my porch. I stood there, breathless as I watched him disappear down the street. He kissed me. And he felt the same way I did about it. As I got into bed that night, wrapped in the jacket of his, that was now mine, all I could taste was his mouth, sweeter than anything, and his words. A simple, "Same here," a soundtrack to my dreams.